X, man. 3-4-3-4, square dance on the floor. This is not a ball, I'm above it all. Start, I see my glow up where you supposed to go. Proceed on the low, can't lose if I'm to go. Leave me in the zone, I take your mind and then I snatch your soul. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. I get it, they love my whole steady. Big guys don't listen, told you this ain't hypothetical. Answer the call, prove this once and for all. Can't reach me with an arrow, summer nights I never fall. No cattle, the goat don't wear a saddle. Go riders off my body, cut them off, they acting sloppy. Already, I consume the petty. The vision's 2020, believe your eyes are winning. Turn up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. This is rap, got the match built like a pro. You know the legends go, harder than this audio. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known. Up the track, going deep, I'm in the zone. You know I'm about to go, harder than hard to go. When the lights shine bright, that's my show. Burn up and see the glow, I'm gonna make it known.
Welcome to the FNCS Summit. This is the lower bracket.
Yesterday was a hit, today's gonna be a smash.
The games are ready. This is the lower bracket.
Win and you're in. So let's see what happens here in game one. Texas out of here. Swizzy and Pixie.
Absolute cinema! Whatever happened in game number one doesn't matter.
Sympathiel takes down visuals.
Oh my, that was big! Manunia and Gapseta, they clutch up and take the game back. 2 of them already down.
Go one after the other though, but Jubadil, every time that these guys are on screen, you can expect the heart of Germany to follow with it.
And they're ready to take more than just that. King and Praise, first Elim, that one's easy. Second one, that's a wrap. Another 10 elimination game.
What are we witnessing from above? They made it look easy. I mean, whatever comes my way, I just fight it. 3 more matches to be played out.
Marius eventually takes him down, leaving Muzz by himself, and he's about to face that same fate.
Shadow goes up, high ground control still heavily in their favor, and Pablo's finish. It's all up to whether or not Gino can actually bring this one back, but he only has a sliver of HP. But yet still, Gino returning fire, and Virgo finding the final shot.
When we try, we lock it. The penultimate chance for our duos to make their way.
Shockwave, the only option, tries to go up, and he wins the fight. Welcome to Championship Sunday.
We've got to celebrate them, Düsseldorf!
I think the game carries that hype going into this last one. So many big names here. They need to clutch up. Again, it's now or never. I drop. Sato taking down one. Marius the only one left. They have the HP advantage. Marius and iDrop are out.
They don't want to just take part in day 2. They want to take over. Ozone left by himself in no man's land. Javi and Aminus take it all.
Tomorrow we compete for $250,000 and the title of Summit Champion.
It's Championship Sunday here at the FNCS Major 1 Summit. At the end of 8 games today, we'll be finding out who will be taking this trophy home. Are you excited, Düsseldorf? Now, Düsseldorf, you've been such an incredible crowd all this weekend. I felt like maybe you deserved a treat. Would you like to meet my friend, maybe? Yeah? No? The thing is, he's a bit shy. So I need to test you, because if you don't make enough noise, I can't introduce you to him. Düsseldorf, we'll just do one test first. Would you like to meet my friend? Okay. We can definitely do better. So here we go, guys. Please welcome my friend, Düsseldorf!
Deutschland. Scha-la-la-la-la-la-la. Auf geht's Deutschland. Scha-la-la-la-la-la-la. Auf geht's Deutschland. Düsseldorf, are you happy? Okay, Düsseldorf, this is our home turf. This is our ground. And we share it with the Brazilians, with the Americans, with all the Europeans. And today, also, obviously, with all the casters from all across the world. Frankie, the caster team from Epic Games, everyone make some noise for them!
Danke, Amar. What's it like having an FNCS LAN in Germany?
I have to say, this is speechless. This makes me more than proud. This is something I've dreamed for the last 10 years. Make some noise, guys. Düsseldorf, today's the day. We're gonna crown a new champion duo.
But are we going to be crowning a German duo? Because you've got so many incredible players here, Amar. We've got Badil and Ju.
Make some noise for Badil!
We've got Cringe and Volko.
Cringe and Volko!
We've got Chap and Flixie.
Chap and Flixie!
We've got Kaduo, he's playing with Rerex.
K-Duo!
And Amar, I nearly forgot. Oh my goodness, how could I forget? We've got Noah and Reason!
Noah Reason!
And you've had so many fans joining you to walk to the arena today.
Yes, it was awesome. I lost my voice over there, and It makes me more than proud to be here, to stay on the stage with you. This is amazing. This is phenomenal. I'm so thankful. Epic Games, Fortnite, Blast, everyone here. Thank you very much to have me here. And also, bro, I want to see all the co-casters, yeah? If it's Fax, Aussie, Leo, Nikov, everyone. Thank you very much to make these events even more amazing. Honestly, it's just a dream.
It is such a dream. It's so amazing to share the stage with you. And Amar taught me a phrase a few days ago.
Okay, Leute, ich sag das kurz auf Deutsch. Ich möchte kurz, dass ihr Frankie hier nochmal aufhypt, okay? Sie ist das erste Mal hier, spricht jetzt Deutsch für euch, okay? Macht uns glücklich!
Are we going to do this together? Eins, drei, drei!
Moin! Moin! This is your crowd.
It was about a 5 out of 10, I think.
I think a 7 out of 10.
A 7 out of 10, thank you, so generous. Okay, listen, we're gonna do it one more time, and then we're gonna head to the desk, okay?
Okay.
In 3, 2, 1.
Moin, moin, Düsseldorf!
Fortnite fam! Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the FNCS Summit. We've had an upper bracket where the top 25 duos won their way here. They watched things play out in the lower bracket where 25 duos were waiting from the second chance qualifier. There, the top 25 moved on into today. And now 50 duos will leave their heart and their soul on this stage and battle for a brand new title. FNCS Summit Champions. Welcome in, Fortnite fam. Today, it's about to be a movie. My name's Zeke. Joining me here on the desk, we've got Vivid, we've got Mini Minor. Friends, where's the hype?
Woo! Fortnite fam, I am so excited. Our timeline over the past month has been an absolute treat. We just ended Major 1 finals not too long ago. We are already here in Dusseldorf, and somehow, someway, I blink and I might have missed it. We are already through Friday. We are already through Saturday. We are on Championship Sunday, ready to go ahead and crown a duo. I'm feeling good, Minnie.
Mate, I'm so hyped. Grand Finals is here. We've got 8 games of competition today as well. And these days, they never disappoint because at the end of the day, one duo will be lifting that prestigious trophy. These days are always my favorite, and they always go by so quickly, so enjoy every second.
Of course, so much on the line here for these duos after 8 games. I mean, look, we got to turn attention to that prize pool. Obviously, we added the additional day to the summit, which meant more prize money would come on in as well. $250,000 for the duo coming out in first place. Man, that is life-changing money, Viv.
As you can see there, 50th place, just by kind of making it to the upper bracket and the lower bracket, they did secure themselves a couple of more extra thousands of dollars there, but those extra thousands of dollars mean nothing if any of these duos walk away without this trophy, Minnie.
Yeah, that's what they've all got their eyes on. It's right in the center of the stage. It's there glistening under all of those lights, and every single one of those players in those booths there will have their eyes on that to lift it at the end of the day. It's probably my favorite trophy that we've done for one of these events as well. It glistens, it shines, and even that crown comes off as well. We saw Zeke doing that at the beginning of the weekend. It's a beautiful trophy, and forget about prize money. To have that on your mantelpiece, what an award.
And guys, of course, this is all great, but we also can't forget there's 15 spots for the Global Championship. So not only battling for a trophy, we're battling to secure an early seat on that battle bus. Oh my gosh, so many different regions here represented from all different walks of life, from all around the world. We've got a breakdown here lined up. Let's take a look. Obviously, EU coming in hot right now, but it's okay, right, Viv? We got this. Man, please, we've got this.
I mean, no surprise, right? We know that Europe had a lot more opportunities just in terms of their pure size, but I really do like this breakdown because, you know, Europe and NA Central kind of getting their fair share of the finals lobby here. But remember, everybody was kind of questioning all of the smaller regions because they did have to go through that gauntlet of the upper and lower bracket. Would they be able to perform? And as you can see by the representations there, 3 teams across the board there, with NA West picking up 2 teams as well. We've got a fair share of international competition here this weekend.
Yeah, we've seen some really great great performances from some of these smaller regions as well. You know, some of these performances, especially with the win format as well, that was amazing to watch. And of course, in terms of historically, we've seen some great performances across the course of FNCS as well. These are the best placements from some of our smaller region teams. Piachatin and Quitos in Brazil, 5th place. I think that was the 2022 Global Championships. That was the invitation, I should say. Really great performance from those guys. It just shows that these smaller regions, they can come out to play here.
Yeah, I mean, historically speaking, Brazil has just been popping off, right? That's the kind of the smaller region that has shown up when it matters. But it kind of worries me because since 2022, the smaller regions have only gotten into the top 15. What was that, like 5 times?
Yeah.
So they've had years to kind of do it. And this weekend, it matters so much more. So I feel like the pressure is going to be on.
It is, man. Look, I want to get right into it. I want to start talking about these duos. We have to set the stage here. We got to start with Shark and Teeny, right? Over this last weekend, we've seen them kind of find themselves in a situation where we might be uncontested.
Lights were bright over at Wonky Land. Not only did Shark and Teeny have to go ahead and hope and pray that Clicks and Higgs were not going to make it to finals here today, they also had to hope and pray that Phaser and King were also not going to make it here today. Somehow, some way, both of those duos were not going to be seen here on Sunday. But Shark and Teeny, as soon as they kind of saw that happen, saw that pan out, I can imagine they were partying. They were so happy.
Yeah, going to be really happy with an uncon Wonky Land. The storyline in EU so far has just sort of been that they've been conned all the time. Hutty and Fishy X are sort of causing them all sorts of problems. They did, of course, qualify through here to this summit, of course, that they didn't. But I had word from Fax earlier on. I don't think he's even happy I'm saying this. They could be surprise contested. So again, I was really excited about this. I was like, yeah, Shark and Teeny finally uncontested Wonky Land. Let's see what they can finally do on the global stage. Huge opportunity for Shark to show what he can do in this situation as well. Could it now all start crumbling? The good news, though, is that they have performed when they are contested as well. So lots of question marks now over this duo.
Yeah, exactly. I was just going to go ahead and mention that. I mean, you know, in the upper bracket, they did fairly well up against Clicks and Higgs when they were contested over there, so I wouldn't be too worried. Yeah. I really, really do hope that they are going to be uncontested because when they did go ahead and beat Clicks and Higgs off spawn, it was a 5th, a 6th, and an 11th placements in terms of how well they did in terms of games in the upper bracket, right? So whenever they do make it off spawn, they make it to the end game, they do very well.
Okay, we'll have to see. I don't like hearing that, man. I don't like hearing certainly be surprised contested. But let's keep the conversation going. We got to talk about Sky and Scroll. I mean, these guys are so incredibly consistent in EU, and now here we are in an international competition.
Absolutely. I mean, Sky and Scroll, I feel like there's a lot of eyes on this duo. Obviously, they won EU Major 1 finals so dominantly that it feels like the snowball effect coming into the summit, it must be carrying over with them. But I've been hearing many, right? Like Venno, we've talked to him about it. He's like, dude, I just don't like the fact that this duo, they seem to be just doing the same exact game plan and getting away with it.
Yeah, we sort of spoke to Venno about that on day number 1. They sort of basing up on the side of that hill just outside of their drop spot. One of them stays inside the POI and tries to sort of get some of that loot inside of Battlewood. And I think what they've been doing now since the course of this weekend, they've actually been trying a few different strategies to try and combat that potential work play from Venno that we've sort of seen him do and try and do over this weekend as well. They've actually both left the POI, tried to find tags together, not just worry too much about that sort of refarm, getting that loot inside the POI. So from what we've been looking back at some of their games from, of course, that upper bracket, they do have the potential to sort of counter that strat that Venno might try and do this week.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, Zeke, are kind of looking towards Sky and Scroll and feeling like Herb and Venno are the duo that can kind of stop them from kind of climbing to the top. So we'll have to kind of keep a very, very close eye on how Sky and Scroll have prepared for that aggressive playstyle of Herb and Venno.
Man, from one goat to another, Venno obviously here competing alongside Curb. These guys are titans, right? You know, I feel like for Venno, we kind of continue to underrate him. Oh, Venno, like, you know, he's not that good, whatever. Goes over to EU, wins, comes over to NA, wins. I mean, what is it going to take to be considered a GOAT?
Honestly, a LAN win. Realistically, that's the one thing that he hasn't done seemingly in his entire repertoire of Fortnite achievements. A very, very experienced player. The perfect partner for someone like someone that needs that level of sort of level-headed and that level of leadership, I suppose you could say, in the duo. And Venno is the perfect candidate for that. We've seen their performances this weekend. And I'm really intrigued about Venno because he always seems to have something under wraps. You never quite know what he's going to do when it comes to the grand finals day. And we saw it in their upper bracket games. We saw them trying to lurk around. They lurked around the sort of teams down towards the south side. And we can have a look at some of these clips right now. They're sort of going down towards that south side. We were speaking about it to him on the telestrator. This is something that they can do. They have the ability to do. Doesn't always work out for them, Vivid, but it seems like a strat that they were cooking. Maybe they'll do something different today.
Yeah, obviously, Venno learned early on in his first kind of attempt to lurk and pressure some of these duos here at the LAN that it might be a little bit harder than it was over on the NAC region, but they continue to do this, right? This is what they are comfortable with. This is what they feel the most confident in doing. Also, it's really, really cool because these strategies where they like to lurk on a lot of teams, it's actually revolves around staying in the swarm a lot of the times. And the reason they can do that so easily is because they know exactly where all of the vending machines are around the map. So they obviously can go over to these, pick up all of those heals. And then cool little things like this. I mean, jumping into the mist, using the overdrive, plus the vent that's on top of the building to go ahead and make sure that you can find your way towards the fight that you want to be taking. The little strats, man, they're so cool.
Yeah, they're sort of conditioning that south side of the map. They're even going towards the west side as well. We saw it going over towards Thomas HD and Focus. These sneak plays, so valuable. They're really, really great for them right now. And they're able to try and find so much success in doing that. The big question mark now, though, is whether they're going to do it up towards Sky and Scroll in the north.
Exactly, right? All these examples that me and Minnie kind of found for you guys, Sky and Scroll were not featured at all.
Yeah.
But we got an opportunity to go ahead and talk to Sky about that. And he was like, listen, man, we felt good about how we played in the upper bracket, but it was kind of weird, right? Because it's like, Herb and Venno didn't do what they said they were going to do, right? They said they were going to push us, and they didn't do it. Very Venno-esque. He's not going to show you everything that he wants to do, of course, in the upper bracket. He's going to save it for the finals. So I'm kind of guessing, Zeke, that we're going to be seeing Curve and Venno push towards the way of Sky and Scroll, like what? Once, maybe twice over the course of the 8 games. Obviously, they're not going to do it every single time.
Yeah, it's a sort of Venno thing, maybe to not do it in game 1 to try and throw them off. Because I'm sure Sky and Scroll are thinking, right, we're going to have to pull out that strat. Maybe we both leave the POI and try and rotate up. So I feel like it's such a Venno thing. They might not do it game 1, but game 2, keep your eyes out.
Oh, okay, I like it. Well, maybe Frankie can ask Venno this question because they're standing by right now.
Thank you so much, guys. I have to ask Venno a different question, if that's okay. I hope you don't mind, everyone on the desk. But Venno, we're hearing you might be contested. Can you fill me in, please?
Yeah, I might be contested by the team that landed there in lower brackets, King BR. I don't really know what's going to happen, but I'll try and do my best.
Is that something that makes you nervous, knowing that the game plan has to change on the day of the finals?
The day, more like 15 minutes before.
15 minutes before, but you are so experienced, okay? You have wins in multiple regions, second, obviously, at the Invitational in 2022. You're one step away from being the GOAT if you win this, but you have that experience. So now, what do you do with that 15 minutes?
Try and mentally get into it. It's more a mental thing than actually being able to do any prep. Mentally prepare, visualize it, and when the odds are against me, I rise above.
And we know you do. How would you prepare Curve for a situation like this? Because it seems to me like he's taking to land like a duck to water. He's cool and he's calm right now.
He's definitely taken to it well. I'm not sure how hearing this late news will affect him, but the odds are in our favor.
And all he needs to do is listen to you.
That's all he got there.
All he's got to do. Venno, what would it mean to you to win today in Düsseldorf?
I mean, everything. I'd be completing my career. Nothing left to fight for.
You'd have everything to fight for, and you're going to fight for it today as well. Thank you so much, Venno. Good luck today. Let's head back to the desk.
You know, that's a very familiar Venno. That's a very locked in, I know what I'm here to do today. That's a, you know what, invitational last game? Why don't we take a risk here, Venno? I like to see that. Obviously, the duo are ready. Curve, player on the rise. I like seeing Venno locked in. I kind of wonder where Curve's at.
I gotta tell you, it's so funny because when we talk about an event like this, we talk about the month-long preparation that kind of leads into an event like this. But realistically, whenever we talk to these players, sometimes it sounds like it just boils down to the literal last 15 minutes to go ahead and finally prepare you, right? Because that's when all the pressure starts to hit.
And also, that's when some of the big changes start coming in. We spoke about it with Shark and Tini earlier on. They probably woke up this morning, uncontested, Wonky Land thinking, looking good. then a team comes in, maybe potentially contesting them. It's like, you have to think on your feet in this game, both in-game and outside of the game. So these sort of last 15 minutes for these teams, especially those with experience, are going to be super, super vital.
I believe in Veno right now, and I believe in Curve. We saw them perform well, and I'm sure if everything goes according to plan, Mama Papa Curve well over there, they're gonna have a great time. They just yell. That's great. Let's talk about another duo. Obviously, can't not talk about Peterbot and Pollo appearing here in the finals. We have 8 games ahead of us. So what do we think, boys? Why are these guys so feared, and do we think they can maybe kind of instill that fear into the lobby today?
Well, they're going to be feared for sure because somehow, some way, Mini, they've ended up uncontested. I mean, all of the drama kind of coming into the weekend. Clicks and Higgs are going to be landing on them. Mr. Savage and Velo, they look good to kind of make it towards the finals. But no, Peterbot and Pollo is evenly as if they are going to be uncontested over towards Squibbly. Listen, we know Peterbot and Pollo, why they are so feared. It's because of those placements, man.
Yeah, their run was absolutely unreal, wasn't it? Together when they were playing in duos, they had a solid run separately in trios then as well. But as of late, it just hasn't been that level of performance. Last Global Championships, not a great performance from them. This major, 7th place, I think it was, not an amazing performance for them when you consider what they've done. This is Peterbot and Pollo we're talking about. So I think there's a lot of question marks, weirdly enough, about this duo going into today, because it's like, what version of Peterbot and Pollo are we going to get? Are we going to get the feared, the scared, the conditioning Peterbot and Pollo, the teams that run away? Or are we going to get the Peterbot and Pollo where you're kind of unsure what they're going to do when they go into a fight? I suppose the good news for them this weekend and now today is that they do have a lot of contestation around them, so they will be able to make those aggressive plays. They'll be able to third party, and I think that's really going to play into their favor.
Let's go ahead and talk about those performances from Peterbot and Pollo that kind of really haven't been Peterbot and Pollo as 7th in Major 1 finals. Even though they got 7, right, we kind of expect them to win. They didn't win, so we're kind of like disappointed. 7th is still very, very good, but Pete, he still had the most damage done, still had the best damage ratio. So individually speaking, like both of these guys are still performing very, very well. Obviously that was back in Major number 1. Kind of talking about this weekend though, Mini, you know, looking towards the upper bracket, I feel like they started out pretty slow and, you know, kind of coming into Sunday, I was like, yeah, man, we didn't really get to see much. So I went back, I looked at their matches and I was like, wait a minute. They had a 12 elim second. And I didn't even remember it, man. Like, where does this stuff come from? This is why you can never count them out. It doesn't look like they're going to be doing good this weekend, but the duo just has so much potential. Like Zeke mentioned, like you mentioned, it's just a big question mark of what version of the duo we're going to get.
It's just so uncharacteristic for them because especially us on the desk, the whole buzz around the arena, it's all like Peterbot Pollo, especially going into the last couple of global championships. They've kind of flown under the radar a lot, and I think that's why they've sort of ended up uncontested. They haven't really been talked about enough, I suppose, in these competitions because, as you can see, in individual games, in these individual moments, they are still that Peterbot and Pollo.
Oh, man, I like to hear that. We'll have to see. And guess what? Frankie's standing by with the duo right now. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, guys. That was an interesting thought from Mini Miner. Mini Miner was just saying he's not sure if people aren't contesting you today because not because they're scared of you, but because they've just potentially underestimated you, Pete. Do you feel a bit forgotten?
Nah, I definitely don't feel forgotten. We are uncontested for a reason today, and we're gonna win.
So what happens if someone does come and visit you at Squibbly today, Pollo?
I mean, be prepared to be contested either way at this tournament, so I think we'll be fine.
And do you like the fact that there's so much infighting going on around you? You've got a lot of contested duos surrounding you. Is the plan to literally go and spoil all of their days?
I mean, I don't want to say too much, but I guess we'll see.
We'll definitely see. We've got 8 games to see you guys get the job done. In terms of your duo right now, how close do you think you're being to being back as the Peterbot and Pollo we know from 2024?
I think this tournament will prove to everyone what we already know, that we're the best team in the world. So.
But do you think you do have something to prove? Because 7th in the recent NA Major 1 finals, you came 15th on LAN at the Global Championships last year, which is uncharacteristic for you, Pete. Do you feel like you've been slightly humbled, or do you feel like you're 100% Pete right now?
I'm 100% me right now. I'm definitely gonna win this tournament.
Okay, well, it's committed to camera. Pete's saying it. These guys definitely winning the tournament, Zeke.
Frankie, I'm down. Listen, I'm a Peterbot Pollo fan. All right, I'm down. But like you guys called out that question mark, right? I feel like this is a very critical moment for the duo. They're either going to come out and they're going to, let's say, win. Let's say even be in the top 10, or they're going to fall. Maybe they miss that top 15. Going to lose a ton of aura, right? This is a really critical moment for them.
Man, Pete and Pollo outside of the top 15. I don't even know if that's within the realm of possibilities. I really do like the answer, though, right? Kind of the adversary that they were kind of facing coming into the weekend, but that made them prepared for so many different situations. I feel like they just look too good to place outside of top 15. I mean, what the heck?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll place top 15. I just like the way that they conducted themselves in that interview right there. It was just, you know, I think it's very easy in this game, in esports and sports and things like this, to let that outside noise affect you. They seem to be inside their own world. They seem to be inside their own bubble. They still believe that they are the best team in the world. They have good reason to believe that as well. In terms, on paper, in terms of, you know, fragging ability, they are that team, so they can prove it.
Okay, dude, I want to see them. I'm down. I'm sure this crowd will be down for the two. I wanted to pivot here, come back to EU. So I feel like a duo that's maybe flying. It's hard to kind of quantify this. Is it like a dark horse? Is it underrated? Are they overperforming? It's Darm and Demish, right? Like, it's weird that there is so many duos that we kind of highlight or being talked about, but then it's like, hey, wait, these guys won, quote unquote, upper bracket. So like, why are we not talking about them?
Man, gear up. If you're not sure of this duo's history, gear up and get ready to hear this, because these guys kind of took the scene by storm. Just starting last year, they made their first FNCS finals, and where did they place Midi? Instantly coming right out of the gate, 5th place. They followed it up with a 3rd place, a 17th. Then they got 6th place at a LAN event. Are you kidding me? Just like a couple months ago, you made it to your first FNCS finals, then you placed 6th place, and then started off major #1 this year. They did go ahead and finish 7th place. So this duo has shown that they are just so consistent when it comes to these types of lobbies that I feel like we had to kind of talk about them as one of the favorites to place in the top 5. Yeah, and the main storyline for these guys going into EU was that they didn't have a drop spot. Every single time they went to different drop spots, they just, you know, they still did well. And I suppose that's the narrative about these guys, is that they switch drop spots a lot, and when you say that about a team, it's like, oh, they can't find a drop. You usually think, yeah, they've been performing bad. They haven't been doing good, so they're trying to find what fits. Every single time they go to different drop spots, they're still doing good. They're so adaptable. It's unbelievable. I don't know how they do it. Even in upper bracket, they switched over to the west side of the map towards that treetop terrace, or where that treetop terrace area used to be. And I was actually speaking to their coach, Sven, and interestingly enough, online, Darm has a lot of packet loss. Where he lives, his internet is not that great. So when he's playing in game, he's actually struggling to move around the map. So really interesting dynamic and really interesting expectation here, because Darm, no longer on packet loss, on LAN, 0 ping, and with the calmness that Demish must have had, because, I mean, I was speaking to Sven about it as well, that, of course, Darm struggling with that packet loss. Demish has to keep his cool as well, because imagine your teammate can't move, you know, internet issues. He has to keep his cool as well. So now, with that sort of problem out of the way on this 0 ping LAN server, look out. These guys could be here to play.
Darm Unchained, ready to strike at this lobby and kind of say, hey, you guys weren't talking about me this weekend. You made a mistake. Well, guess what? Frankie is, that's right, standing by with them.
Thank you, guys. Darm, remind us what happened to your original drop spot, because we're talking about how in the major finals you didn't really have anywhere to go. So what happened? How did you end up in that situation?
I mean, it's literally got deleted 1 week before Grands, and we had just to improvise. We landed on 5 different spots, and we managed to do top 7. I think it's a really good placement.
It's a great placement, given that you had to switch things up. So how did you find the right spot for you this weekend? Because you're uncontested right now.
Well, we tried like almost every single spot on the map, and Tip Top was the best for us.
Was it also the best for you because people didn't want to fight you for it?
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty good, so there is no point to fight us.
But you did come first in the upper bracket a couple of days ago. But do you think that is because you weren't contested?
Yeah, but I think that's because we are the best.
Okay, because this is the thing, right? On paper, you guys are the best. Winning the upper bracket, recently you qualified to the Reload Elite Series finals in 1st place. You came 6th at the Global Championships last year. This team has got everything going for it. So why aren't people talking about you as the favorites?
We're just underdogs. That's all I can say.
I want to hear from you as well, Dom. You had thoughts on this.
I mean, I think we're gonna prove that we are not underdogs anymore.
I think you are. Polska Gurum. Let's head back to the desk.
Right. Like, the thing is, we can't even really call them underdogs. Like, they're not underdogs if they're winning. It's such a weird spot to be in, but I really do have high hopes for the duo, and I hope that for themselves, they can show this lobby what is up. Now, obviously, coming into this weekend, really important, not only coming out of that major, but even being here in some of the practice games to kind of say, like, hey, look, you know who we are. We want to have and claim a POI or a spot on the map, because being uncon, especially now, is critical.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of hear it from them themselves. They kind of feel like they are the underdogs, but they are very, very willing and proud to go ahead and admit, like, hey, listen, we're going to prove everybody wrong. We're ready to be considered, you know, favorites going into the rest of the year. I'm looking forward to it.
They just haven't won. They just need that win, I think, just to sort of solidify their spot as not underdogs, because they're always going to be that team. They're always sort of thought of in the shadow of Cami and Seti being that Polish duo. This is the new sort of blood coming through in Poland. So really excited to see how they can do. And if they can win here this weekend, what a way to mark your spot.
I love it. I love it. Okay, Viv, we got to do it. We got to let the Fortnite fam know. You've been cooking up in the lab, okay? You've been looking at the map. You've been seeing some things. Talk us through it.
It's nothing too crazy, but I want to go ahead and coin this conversation, the cons and the uncons of a format that we have here at Summit, because one of the biggest conversations coming into the weekend was how NA on NA it kind of felt when we were talking about all of the drop spots. It was like, dude, like, oh my gosh, man, NA has no hope at this event. And then, boom, all of a sudden, we've got Acorn and Bolts uncontested. They were supposed to be contested by Yamzo and Josh, but they've gone ahead and switched Cold and Rapid. They had multiple teams kind of thinking about landing on them. Tyler and Chance, Basin and Gerald, they're not going to be landing over here anymore, so Cold and Rapid are looking good. Shadow and Virgo, a team that was kind of peeking over towards this drop spot. Darman Damus, FKS and Hero, they look like they're going to be uncut now. And then obviously we know the story of Peterbot and Pollo with Clicks and Higgs and Savage and Bello. So all of these kind of NA teams last second ended up being uncontested. And I was kind of walking around. I've been browsing socials, browsing the creator setups over there, and I feel like the predictions in terms of like top 10, who's going to win the event, have changed dramatically. You know, if we take a look at the predictions, what they were looking like 3 days ago.
Yeah, I feel like it's sort of less one-dimensional now. We've got so many more names you can throw into the hat, because being uncontested, especially on this stage, is going to be so valuable for these teams in this current situation. And again, like we spoke about earlier, having those last-minute adaptations, those last-minute adjustments, even just to in your favor, is going to make a difference as well. Even if you thought you were going to be contested, now you're uncontested, you do have to play things a little bit differently. So although it seems like a clear path for them to win, it's like, yes, look at these guys, they're back in the mix. They still need to play it right, and that's where we're going to have to see them this weekend.
Absolutely. All right, we've talked about the uncons of the event. Let's go ahead and talk about the cons of a format like this, right? Because all those teams that were contesting those other teams had to go somewhere else, right? We talked about Yamzo and Josh potentially contesting Acorn and Bolt, so where the heck did they go? Hari and Cammy, man, how good did they look in the upper bracket? But now that they're going to be contested, I'm not entirely sure. We still have a very similar situation, or the exact same situation that we kind of expected over at Sandy. I'm sure Kanata and Victor V, I was going to say they probably don't feel too good about that, but I feel like they played so well in the upper bracket, maybe they are happy about it.
Yeah, they could be more than happy about that. They're sort of used to being this off-spawn situation. They're definitely more than comfortable being contested. And even down towards the south side as well, Akira Kurama against Phantom and QNDX. I'm not sure that's going to keep going like that throughout the entire 8 games. We saw Akira and Kurama landing up towards that south side of Frigid. I think if things don't go so well for them down there against Phantom QNDX, I think they might go back up. So go back to that uncontested map, Shadow Virgo. They might have that surprise contest station as well. That could play into the favor of Phantom and QNDX as well, especially if Curve and Veno start lurking around in that south side. You never know what's going to happen.
This guy's always trying to stir the pot, man. You know, my favorite Shadow and Virgo. I love those guys. You're like, well, maybe they could be landed on, man. Who knows what's going to happen? 8 games for us to kind of find out. I'm excited.
I'm excited, Viv, because it's that time. We got to start bringing the players in, having them board up on that battle bus. So, Frankie, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. There are just 8 games remaining before we find out who will be lifting the trophy in the center of the stage. The first ever FNCS Major Summit champions. Everyone wants it to be them. The player lounge is full of nervous players. They're starting to make their way down and queue up to meet their fate on the stage behind me. In the end, there can be only one team that tops the summit. So Düsseldorf, please give these players your everything. Make some noise!
You can go big or you can go home, but we all know that Vico and Malafuka are ready to take on the world.
It's Cassie and Damo. You might have counted them out, but look at them now. OCE, this is your chance.
They rose from the depths, and now Lewa and Romero are aiming to surface as champions.
duo, Yamso and Josh. They dominated the second chance. They made it through Lord. It's now or never, boys.
Having already won a game on the big stage, Cringe and Twine know exactly what it takes to come out on top.
It's the NA West champ, Victor V and Kanata. Triple contestant day one wasn't a problem. Now we run it back with everything on the line.
The Polish powerhouse, Dorm and Demish. Nobody is safe with these two in the lobby. They want to win it all.
One of EU's finest, Yevko and Panther. They made contestants looking easy. With everything on the line today, can they make history?
Coming through from the upper bracket, Resigns and Tinko. Way to put OCE on the map.
They have the crowd on their side today. It's Champ and Flixie. With 1 day left, they have to make it count.
Now, got a bit of advice for all of you watching in Düsseldorf. Never keep a lady waiting, but you know what? It's going to be worth the wait because I'm standing by Tinker and Resign's booth. I'm just waiting for them to join me on stage. Come on, boys. I thought we'd made arrangements to meet. Come, Tinker, Resigns. Congratulations on making it to Championship Sunday. Neither of you have placed inside a top 20 before on LAN. How do you feel about your chances today?
Well, we're contested off spawn. If we win our off spawns, I think we could do really well today.
So how much have you been practicing those off spawns?
Oh, every single day, like we're botting, we're super locked in. Like, this is an easy 8-0.
An easy 8-0. Oh my goodness, there must be so many Australian fans watching you at home saying, yeah, we're Aussie and we're gonna do this. Do you have any messages for your friends, your family, people watching around the world?
Just thank you for supporting me and just, I'll do you proud, I guess.
I think you will. I think you already have, boys. Please take your seats, get ready, because we've got to head over to 11-2K with Victor V and Kanada.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Vic, I mean, day one, you came in, you told me you were feeling confident, you were feeling good. You had a different swagger about you. Are you feeling that again here today?
Bro, obviously, I'm feeling more today, especially I know me and Kanata, we've been practicing this whole week. Kanata's got some strats cooked up, bro. I've been warming up in the practice room. Bro, we're ready.
Nada, a lot of people had questions going into day one. It looked like a messy situation. You guys made it look clean, simple, easy. What's the key to replicating that today?
I mean, the problem with me is that I get things done, you know what I'm saying? So even if I'm triple con, if I'm getting grief, I'm gonna make the best out of the situation and try to do my best to win.
Are you walking away with a trophy today, though? That's the question.
We're gonna have to find out sooner or later.
I believe in you. I believe in you, Vic. I spoke to your dad, and he said even he was surprised by the confidence you had as far as, you know, you being able to big up yourself today. What do you have to say to the fans, everybody that wants to see you have, you know, a big performance today?
Just wait, you know, if you wanted to see that, you've come to the right place.
Short but sweet, short but sweet. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you so much, guys. Representing Argentina, we have Lua and Romero. And Lua, what an incredible performance here at your first LAN. You're making it look easy, is it?
Yeah, I think. Like, we played not that good, but one game, just enough.
I mean, you played so well, though. You're uncontested today. Chap and Flixie, they don't want to go up against you.
I don't know why. Maybe they lose.
Oh, maybe they lose. Maybe they've learned from experience. And Romero, thank you so much for joining us here in Düsseldorf. I hope you're having a great time. And I hope you could tell your friends at home, watching, everyone supporting you, how you're feeling about today.
Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí y que o si tienes algún mensaje para tus fans aquí en el estadio y también pues en Argentina.
Bueno, más que nada agradecerle a todos los que vinieron acá, que hay gente que vino a bancarnos a nosotros, así que eso. A la gente Gorilón, Didi, todo lo que se están encargando del stream, que nos están haciendo la banca y nada. Quiero decirle que vinimos preparados y que vamos a dar pelea.
First, to all the fans here in the arena, thank you. It means so much to have your support. To Gorilon, Didi over there in the co-streamer area. Also, it just means a lot to have them cheering, and just super, super thankful for all the fans supporting us.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Good luck today. Let's bring on the next teams.
They say the past can determine your future, but today, Thomas HD and Focus will control their own fate towards champions.
Rapping you, it's Cringe and Moco. With the top 7 and a win in day 1, these guys are looking primed up. They have to make it count.
Total underdogs, but their bark matches their bite. Liam and Jace, let's see how far you go.
One of Asia's best, it's LB, Works, and Bond. Today they look to make history and win it all for their region.
Against all odds, they still made it back. It's Mini Bio and Buffoon. Scrappy but calculated. It's time to take over.
A new day, it's Acorn and Bolt. A twisted mind paired with a young star. These guys are looking to shine bright at the end of the day.
The hardest vein is Messiahs and Scary tonight here in Germany. Give them a performance to remember.
It's Nutty and Gantetta. Winning a game to qualify to Sunday must feel good. Time to repeat that here on the big stage.
A duo built in the final hour, but Kiduo and Warings have already proven they're capable of overcoming any obstacles.
No practice, no problem. Swizzy and Pixie will always find a way to show exactly why they're at the top.
Kiduro and Warwick are making their way over to me now. It's a long walk past the fans here in Germany. Warwick's representing France. He's got the Gentlemates fans. I hope they'll take him under their wing this weekend. And of course, Kiduro, he's representing himself and he's representing Germany today. This is the thing about Kiduro. Kiduro wasn't even meant to be playing. He was a backup player. He found himself drafted in at the last moment, and now we get to talk to him. Kiduro, what was your reaction to being asked to play in your home country at the last minute?
I mean, I was just happy. To be fair, I was playing a different game, but when Verix DM'd me to play, I was like, yeah, I'd closed a different game and I just started playing with him.
Why did you want to choose Kiduro?
Why I choose him? Like, I think he's really good. Like, he have good IGL. Like, he can do good things actually. And I'm here for real, like actually. So.
Well, this is interesting because you don't even like IGLing that much. I call you the reluctant IGL, but you're so good at it.
I mean, you just gotta do what you gotta do. I don't like it, but I have to.
Well, you make it look easy, and I can't let you go without asking about this. What is this?
I can take in English?
Of course, bien sûr.
Bon les gars, je suis là pour gagner, hein, vous le savez tous les frères. Faites-moi un maximum de bruit les frères s'il vous plaît les gars, allez hein.
For the guys, we're gonna get the win. That's how I can sum it up in English for you guys watching at home. Let's head over to Levin.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with Acorn and Bolt. Acorn, I'm not gonna lie. Every time we have seen you so far at this event, you just look so cool, calm, and collected. What do you know that we don't, man? Today's a big day.
I'm ready. That's all you gotta know.
I mean, Bolt, you told me on day one, Acorn is the best IGL, and from the way you play, you clearly believe that. What do you have to do today to show everybody that you are one of the best fraggers, if not the best fragger out there?
I just gotta play off Acorn and hit my shots.
Acorn, 4th place, day one. It feels like when people predict you guys in tournaments, they put a cap on you. You don't see too many people saying Acorn and Bolt are gonna come out and win things. How are you gonna prove them wrong, and how do you look to take the victory today?
You know, we're just gonna play our game, we're gonna work to our strengths, and we're gonna make it happen.
Good luck today, boys. Sending it back to Frankie.
Hello, Germany, or should that be Guten Tag? I found some German players. We had to talk to you guys because Cringe and Volko, the fact that you're here in the upper bracket, it must be so exciting.
Yeah.
It's your first land.
Yeah, it's my first LAN. I'm really excited. The crowd is amazing. I mean, it's a lot of Germans, you know, it's home soil, so I'm having a lot of fun.
And I think you're going to have a lot of fun today because you're uncontested. Does that mean that endgame is a guarantee?
I think our game plan is really good. I think we will make 7 or 8 games today, so I'm pretty confident in our game plan, and we work on our end games as well, so I think it's gonna be good.
And Volko, is there anything you'd like to say to this crowd?
Ich mache auf Deutsch. Danke an alle, ne? Alle Deutschen, die hier sind, und zu Hause, seid alle die Besten. Und ja, mal schauen, was wird, ne?
Dankeschön, guys. I'm going to say choose to these guys because we're going to bring on more duos.
Chance to win it all, so make sure that you take it.
Two of NA's best, Agers and Ritual. Night and day performances so far, they look to catch fire and hoist that trophy.
They already shared they want to win it all, and with the way Tiggs and Danikush are playing, they might just make it.
From Brazil, Teus and King VR. Through the fire and flames after this weekend, there can only be one true king.
A total dark horse of the lobby, Minority and Darkos are paving their own way to the trophy.
The NA champs, Benno and Bird. 2 region wins are not enough because guys are looking to dominate the global stage.
Welcome back, Rainy and Nalu. Today's forecast sunny and bright. Let's see what you've got.
Sometimes all you need is a chance. And Tyler, you can never count these guys out because that's when they become dangerous.
There's predictions and then there's guarantees. And one thing's for sure, Shadow and Virgo are ready to take the crown.
Gentle, it's Akira and Kurama. They have the entire arena on their side today as they look to win it all.
I'm over here with Tiggs and Danikush. For me, you are the revelation of this entire event. How did it feel to play on 0 ping yesterday?
It was really good, it was good, we played good, I'm happy.
You played more than good. Second in consistency, constantly going for that high ground. Did you expect to take to this so easily?
I mean, we didn't thought it will be easy, but going to 0 ping really showed us what we are capable of. We were just flying out there, doing everything we want in the way we want it, and that gave us the confidence we needed for today.
The thing is, though, you were uncontested yesterday, but now you're going to be contested by Reason and Noah. It's going to be a lot harder to get off spawn and play the game you want. Are you prepared for a fight?
Of course we are, we practiced it a lot. Not gonna lie, there's a lot of pressure playing out of here in the big stage, but the thing is, we love playing out the pressure, and the crowd here makes it even better. So you guys remember, Fortnite is a game, and today it's game time.
It is game time, and you know who else it's game time for? Agers and Ritual.
Yes, indeed. They are ready for game time. Richie, we have to talk about day one, because it didn't go how people were expecting it to go for you guys. What went wrong on that day that has to go right today?
I just think our off spawn was a little messy, but you know, we watched it back, did good in lowers, and now we're here today.
I mean, you did really good in lowers. Agers, you guys talked about how yesterday it felt like you could play your game, and it just felt completely different. What about that day just really made it feel that way, and how are you going to make sure you have that same feeling today?
Yeah, I think we were just trying to get back in the flow of playing again with the contested, and me not feeling the best on the first day. It kind of messed with us a bit, so now we're back to playing and how we normally do.
Richie, you guys know better than anyone on this stage what it takes to compete for championships. What about you two together is the difference maker that will help you lift that trophy?
I just think our chemistry is very good, and our vibes are always at the top, and that's all you need to win.
Hey, said simply, Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you so much, guys. I had to grab a new French duo to land. We've got Dark Horse and Minori. Dark Horse, do you feel like you had to play things safe to qualify for today?
We're gonna do our best, and we're gonna try to qualify.
Well, what you did was good enough to make it here. What's the plan today?
We're gonna play our game plan like we play usually, and try our best.
You're going to try your best. Do you think you need to be more aggressive, fight more to make it to the top?
Oh, I don't think so. I think we just have to play with our game and that's it.
Are you enjoying LAN? Is it fun here?
Yes.
Of course, bien sûr. Yeah, absolutely. It's fun. We're having the best time. And you know what? We need some more duos to join the party. EU superstar Sharkantini. It's been wonky, but will they rise to the top for Champions View of Summit?
Repping NA, Cole and Madden. These guys continue to prove everyone wrong. Destiny just might be on their side.
Prime to win any race, the Italian Stallions, Belusi and Zangi are charging straight for first place.
Get loud for Reed and Cooper. They battled through a contested fight once. Now with everything on the line, can they do it again?
Everyone counted them out, but they forced their way in. It's Oceana's Alex and Reckless.
EU's number 2 team. EU's number 2 team, Chino and Pablo. With global spots on the line today, they don't look to slow down anytime soon.
Brimming with confidence, Grace and Kingaling, your future looks bright after yesterday's win in Game 3.
They showed up to play, it's Izzy and Nosif. Top 4 yesterday earned their spots in finals. Today, they can earn a legacy with a win.
Full steam ahead for QNDX and Phantom. Finals is here, and now it's time to truly show out.
Dusseldorf stand! Two of the hometown heroes are here to claim their crown.
QNDX and Phantom are on their way to meet me at their booth. And this is a duo who are literally running to meet me. Phantom, it's okay, conserve your energy because let's face it, you need it for the win today, right?
I do need the energy. I mean, the crowd's amazing. I think we're gonna win at least 2 games today, so let's hope it works.
This is your first LAN. What gives you so much confidence?
I mean, I've been playing this game for 9 years now, competing for that long. It's the first time I can show the world how good I am. And I'm gonna show it today.
I can't wait to see it. I've got to talk to your teammate. QNDX, this is not your first LAN. We first met a few years ago, but how does this LAN compare?
I think they're both really, really good. So much exciting to compete in front of all of the fans. Let's go!
Do you feel like you're a stronger player than when we saw you in 2023?
Definitely, way better. They are not ready for this performance.
I'm so ready to see the Middle East team standing up this time round, but we've got to head back to North America with Reet and Cooper.
Thank you, Frankie. I'm standing here with Reet and Cooper. Reet, we have seen a lot of back and forth between you and Ages about your off-spawn situation today. Is it fair to say it's gotten personal?
No, I wouldn't say we got that far yet, but we've definitely on the verge. But I think for now, we talked it out. You know, I think things have calmed down a little bit. I think we're thinking with our heads clear. So I think we're both going to do our best and see how it goes. And maybe depending on how the first few games go, things might change. But for now, I think things are good.
Sounds like you're ready if things ain't going to plan to heat up the off-spawn a bit more.
Maybe.
Cooper, again, you know what it feels like to lift up a trophy on a stage like this one. Coming into this day, do you feel similar to how you felt back in 2023 when you lifted the trophy with Miro?
Honestly, a little bit. You know, I'm going to this tournament with no expectations, no pressure. I'm just out here to have fun, you know, being contested. It's a lot of a different game, but, you know, I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck, boys off spawn. I really need to hear from Vidil and Judo, Frankie. The crowd was going crazy for them.
They are. Düsseldorf say hello to Vidil and Ju. Ju, you tweeted last night. You nearly gave up on this game. Things were not going your way. But now here you are, on LAN, in Championship Sunday, with a crowd chanting your name. What does this moment mean to you?
I mean, I can't describe it in one word. It's been amazing support. Dankeschön an alle Deutschen, die hier sind und supporten. Ihr seid die Besten. Dankeschön.
And do you think that what you've experienced is a lesson for others to never give up on their dreams?
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Like, don't give up on your dreams. You can make it. Like, I was no one. Now I'm playing with Vidil on the main stage. I mean, life is amazing. Thank you.
Life must be amazing when you're playing with this man. Vidil, what would you like to say to your fans?
Ihr seid die Besten, ich liebe euch. Guckt euch mal an, ihr seid die Besten, ich schwöre.
You're lost for words, aren't you? How unbelievable is it to know that so many people want the best for you and they want you to lift that trophy?
Bro, I don't know. I'm about to cry. I can't believe this. It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know. Like,
take a moment.
Thank you for being here. No cap. Like,
take a moment, guys. Get ready. You know you have the crowd on your side, and right now, let's meet our final duos.
The sky's the limit, and Scroll's only been going one direction since the year started. Up.
Give it up for Epic Rail and Pump. With 8 FNCS championships combined, this is a dangerous duo you can't count out.
Yesterday, they saved the best for last, but today, Hobby and Avinish are looking to pop off from the start. Let's get it.
Pressure burst punch or makes diamonds, and for Picks and Ghosts, they're looking to shine bright today.
Middle East FNCS champions, they rose to the challenge of qualing in day one. Bakusan Hero Finals is yours to crush.
The brothers, Peter Buck and Boyo, they've already dominated global land once, and they look to take over this one as well.
They overcame the pressure for their seat in today's competition. Golden and Ozone, show us what you've got.
Feel the breeze, it's cold and rapid. Winning a game in upper bracket today looked easy. For the lobby to stack, can they do it again?
The final stretch is about to begin, and Skyjump and Bombsy, they're aiming to bring the trophy back home.
The crowd loves it. O'Reilly. It's not going to be easy, so they look to feed off the energy to win it all.
Scroll, the numbers are saying that this is yours to take. It's yours to lose right now because you're the favorites in this competition. Do you feel like it's your time?
Hopefully, we practiced the whole week, and I think it's going to be maybe the time.
Benno was saying in an interview earlier this week that no one seems to have tried to counter you in Europe online. Do you feel like that could change today?
Yeah, I mean, we prepared for it in Grand, so with no one doing it, we're going to be even more prepared for it today.
So that means that we haven't seen everything from you yet.
Not at all.
Well, we've got 8 games to see it. Let's head to 11.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with Rapid and Cold. You guys have quickly emerged as favorites coming out of NA. Rapid, I was talking to you backstage, and I could see you talking to Pete. It sounded like he was trying to get in your head a little bit, trying to rattle you, throw you off your game. How do you stay cool, calm, and collected?
I'm not gonna lie, I just ignore him.
Nothing you can say can get to you?
No.
Cold, earlier this year, when you and Rapid first formed, it wasn't instant, great results. I remember him saying he didn't feel like the chemistry was quite there yet. Here on the stage today, is your chemistry where it needs to be to lift that trophy?
Oh, 100%. You guys saw we won the last Div Cup, and we're going to win this tournament right here.
Every time you step on this stage, everybody's expecting a legendary Cold performance. How are you feeling going into the competition? Do you feel like anybody on the stage can mess with you at all?
Nah, nobody can mess with me. I hope you all know that.
Hey, whenever Cold speaks, you gotta listen. But I wanna hear from the fan favorites. Frankie, take over.
Thank you so much, Levin. Reason. What was your reaction when you qualified through the upper bracket for today?
I mean, in our opinion, it was pretty expected. We wanted to qual. We knew we had the preparation for it. We were putting in the work, and we just wanted to do it because it's the home stage, you know.
Are you prepared to be contested today, though?
Yeah, we already practiced a lot, but it is what it is. We'll do what we can, and yeah.
And I know that the crowd are going to be on your side. Noah, what's it like to have these guys in your corner?
Hey, vielen Dank an alle, die hier sind. Mach mal Lärm!
Reason, it feels fitting that we leave the last words with you. All around this arena, people have been chanting your name, playing your map, wearing your t-shirts, and getting so excited for you. But what do you want to say to them?
I mean, I'm going to say it in German. Ich danke an alle, ihr seid alle die Besten, egal wen ihr von uns supportet, egal ob es an der oder nicht. Ich liebe euch alle. And I want to say a special shout out as well to Faxity and especially Savage, to the Savage community. I'm doing this all for him and my viewers at home and here. Yeah, and yeah, I love you all. Ich liebe euch alle.
Best of luck, guys. Please, one more time, as we head back to the desk, give it up for Noah and Reason.
Oh man, it is going to be insane. I am so hyped, Vivid. I am so hyped. So many teams coming out here. And I love, too, that we kind of get to see a little bit of their personality, right, as they start to come out through these stage. Unfortunately, the camera missed it, my favorite one. As Pete kind of comes down up on the steps, he starts rubbing his hands together, he looks up, Faxity gets up, starts swinging his shirt around, bro. I'm excited, dude. I'm excited.
I mean, there is no question who Pete's biggest fan in the stadium is. Look at that. He's over there. I see you back swinging that shirt once again. But it's cool to hear from all of the players. I think my favorite response there had to be Rapids, right? Levin kind of stirring the pot a little bit, or at least trying to. Hey, man, hey, Pete's trying to get into your head. You know, what do you have to do? He's like, dude, I just don't even listen. Like, was he talking to me? I don't know.
Yeah, same with Reed Cooper as well, asking about the off-spawn, how are things going to go, is it personal? They're putting all that aside. They're thinking, right, okay, this is the current situation. We're contested. If things don't go well, we'll go to plan B, we'll go to plan C. They're not letting all that outside noise affect them, which is very easy to do on a big stage like this.
Yeah, I mean, I even think back to like the Vidil part, right, where we got to talk with him and him getting emotional, hearing the fans kind of go crazy. You know, now more than ever with 8 games, right? So we're kind of used to the more traditional 6. We now have 8 games. We have to try and do this all in one go. And like you say, we've got this crowd. We now have a ton of expectations. We have a bunch of pressure. We have a stacked lobby. How do we focus through that?
It's really, really hard.
Yeah.
It is just super, super hard. Every single player is going to have their own form of kind of reset, right? Something that they kind of resort back to, a thought maybe, some sort of breathing technique. I know a couple of our players were very, very persistent on the idea like, hey, listen, man, I need gum. I need to be chewing gum when I'm up there on the stage.
Yeah.
Right? Just all of those little things. It's going to be different for every single one of these players, which is why we always talk about the importance of experience, because if you have been up on a stage like this before, you know what works for you.
Yeah, and I suppose coming into this, right, everything is new for these players. A lot of players will have the first time experience. It's a different environment to what you're used to. You're on a different desk, you're in front of a massive crowd, you're on a stage, you got lights, you got cameras. All that stuff is brand new. You're not used to that. But as soon as they sit in that seat and their eyes lock in that monitor, it's back to normal. It's just Fortnite. They've got to try and lock into that and try and drown out everything else. I've never been on a stage like that. Vivid, you've had the pleasure of doing it. It must be really, really difficult to do that, but they have to do it. Just go back to what you know, stick to the plans, and don't let anything else affect you.
Yeah, I had a moment not too long ago to hop on a Cypher PK stream, and that's something we talk about, right, is when you come back to a LAN environment, it can be difficult, right? It really can. I think from an outside looking in, you know, you can think, well, why aren't these players performing like I watch them at home? Well, dude, it really is that comfort zone, right? Yeah. There is so many of these tiny little factors, and it could just be one thing, right? That mouse being just a little too slow, that mouse pad not being quite long enough. Guys, I would love to ask you, though, obviously, as we start getting ready to board this battle bus, let's talk about predictions. Viv, who do you think could walk away? What are your top 5?
I can't believe you've done this to me, Zeke. First of all, only limited me to 5 teams.
I'm sorry!
Brother, I could have picked like 10 different duos that I think could possibly come first this weekend. It is seriously impossible, but I had to make a choice. Zeke forced me. So my top 5 for this weekend, who I think is going to place where, first and foremost, it hurt. It hurt not only put an EU team up there in first place, Sky and Scroll. I think they look way too good in Major number 1. I think the game plan that they have coming into the weekend, they talked about it. We know the adjustments that we have to make. We have some backup plans ready. Vico and Malabuka, again, an EU team there in second place. Here's the thing that scares me about Vico and Malabuka, is that we had this giant conversation around Vico being nervous, right? He woke up, he was like, dude, I'm a little bit nervous.
Yep.
He still played incredibly well day of. If we have Vico, who is an experienced person kind of coming into an environment like this, who is able to fully reset and still play well, I think they have to be a shoo-in for top 5. And then obviously I'm kind of rounding out my predictions with some NA teams, Cold and Rapid, now that they're uncontested. Way too good of a team to kind of place outside of the top 5 for me personally. Acorn and Bolts, also best IGL in the world as he's heard. And then I rounded my list out there with Curve and Venom, who a lot of people are kind of discounting. They're like, their strategy's not going to work on a stage like this. But I think Venom, he's always got something planned.
You never know what it's going to look like, right? And you're absolutely right. There was so many. It was really difficult, actually, to pick these top 5s that we came up with. And speaking of Vico right there, being nervous coming into it, we saw it on the cameras just a minute ago. What were they doing? They were like dancing. What they were doing. They're still doing it right now. Of course, I spoke to Vico yesterday. He likes to sing a little bit going into it, likes to calm his nerves, try and just get on the same wavelength as his team. But I want to talk about my top 5. A team that didn't feature in yours, Vivid, Shark and Teeny. I did do this before. I heard that they might be surprise contested by Epic Well and Pump, but I still think they can still do it. They proved that they can perform off spawn. Vico, Malabuka, too good of a team to not top 3, especially since their situation hasn't really changed too much in terms of contestation. And Sky and Scroll, you have to put them in there. They're going to be in that top 3 for me. And Acorn Bolts as well, of course. Darm and Dimash, very, very similar lists, I suppose you could say in that regard, because you can't ever count out Acorn. And Acorn in that upper bracket, then you have 2 bad games. They had some pretty unfortunate zones as well. A lot of those zones were pulling down to that south. So it just seemed like they got better throughout the day at actually dealing with those south zones. So as an EU fan, if I put my EU bias hat on, I'm kind of scared of Acorn and Bolts. They could be lifting that trophy at the end because they are just that good. And Acorn is just that good at leading.
Guys, I'm so hyped. I just heard the call. The games are ready to go. Let's get ready, Fortnite fam. This is the first game of the finals. Jacob PR, the best taco, and Levin 2K. Over to you.
This is it, the moment you guys have been waiting all weekend for. Championship Sunday. One team will be crowned the best in the world for this moment. 15 global championship spots and over $1 million in prize money.
Yeah, I mean, we're making eye contact right now, but Levin, all of these teams, they're aiming to go straight to the top with you, big fella. And I mean, it's exciting to think about the fact that they've had a couple of days now to prepare, but for some of these duos, the ones coming out of that lower bracket, they are going to have a little bit less time to adjust, but they still gotta make it happen.
Absolutely, but I think when you look at the way the games played out yesterday, so much to learn. I think there's so many duos who, I think coming into the competition, we might not have even really been expecting much out of them, but they have showed up yesterday. It's about doing it today, though.
Yeah, and honestly, coming to this 3-day format, day 1, nobody gets eliminated. It kind of leaves you thinking, where's the entertainment going to be? It was entertaining as can be. Any other event we've seen so far. Day 2, where 25 teams were sent home. Heartbreaking moment, but again, it was cinema. And now we're here, 8 games instead of 6. And what does that do? What do you think that does to some of these players?
I mean, it's a long haul. I think the big difference is we've seen so many tournaments over the years where day 1, you get the opportunity to reset, you get to watch some games back, jump into the next day. It's a completely different meta tournament feeling. You only get the halftime break today, Jacob Tackle. I mean, it is not much time to play with.
Yeah, and that's part of the difficulties behind it, right? Because typically you'd anticipate having that little bit of extra time for review, maybe a fill-in slot, you know, even some of the other pros willing to help assist. But now you have to question, was it worth me actually helping out some of these other teams? Because what if they decide, hey, my off-spawn isn't going well, but I know what makes yours better, so why not challenge it?
Yeah, and that kind of makes me wonder, you know, we've seen superstar teams take over games and begin to run away with it. And now with 2 extra games, there's kind of that comeback potential. It's almost that mental stamina a lot of these teams and individual players are going to be forced to really deal with at the end of the day. But I got to maybe ask you guys, we saw some predictions on the desk.
I knew it was coming.
Got any predictions for us here?
I mean, I feel like there's so many amazing teams who their Osborne situation looks favorable. They look like they could make great runs. I'm going to pick one from each region I'm really looking forward to. The first one from EU, I think Vico and Malabuka are looking good. Sneakily looking good in a way that I think a lot of people now are starting to look and say, that day 1 performance, Vico said he was nervous, they played with so much ease, and it was so impressive. And then on the NA side of things, Taco, I'm liking Cold and Rapid, man. Cold and Rapid. There's something about the aura about them that just inspires you.
It's something about the way they've been playing through 4 fields also. And when you think about a lot of the off-spawn contention that's taking place around them, they're one of the few teams on the outskirts of the map, but they still have an easier path inwards in comparison to those other duos surrounding them. Their surge opportunities are looking much more favorable. I'm right there with you. Cold and Rapid, 100% highlight for me. And now I'm just going to sound like a copycat because Vico and Malabuka would have been the sly underdog team that I'm kind of looking at too for EU, because so many people, I think, just have that dependency on the Peterbot Boyo storyline, them potentially being uncontested now at Squibbly. It's hard to ignore Shark and Teeny and everything they've been able to accomplish through the years so far. But Jacob, ultimately, it's hard to really dictate what happens throughout the journey of 8 games, and we just know that all of these duos are expecting something different.
Yeah, honestly, coming into this one, you guys probably saw on Fortnite Competitive, I was honest, instantly answered Cold and Rapid right out of the gates, and now watching all the action through the last 2 days, it almost has me scratching my head, because you mentioned Vico, Malabuka, Shark, and Teeny. They made it here through a contested wonky land, and now they're being able to play like themselves, a little bit more freedom, and then you even have Acorn and Bolts. I've never seen Acorn look so calm, cool, collected in my entire life. Bolt's looking confident as well. This one's gonna be hard to predict.
Yeah, I mean, Acorn and Bolts, I think the way that you put it, Levin, in that interview was really said best. Everybody seems to just cap these guys. It's always, yeah, they're going to be top 3, but it's going to be the 3rd place. Yeah, they're going to be top 5, but it's going to be the 4th or 5th place. It's never number 1. And all I can think about is reflecting back to even Chapter 5. So many people have always counted Acorn out, but historically speaking, he delivers in the moments that he says that he's going to.
And what a day and time it would be to really show the world that they are winners. No better stage to do it on than this one here. I think the interesting conversation when it comes to contested versus uncontested teams, though, is as much as we know historically you want to be uncontested, it gives you the best chance of success. We've seen some of the players on the stage have unbelievable performances while being contested. Shark and Teeny, to talk about them, ooh, are they going to get surprise contested? What's going to happen there? I think even if they are, we've seen what they can do to some of the best players in the world while being contested at Wonkyland.
And part of that, I think, is also just building off of the fact that it's the time to elimination. Duos that are able to find those quick frags off spawn, they're going to be the ones that ultimately establish their surge off rip, and then they can just pick their movements after the fact. And that's what we really saw out of Shark and Teeny in day 1. Sure, game number 1 didn't exactly go their favor, but they tried to play it through a different method. The moment that they actually got up close and personal, we saw what happened after.
Yeah, and it kind of leads me to kind of like the next question about, we are talking so heavy about that first place. That's what we came for, $1 million prize pool, of course, but the 15 global championship spots. So if you find yourself in game 7, game 8, probably out of distance for that first place, you still have something to fight for.
Absolutely. And I think the interesting thing about us having 8 games here for the first time is we always, in a 6-game format, have this understanding of when do we start to panic? When do we have to really turn things around? When are the games really and truly running out for us here? At this point, you're going to just have to get a feel for it, right? You might be at game 4, things aren't going well. You still have 4 more games. That's a lot of games to start to come back and get some points on the board. And so it's a learning experience for us. It's a learning experience for these players. But the best of the best will rise to the top as always.
And we know the margin of error when it came even just the top 25 throughout the past 2 days of competition was you're realistically looking at maybe 1-2 lobbies. That's all that's necessary to fill that void and close the gap. But here in an 8-game format, top 15, the margin of error is that much slimmer. And we've already seen just how quickly paranoia can kind of ensue when you're suddenly realizing, hey, game 1, not for me. Games 2 and 3, all of a sudden, oh no, I'm at game 4 and I'm still not off spawn.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of one of those things like game 1, you guys are talking about game 2. You know, Gino and Pablo, for example, a triple contested Sandy strip. They didn't necessarily play well in day 1. They fell to the lower bracket, right? Triple contested again at Sandy strip. But they had the 2 bad games in the beginning of the tournament and didn't necessarily go that well, but they were able to pick up the pace. I think as soon as these duos, these players are able to kind of play like themselves, comfortable, almost as if they're at home, that's when they're really going to find the success. And that's why I look at some of our veteran teams, the players that not only have been around Fortnite competitive for so long, but playing in person, playing at these lands, the Invitational, the Global Championship, even the Pro-Am kind of gets you that experience that you need to play on the big stage.
Absolutely, and I mean, we always talk about what's happening on the map, in the game. For a lot of these players, this crowd, their energy is going to be vital to success. They're going to need every single person in this building to be as loud as possible. So just to remind our players, people, Dusseldorf, make some noise!
I know you guys wanted more than, how are you going to let Levin be louder than all of you?
Dusseldorf, make some noise! Let's go alive.
They are fired up and ready to go. And honestly, I see why. You know, they got so many hometown heroes, players coming literally straight from Germany, playing on that big stage. And I've seen it throughout my many years watching Fortnite. When we go to these regions in person, their fandom is out of this world. I know everybody remembers the Global Championship, and this event here is going to be one to remember as well.
Absolutely. I mean, for so many of these players, game after game, it is just an otherworldly experience, being able to compete against the best. You look to your left, you look to your right, you look across the stage, and you see so many top players looking to do the exact same thing as you. I spoke to some of the players who are sitting at the top of the stage right next to a trophy. Some of them are saying, look, Levin, I mean, if we do well, it's not a long walk to go and pick it up. You don't want to watch another duo walk past you to lift that trophy up. You want to be the ones to look everybody in their eyes as you rise that trophy and put that crown on your head.
The first one is always so special. And granted, we have numerous Major 1 champions in the building participating in this competition here tonight, but everybody wants that moment of pride, the ultimate celebration, because you're not only confirming the trophy, but you're also establishing your seat for the Global Championship.
Yep, and I know we're still getting ready to go. You see the players on the stage, the stands. I even see a Mark on the co-string, just letting everybody feel that energy. And that's why I like these in-person events, because everybody can go ahead and type who their favorite player is. You can go ahead and be in those chats, but when you're in here in person, these players hear you screaming their name. They hear you being a part of it all. They hear you showing your passion and giving that energy. And this is that moment you guys have all been waiting for. This is Championship Sunday. 8 games of full Fortnite competitive action where only one team will be able to plant their flag at the top of that summit and call themselves one of the best teams in the world. Let's get into the game.
You've had your introductions. These players have now had all weekend, and they're finally ready to show us exactly how they plan to get the party started. So many off spawns being considered around the map. but which ones are actually going to build and which ones are going to depart in an instant, we'll get to find out.
We're already seeing Riptides. We knew it was going to be uncontested. Focus and Thomas. That is going to remain true. But one we know, triple contested. We've seen it back-to-back days. Sandy Strip. You see that right there. They marched somewhere else on that drop map. Already surprises coming out with Yomzo and Josh.
Yomzo and Josh, we know just how key these guys are going to be as far as impacting some of the top players in this lobby. Reason and Noah, looks like they're going to swerve. They don't want the smoke off spawn. They want to give themselves a better chance of having a good first game.
And this is part of just trying to win the mental battles. You don't want to be immediately eliminated. If you recognize we got beat to the punch, we're better off just trying to establish ourselves elsewhere. But it's going to be tough working with sticks and stones. We'll see how they come back. Chap Flixie, another team in a heavily contested area of the map. This south section over by New Sanctuary has been very busy all weekend.
Yep, we're already seeing a couple eliminations right off of the board, and it looks like Flixie was able to get that force bomb. Resigns is the first one that goes down. Flixie already starting off hot here, and he's looking to go back-to-back and wipe him off spawn completely.
And a perfect start to the tournament. Quick rivals to get the momentum going. Not going to be an easy team to go up against, but that is how you play things out of spawn.
It's also going to prevent other duos from being able to immediately get that third-party opportunity. But Ritual, Agers, disaster has struck here in Game 1 at Latte Landing. And the issue right now, Ritual has nowhere to go. Reed, Cooper, obviously trying to hunt him down, but you also have to deal with the likes of Rainy and Nalu very close by. And so the opportunities to actually escape this north side position, they're just not there.
And this was already a POI where we didn't really need more Spanish thrown into the works. It was already a messy situation at times. They seem to come to a cool, but things are heating up. Not just at Latte, here at Battlewood as well. It's up to the young Curve to try and keep his duo alive in this first game.
He has to try to clutch up big with no shield already. He lands one shot, but it's not enough. In Game 1, the NA Central champions have just gone down.
This is not what they planned for. It's not what they prepared for. We spoke to Benno and he said we just need to, prepare ourselves mentally as best as possible. But no amount of mental preparation can prepare you for a shot like that, Taco.
King just came ready here today. Clearly riding off a little bit of momentum even from those matches yesterday. You get that Victory Royale, and what could feel better for the confidence? But Nalu, that's also going to be a big strike here. Ritual's out of this.
First and second place in the NA Central Finals this season are down and out in Game 1.
And here comes the third party coming in, Reed and Cooper. This is the team we thought would be a part of all these exchanges. A surprise third party from Nalu and Rainy, but they're going to do a lot of the heavy lifting for Reed and Cooper. And I think they know that he's a solo, at least for now, so they're trying to put the pressure down. They're trying to at least get closer and closer to this elimination. It's not just about the points, it's about the Storm Surge as well.
Reed's definitely looking to chase this one down, but for Cooper, that's who I really got in the back of my mind. 2023, everyone wants to kind of rule that Grand Championship out from him, but the fact of the matter is, Cooper's here to prove there's a reason why he won back then, and he's still got what it takes.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to hunt. We're seeing the effects of Latte Landing. Nalu, even when you think you're worrying about the players in the POI who you're trying to fight, there's always potential for someone sitting up on them cliff tops to take shots inside. Thomas and Focus, they're in a scrap here south of Riptides.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. Even if you start off uncontested, doesn't mean it's going to remain that way. Akira and Karama are trying to come over and crash the party, but Focus and Thomas, they got some early game shots. That's going to help their early game surge, give them a little bit of freedom, but you can see that they instantly disengage off. They don't want to fight this unless they absolutely have to. For Thomas, for Focus, it's about the little victories that they're looking to stretch into a mile.
For Thomas and Focus too, they just know how this one tends to play out. Triple contested is just not worth it. Somebody else is always going to come into the mix. So Sky scrambling around. Battlewood Boulevard has just not gone favorably at all for any of our major champions for EU and NA.
And it looks like it was Yomzo and Josh that played spoiler. Scroll and Sky, they have played their game so consistently There's so much footage you can go and watch to anti-scrap them, and it looks like that's exactly what Yonzo and Josh have done.
It seems like they're pulling out an old playbook strategy, kind of a teeny strat, dropping everywhere along the map, but Gino and Pablo seems to have left Sandy, but for right reason. It looks like they've taken down both Kanata and Victor V, being one of the only teams standing at Sandy Strip. You can see they already have that elimination onto Victor V, putting Kanata in such a pickle. They slide in, they take him out and send him right back to the lobby.
One of those moments where you really want to make sure you don't overheat if you are in Victor V and Kanata's position, but we'll see just how that changes up in game 2. Pollo and Peterbot rather take their time going fishing over at Squibbly Shores. It's been a bit more calm. We've seen so much action kind of hopping around the map, but Pete and Pollo, all they're really after is trying to see what else they can build.
And it's going to be a very pivotal game to see where Peterbot's mentality is at. We saw on day 1, game 1, he jumped into a fight too eagerly, got rattled a bit. It was the same story back last year in Lyon at the Global Championships. Will he learn his lesson on the stage here today?
Alert from underneath. It doesn't look like it's gonna work. That's Kiduo and Werex. They get pushed out. Mini Pio and Fakun, they're gonna go ahead and take advantage and take control of all the pieces from underneath, forcing them further and further back into those tunnels, cutting off one of the only exits towards the top side of the map. And that's gonna make them make a decision here. Do we wanna continue to fight for the spot inside, or do you wanna try to travel through one of those tunnels?
Camping out the teleporter or the porta potty can lead to some positive eliminations for any other players that might be struggling, looking for an escape from contention elsewhere. But it's still a difficult situation because when you're in the tunnels, other teams are going to know it, and they're going to wait for the moments that you start to leave.
Here at Frigid Fortress, you hear the crowd getting wild. Taco said it herself, go big or go home. And honestly, coming into this one, you know, I was like, they could win. I'm not sure if they're my top team to win, but after Vico said it on day 1, I was a little nervous. You saw how he played on day 1? That didn't look like he was nervous. Now they're here on Championship Sunday, uncontested. Let's see what they can do.
The key with this duo is we know individually they will have great solo performances. If they can piece things together and bring that synergy, it's going to be a scary sight for the lobby.
Well, Kira and Karama, they didn't get what they were after. Trying to see they get some elims onto Focus and Thomas over by Riptide, so they ventured back towards Battlewood Boulevard. And remember, Sky Scroll, that was a duo that helped out Akira and Karama making it here in the first place. So it comes as no surprise that maybe some of those strategies might work against them here today.
Absolutely. That is always the risk when you're as successful as Sky and Scroll have been. Teamy looking for success of his own here.
Just kind of looking at the mini-map, wondering, where is Shark even at? It's almost like that Peter Box-esque situation where he's lurking by himself. Maybe he's just trying to get damage here. Not a full elimination, but he's going to get an opportunity here as he turns the corner. One shot onto Demus, and that's what you call a little success. You get the damage and you just keep it moving. Finally, we see where Shark was at, on top of the wonky land wheel. No surprise.
You absolutely take that exchange. For Demus and Dom, some pesky little fly on the wall situation. Shark will be more than chuffed with that 45 tag.
And I think it was a great way that Shark and Teeny split the responsibility of approach. You let Teeny do all the sneaking around, and you've got the bird's eye view off that Surge Tower, so you know that you don't have to worry about actually being challenged right away from a third party. Minori and Darkos, though, outskirts of the map. Liam and Jace, they had ample opportunity to showcase exactly what kind of fighting capabilities they were able to pull it out in yesterday's competition, but these are some big teams coming into play here on the global stage.
And these are two teams that we're going to be seeing interact with each other quite a bit today. Both of their destinies potentially tied hand in hand. For Liam and Jace in particular, this is going to be the toughest lobby he has ever played in. Hasn't played in a major final over in NA, but there is nothing more major than this summit.
I know we haven't seen the full map yet, but I don't like where that one's going, up towards Wonky Land, up towards the mountain on the north. And this is where, if you're a team, Taco, I would imagine you're going to have to start preparing for the end game and what's to come.
You think so, but for Yapko and Panzer, they're trying to see if they can shut out Nalu and Rainy from even making that approach. They want to see if they can try and utilize some of this early Storm tank, but if they can get the damage done, Rainy will be dropped the moment that he tries to go for the escape, so that's going to be the first elimination confirmed here. And for poor Nalu, despite having 2 elims himself, things just got too scrappy, and now he's just trying to see if he can outlast where Yapko and Panzer are.
And this is clearly a big part of Yapko and Panzer's strategy for today. You saw Panzer was playing aggressive towards Nalu earlier when he was in latte landing. This is more of the same from this duo, and I would not be surprised if this becomes a repetitive story between these 2 duos today.
I do like this decision from Yapko and Panzer to disengage. Zone is moving all the way towards the west. You can just stay in front of a lot of the teams. You can turn around and do exactly that, what he's doing. Backtracking, getting surge, and just keeping it going in a progressive manner over towards the zone. But you got to be careful because it's not only Nalu that you have to worry about, it's Cold and Rapid as well towards Painted Palms.
Problem there for Yapko and Panzer. I don't think they realized that Cold and Rapid were actually sneaking about. Coming all the way down from 4 fields. Paradise Palms might be beaten up here shortly, but for Thomas, that early delay from Akira and Karama over by Riptides has clearly impacted the way that they wanted to actually move around the map, and they are being held yet again by the same gentle mates. Akira and Karama realize focus is out. This is a solo. If we can get the additional points, all the better.
222 below the damage threshold. Exactly what I was thinking. You're going to need some damage to close that gap. A playmaker from Thomas, but Karama shuts it down.
A big wake-up moment for Akira there. Very fortunate. Karama did not lose his cool.
You just have to think that those initial shots from Thomas, they weren't warning shots. He was letting you know he meant business. The way that things have started to develop over towards Sandy Strip, a little bit of a slower move. Minori and Darkos are not trying to rattle the hornet's nest here. Chino and Pablo.
That's how we're starting today's highlight reel. It's going to be a fun 8 games, people. Sky and Stroll looking to begin that journey to recovery. Both players back in the game, both players looking to put themselves in the type of spot we've seen them in so often. Up on surge, good when it comes to their loot, trying to get some heals back, and a late rotation into the safe zone when needed.
Yeah, that's got to be a good heads-up play by Sky, not only to get his teammate back, but he able to get eliminations, but they're getting jumped on right now. 400 above. Troll's trying to answer the call underneath. He's going ahead and taking a little bit of height advantage, not trying to give up any advantages in a fight like this. They're the only 2 teams this far out of zone. You see the Fizz miss. They're going to use it to disengage, but Sky turns back, gets one knock, gets the elimination as well. That Siphon is going to keep him alive.
I mean, you said they got jumped on. They were the ones doing the jumping. Quickly regained control of that fight, and now sitting in another dominant position.
That was all just about the recovery point. We knew that they were going to need some form of a comeback after starting off shaky, and now you get the reboot, you get eliminations to go with it, a pure refresh that's going to allow them to make this dead side rotation later into the zone.
Fizz missed with the shockwave. They realize, hey, we've already stayed a ton of time in the zone, rightfully so. Scry had to get Scroll back into the game, so even though they're above the damage threshold, they want to try to minimize the amount of storm damage they're taking so it doesn't become a factor later on.
Ju showing up big time here between himself and Badil. Everybody's been seeing it out of Badil, that's for sure. So many solo clutches, but Ju, you gotta remember, he's willing to throw some shots too.
Chino and Pablo. Last we saw them, they were chasing down Kanata and Victor V, the NA West champs. Now we see him 500 above the damage threshold, positioned well inside of the zone. But now Scroll finds himself in a tough spot. Sky is down. He has to try to return the favor, and he's able to take down LB Works. But the pressure is not slowing down. Multiple teams and players firing off in this direction. But the blessing is here, Taco. Scroll drops the slap pizza, and he's healing up inside of the zone.
I thought they'd have a chance to do a deeper west side wraparound, but it seems like they try to just cut straight to the center of that next zone. Too much congestion has now led to more problems.
And he'll stay alive, Taco, but at what cost? He's lost his teammate, he's lost most of his builds, and he's not working with much as far as the heals go. Skrull is going to have to bring out a solo masterclass if he has any chance of getting serious points on the board here.
Cold and Rapid underneath. 96 above the damage threshold. We saw how messy it was at Fort Fields not too long ago. They have to rotate in from the eastern side, and great damage on the Yapko and Panzer. They're immediately answering that Storm Surge question.
Problem now, though, is will Yapko and Panzer be able to even answer back, or will they just get lobbied? It's not just Rapid and Cold, it is the entire teams, all of them located on the south side of the map. And Yapko Panzer, they are down and out for the count. Free elimination there for Cold, and he's got to be feeling real nice about it. But now poor Liam, you hear the audio cue of these bodies being eliminated right in front of you, and yet you have to make that same rotate.
Fortunate enough that Cold and Rapid, they set their sights on that next zone. A long rotation they will have to make, but one that will be possible, especially if they can find the right timing. These guys ain't gonna worry about that though. Wow. Sitting in a pretty position to just take shots at whoever they please.
Get to see the other side of the coin though for what was happening. Yapko Panzer dealing with Vico Malabuka on top of Cold and Rapid. I mean, the ending was practically inevitable. Great shots from Vico Malabuka, and I know that he claimed nerves, but he also said to all of us when we happened to bump into him, I play best when I'm nervous.
Uh-oh, as we tune in to the Kings of NA, Peter Pot is down, Pollo's alive, and I'm not sure he's in a position he could even work for the revive. This zone is just eating him alive. The longer and longer he stays back there, he has to shockwave out now. Top 27, no placements in this game have been getting, and he's barely above the damage threshold. Pollo spotted out by multiple players towards the backside of zone. He has the farthest journey to go. Can he make it?
Pollo is no stranger to making magic happen on this stage. But here in game one, there is still so much top competition standing in between him and a good placement.
And Skrull is going to be one of those competitors, even representing as a solo. Reed, Cooper, will he be able to make it to their body loot? No, it's going to shut that one down. Unfortunately for Skrull, we'll have to close off the wall, and we get to even see where Reason and O'Reilly are trying to find some of their success. Cringe getting dropped, not realizing that that layer was already occupied.
The Germans are getting comfortable already in game one, and they're not going to stop. You see them moving towards the front side of things. They might even want to try and play hype this game if they really, really are feeling it. Regardless, Reason and Noah are here to play in this endgame.
Wow, Skrull in the feed gets another elimination on the O-Zone. This is one great solo run from game one to start to kind of build that confidence. Tiggs at the top of the mountain, Saya, Scary's there as well. Pollo finds himself elevated but taking damage. Everybody's gonna have a rough time traveling through this zone. Drew and Vidil, 84 below. They're feeling the pressure as well. Shockwave's coming out, but Storm Surge is active. They need 127 damage, and they need it now. They can only take about 3 or more ticks, and it's gonna be Jew who makes the play, gets the shot, and gets him above.
They can also hope that just one more player goes down, because even at the just above threshold point, they still just don't have enough. These monumental moments where they need to show exactly how far they can take it. But Rapid, Cold, doing a great job controlling a little bit of a less occupied layer, and they're always looking to punish the backside of zone.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what approach do Rapid and Cold have to today's games. We saw a surprise hype play from them day one, game one, and now a surprise hype play from Pollo here as a solo, looking to just use this position to potentially find a refresh, someone whose box he can jump into and get a refresh. Reason has gone down, and Noah will quickly follow. The lobby is really starting to shake up here.
Through the fire and the flames, we carry on, because only one can be left standing at the end of the day. Vico, Malabuka, they're climbing up towards high ground as well. As soon as somebody realizes that Pollo is a solo, they're going to get the green light to go. Ju finds the elimination on the mini Pio, but instantly it's taken down. Not able to really utilize the siphon. They're all trying to make it up, but there's a new king on high ground. Pump has made his way above.
But Skrull just sitting inside his own box. He's not had too many instances of catching that breath of relief. He'll utilize a lot of his heals, but now Cold and Rapid, a duo as strong as ever. They've been hanging out on that secondary height for a while here, but from the front side position, TD and Shark have decided height is theirs for the taking. Looking back now, they've already overcome.
Uncontested has never felt so good for Shark and Teeny. We know what they can do if somebody lands at their drop spot. Let's see what they can unleash here. They already have the high ground. Teeny, 4 eliminations, and immediately putting pressure down onto Gino and Pablo. That second height team, Acorns, being forced down. Everybody's being squished closer and closer together.
And you can see on the lower side of the table, Dom and Demus, they're trying to establish something that will give Shark and Teeny a run for their money in this game. It's about these two duos and everybody in between who will drop down or fall into this trap. Cold and Rapid, they need to be careful now. The pressure is being applied and they can't handle this player right now. They need to get off of it and Cold will do just that.
No other options but to forfeit on Hyde and Cold. It cost them everything. They're out of here. Scroll still has a solo. What business does he have in this lobby? 3 eliminations and so many placement points. He is racking up the count.
We are witnessing probably one of the greatest solo clutches of all time, but can it last? Shark and Teeny are finally dropping down. They know this game is so close to being finished, and they want to be the last one standing. Pressure on the Shadow and Virgo. Kurama and Akira, they find Scroll, they take him down, they end the legendary run.
They have been menaces since the start of this game, and they will look to continue that streak now. Demus and Dom, they have control, but then they lost it, and now they've regained it again. Shadow and Virgo sent back to the lobby, and the Kira will fall as well.
Darwin Demus is here to remind everyone who's actually in control when it comes to the low ground front side. Chino looking back, Chino takes out Dawn, just like that. Chino might be able to bring this one home, but still, as a solo, what's left?
Wasn't able to get any of the match, so he gets taken down from it. Shark, Teeny, the future is here! They take game 1 and put themselves on top!
It's everything that everyone has been waiting for, and the fact they came to deliver on the first game of finals, that's exactly what you'd hope for.
Everybody wondered if the young Shark would step up on the stage, and he absolutely will. What does he have to say about it all, Frankie?
Shark, your first VR in a grand final. How does it feel?
Normal.
It just feels like a normal day for you. Teeny, I know you've experienced this before, but what's it like doing it with Shark?
It's amazing, it's easy.
It's amazing, it's easy. You got the timing exactly right as to when to take height. Was there a point you thought it maybe looked too messy?
No, it looked perfectly clean. The game was full on easy mode. We pulled every zone and yeah, just won the game.
Did you get lucky though when the zone pulled down the mountain?
Yeah, we did. We got lucky with zones.
Do you need to get lucky again though in order to win more?
No.
Okay then, Shark, I'll just ask you one more thing. Is there anything you'd like to say to this crowd here in Düsseldorf?
We will win this.
You'll win this, okay. I think Düsseldorf heard you loud and clear. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, game 2.
I got hit with that one. I'm popping a med bit. Wait, short. I got 6 builds. No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Day 1 of finals, game 1. And I feel like I'm watching a boop stream. Sharkatini come out and get a victory royale in game number 1. This is not a drill. This is really bad. Of course, it's really good for them, but man, what a way to kick off game number 1.
Saw Skyas and Scary going up on high. The Spanish fans are going crazy, but look who was lurking in the backside, Teeny and Shark. This was a really important game for them to get right, because not only were they uncontested, we hinted at it earlier, potentially that surprise contestation, but they also got that zone at the end of the game. Huge performance from them when it mattered most. And I was on Bootstream earlier. I said, watch out, game 1, Sharkatini, they're going to win it. And look what's happened. So see if they can continue. I hope they can.
Man, sometimes it looks so hard to play competitive Fortnite. Like we saw a dude that was kind of just chilling up on the higher ground. Sharkatini are seemingly like nowhere near in a position to go ahead and contest the higher ground. But the mist comes in, the overdrive comes in, and all of a sudden they go up like 20 layers and they're contesting the higher ground. Just a super sick play for them. Happy to see the guys doing well.
So many duos, like so many duos. Just had little things here pop off performances. I want to let you on a secret, though. Of course, Sharkatini got themselves a victory royale, but they are not currently in first. Crazy. That's actually going over to Darm and Deemish. This is why we had to talk about them at the start of the show. Again, there's like, it's like, again, I don't want to use the word dark horse because that's not what this team is. This is a tier 1, up in front, in your face, triple digits after game number 1 team.
I mean, a 10+ elimination game felt like something we hardly saw in the upper and the lower bracket. And technically speaking, right, those lobbies should have been a little bit easier than the finals that we have here today. First game, the guys who were kind of calling themselves underdogs, the guys that kind of entered the scene just last year, are in first place. 11 eliminations, controlling, running the low ground. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I just spoke about it for Sharkatini. They needed to make the most of this game as well, but for slightly different reasons. Yes, we know they land towards that northwest side of the map, but in a different way they needed to make the most of this game. The reason why these guys needed to make the most of this game was that Sky and Scroll were just down to an individual Scroll. These guys are so good on the low ground, and typically on low ground, it's Sky and Scroll running the show. These guys have to play a couple of layers above, but because that low ground was free for them, they could then show what they could do. So for a different reason, they really needed to make that game count, and what a way to do it. These guys are going to be fantastic on low ground, and if Sky and Scroll also again continue to fail to make the end game as a duo, they'll be running the show.
I gotta see those standings one more time, man. So many different things. That was just game number 1. Teeny Shark, remember they got that VR second place. We'll look right behind him. Chino, Pablo, Wingo. Chino kind of put in a situation there just to be by himself for just a moment, but you know, man, Viv, I'm looking at this, and you said a name. You mentioned a name, Anymatter. We were both going crazy, Sky and Scroll. So let's think back to the start of this game, right? Gets lurked on by Zoe, suddenly has to reboot, and then Scroll goes on the run of his life, Viv.
What a roller coaster of emotions for all of the Sky and Scroll fans out there. Yeah, the reboot was absolutely clutch, right? We know Sky was kind of left to his demises as a solo, but potentially the most MVP move of the game was him going ahead and rebooting Scroll, because like you mentioned, Zeke, after he was left as a solo, it just didn't stop it. This is an incredible performance. I was kind of mentioning after the reboot came in and these guys were a duo, I was like, man, if they do well this game after how bad the early game has gone, just go ahead and wrap it up, because it feels like these guys are just going to win the competition, because this by no means should have been a good game for them.
I think the way to sum up that is, you know the meme where it's like, it's so over, we're so back, it's so over, we're so back. That was like the way that game was going down off spawn. It's over. Okay, it's all right. We got the reboot. Oh no, one of them goes down. It's so over. Oh no, Scroll is solo clutching. Down to 1 HP, down to 1 build. Oh no, it's so over. Oh no, he's found a refresh. It's like he just had the answers to every single problem throughout that game. And that's why this team are one of the favorites to win this competition, because although we know how fantastic they are as a duo, a common theme when it came to them winning FNCS in Major 1 for EU was their solo clutching ability. And look out for that from both sides as well. Both of them are so good individually that you could put either of those guys in Scroll's shoes right there, and they would make the same plays happen.
What I love about that point, Minnie, is the fact that, like you say, on EU, now we've taken a step farther, the farthest step we can, international competition, and they are still showing us why they are favorites in EU. Viv, I gotta come to you really fast though. Cold and Rapid schmoving in that last game. Game number 1, strong start, of course. Still needs some work to be done, but still, I love seeing them. I love seeing how confident Cold was as well.
I love the way this duo plays, right? Because a lot of the times, some of our favorites, they're high ground teams, they're low ground teams, but no, these guys know how to get into the mix and some of those mid ground layers. And it's just on the back foot of being able to find so many eliminations, right? Obviously, this is going to be a low elimination game. I can almost guarantee you we're going to see them kind of have one of those pop-off games where Cold picks up like 7, Rapid picks up 7, but this was a good, solid first game. Remember, they land all the way on the east side of the map. They had to kind of travel all the way over to the west side, a little bit of a tough pull for them, but still great to kind of find them in the top 10.
Yeah, ultimately, you saw right there, they had no builds in that final situation. Both of them had to make those solo plays. It was someone I spoke to on the Telestrator yesterday with Vico about how important those solo plays are when you don't have builds. Running around in those end games, there's so much fizz miss, there's so many of those overdrive grenades flying about. It can just be a case of, can you find a refresh in the right moment? And for them in that game, they couldn't. But if they can, we can expect to see these guys in that top 5, I'm sure.
Guys, I want to continue to pick apart these standings. Let me have them again. I'd love to just continue to talk more and more about. It's crazy how much was packed up into that just game number 1. As we continue down the leaderboard, Shadow, Virgo, Epic, Whale, and Pump just above Cold and Rapid. Dude, we even saw for a moment in that last game, Pump was like, hey, hold on, maybe I should go for that high ground.
Yeah, this was good from these guys, and I think it's going to play into Shark and Teeny's favor as well. The Epic, Well, and Pump actually had a good game. Remember, the whispers were sort of like, maybe they might get contested. So if Epic, Well, and Pump didn't have so good of a game, Shark and Teeny might then have been contested. So it's good news for them. Good news for Epic and Pump as well. They're a team that can pop off, that have experience on LAN, and it's nice to see it all come to fruition.
I can't lie, though, the list of names that we have talked about so far that were kind of touching or holding that high ground for a moment during that game kind of scares me a little bit for any of the teams that are kind of be looking to play for that. I mean, at one point we had Pollo, who was looking to hold it as a solo. I don't know how the heck he's doing that. Nico and Malabuka, they look kind of poised to take it at one point. We talked about Epic, Whale, and Pump. We saw Scary up there. We know Shark and Teeny kind of went for it. And, you know, I feel like we kind of came into this weekend after watching Sky and Stroll dominate from the low ground over on the regional FNCS. We were like, oh, I think that a lot of the focus for some of these teams is going to be on the low ground. It kind of feels like we're going back to that chaotic high ground meta that we know and love.
It could just be a game 1 thing, though, right? A lot of those teams out there, we don't have like a defined height team. This is our team that we're going to see on height. A lot of those teams are probably thinking, why can't that be us? This could be something that we do, right? So that first game, they might be trying to stake their claim upon that high ground. Of course, we saw Shark and Tina. We have seen them doing that as well over on EU, so they're no strangers to that position. It's just a showcase of how many teams are capable of going for it and holding it, so it's going to be really interesting.
I love to see as well Fukun and Mini Pollo in 9th place representing Asia. We're sitting in the top 10. Let's keep bringing that heat right now. Also, Vico, Malabuka, a little bit of slower start, right? Currently in 12th place, but again, I don't want to get too crazy, right? That's just game number 1. Obviously, 8 games is the first time we kind of had like a format like this, but it's a little bit of a slower start than maybe we're used to, Mini. Maybe we're used to seeing this. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a difficult one for these guys. Again, you know, they probably would have liked to have made the most of this game, considering it was the northern pole. So it's like, yeah, they were looking pretty good. They had a good Storm Surge going into this end game. They were picking up a lot of those eliminations. They crucially couldn't pick up those refreshes. Look at those eliminations so far away. And ultimately, this is what we were talking about earlier and yesterday with Vico. No builds. You have to try and make these plays happen. And if it doesn't go in your favor, Vivid, that's when things can start to crumble.
Fortnite's so hard, man, because like we turned into these guys POV-wise, what was it, like 9th zone? It looked like they were like playing like second height. It looked like they were kind of poised to once again, you know, win that game, but you tune into them just a zone later and they have run out of resources right there. Remember, top 15 is what is going to qualify you to global championship. And I cannot believe I'm saying this because we kind of brought up the point that some of these smaller regional teams struggle to break into the top 15. We're talking about top 10. Looking down here at 11th place, we got Alex and Reckless also kind of joining us in the mix.
So happy to see these guys there. Of course, they just about got through in that lower bracket. They were that 19th team that qualified on through. And I was speaking to Alex yesterday night in the hotel, and I was saying, you just about made it through. How are you feeling about tomorrow? You've done it so much. And he was like, yeah, we got some strats cooking. We got some things under wraps. We haven't shown all of our cards yet. And he, being the face of OCE, like he likes to talk about, he needs to make these plays happen. And of course, looks like they're working out so far.
Yeah, man, that's a strong start. Even in 14th place, right? We saw a little bit of Scary as well as Sayaz. They were kind of starting to compete for that high ground. Didn't quite go their way, but again, that's just game number 1. Even got a couple moments there with Akira and Kurama. Dude, there's just so many names packed up into a single lobby. After game number 1, how are we feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, what kind of flies under the radar for this duo specifically a lot of the times, double controller. Kind of rare in Fortnite nowadays, right? It's kind of been difficult, or at least, you know, not so common for controller players to kind of find themselves any success in Fortnite competitive, but we always see those breakthrough performances. Kurama and Akira picking up a top 4 that game. Obviously, they're going to be feeling kind of good about that, and I feel good about it too. Remember, they're kind of expected to land all the way to the south side of the map with that zone pulling all the way to the north side. You got to imagine that we can see them do much better than that as well if the zone pulls a little bit easier for them. Also expected to be contested, so I have to keep an eye on whether or not they're actually going to be able to play all 8 of these games out.
Yeah, French favorites, these guys. I mean, a lot of the French fans, you can see them on the screen, you can hear them most certainly as well in the crowd. They are a team that a lot of French fans are having their eyes on, and it's going to be interesting to see if they can continue that. Like you mentioned, Vivid, they are looking to be contested. Not quite sure what happened in that off-spawn contest in game 1, but now they're up in the leaderboards. I'm sure we'll have a look at that. And it's good news as well for Shadow and Virgo, who I mentioned at the beginning of the show.
True.
If these guys of Akira Kurama don't do so well down there at the south, we have seen them landing to that South Frigid Fortress as well. So for Shadow and Virgo, opportunity on that stage as well.
And I love that rounding out the top 10. Acorn and Bolts, we interviewed him at the start of the show. Confidence like crazy. To be in the top 10 after game number 1 is very impressive. Obviously, we still got 7 games to go. Don't get crazy, but there's still a lot of job or work to be done, rather, but I like seeing them in that top 10.
Yeah, I would imagine Acorn right now is probably kicking himself because, again, we kind of talked about all of the teams that land up north. They should be loving a zone like that. We know Acorn land just north of Wonky Lane, so it should have been a pretty similar game to kind of like Shark and Team's performance right there for them because they didn't necessarily have to move far at all. So 10th place, again, probably kicking himself for that, but we know Acorn always got something ready.
Yeah, especially in Major 1 as well. We've sort of seen historically with Acorn winning Major 1. This Major 3rd place in Major 1 over in NAC, so maybe it's sort of like a little bit of an asterisk. Yeah, we won Major 1 Summit instead. Maybe they were saving it for the Summit, so really great start from those guys. I'm not too concerned if they do get some south zones as well. They have that massive launch pad that's at their drop spot as well, so I'm sure they would have been looking back at how they could use that in the VODs, but this is a team we expect to see in plenty of these episodes.
I love that. Can we just double back for a moment? This 8-game format, obviously being in a situation where the first time in possibly a while, possibly ever, we're seeing 8 games. So many players are used to like the 6 games, you know, and even with the 6 games, it's difficult, right? You drop a game, you're like, oh, that much harder to kind of climb up and reach those points. How do these 2, which just sounds so small, just 2 extra games impact the lobby?
I actually think it's going to be a time thing more than an actual like quantity of game thing, because there are tournaments that run all the time. You know, when you're kind of like in an open stage, you are allotted to actually play like 10, 11, 12 games, whatever it may be for that specific tournament. So they know how to kind of play numerous amounts of games. However, those types of tournaments are usually restricted to like 3 hours. And if you think about 6 games over the course of the LAN environment as well, it's usually kind of about 3 hours. I think just the time, right? It's going to be a long time up there on the stage. I actually saw when we were kind of walking back out here to the stage, there were a lot of players already kind of taking quick little breaks as well. So after the first game, man, these guys aren't really feeling too comfortable. They've got to get their minds right.
Well, my mind is right, and it's ready for game number 2. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And honestly, if game 1 was any indication of a type of tournament we are going to see, we are in for a treat.
I can already picture the Boop watch party getting absolutely ballistic. That guy's just going nonstop. Anywhere, international teams, because all he can think about is EU right now.
You should have seen my reaction when I saw that whole top 5 was EU. I mean, things are heating up, and we have even more action on the way with game number 2.
Insane solo clutches huge elimination games like Darm and Demas just had. We've had a cinematic first game already. And I'm definitely in it for more. In that last game, we kind of saw Cold and Rapid, not necessarily contested, but a good portion of the lobby already rotated on over.
They made it evident, though. Their intentions are for hype, but we'll have to worry about that at a later moment because right now, Chap Flixie, they're about to get the party started here at New Sanctuary.
Already Flixie getting the first drop spot ready, and he gets that first knock. Down goes Tinka. Now it's a 2v1 situation here. Chap and Flixie, instead of getting full aggressive, trying to find where that last elimination is, they're trying to work together. Get some materials, get some heals, because they know the solo is not too far behind as Resign goes down.
And for a team who have had plenty of slow starts to tournaments this year, this is a great first 2 games for them as far as the off-spawn situation goes. Quick wipe twice in a row.
It's going to leave a lot to wonder for game 3, but now Pump, Epic Whale trying to have similar success, and they find it 2 quick eliminations to kick things off. Now opens the door to see what they do next, because they're definitely going to be looking to try and apply some pressure over towards other parts of the map, thinking Wonky Land, but maybe even lurking elsewhere, pushing further north.
Yep, contested drop. That's how Epic Whale got the first elimination onto Hero. Sees focus across, and they now kind of use their numbers to go ahead and get that elimination. And Epic Whale and Pump have been on a journey from Wonky Land to Riptides to now this split drop here.
And as we tune into Cooper and Reek, you will notice 2 eliminations between them. They took down the Asian duo. Rainy, Nalu landed on them, and we'll be regretting that as they will watch the rest of this game on that stage.
Uh-oh, we'll tune in again. Razan and Noah Riley, not even the best loadout here, looking like they were trying to take the fight. A contested drop means you're not going to get everything right out of the gate. Surviving with 9 HP. He is blessed here with a second chance at life. But you see, there's 2 teams directly nearby. We know 2 teams are north towards Latte, and with so many more towards the west. I'm not sure where Noah and Reason are going to get their loot from.
He can't afford to even take another tick of damage, and Danikush, Diggs, they were bound to see those white tags being applied, so more pressure definitely still to come as Kazi, Demo, trying to see whether or not they'll have a better story here over by Riptides. Cammy and Hardy jumping into the mix very early on. A little bit of a spoiler even. Their intentions were clearly to mess up Focus and Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see, of course. We've seen these guys fighting in this area all season long. We've seen Focus and Thomas make lurk plays like this all season long, and this might just be a successful one as the fight ensues, as Focus and Thomas come hooking in. They're ready to take control of the fight. Hari not prepared for the damage above, and it might just be Focus and Thomas's fight to win. Hari no match. Cammy will go down. A great start to the game for Focus and Thomas.
That's exactly what Focus and Thomas needed to, but the message had already been sent. The rest of the lobby now, they have it read because Thomas is just finding so many crucial moments very early on. He's got that rhythm going strong.
That's one thing you kind of learn over time. Don't poke the bear, you'll awaken the beast. I think Thomas and Focus knows they need a decent game here to go ahead and place towards the top leaderboard. Poyo is down. Peterbot left by himself. 1v2. We've seen the exact opposite in the last game. Poyo was able to kind of clutch up decent placement. 28 points. Peterbot now with the pressure on. One of the greatest of all time. Has to prove why he still is one of the best, but he's getting pressure from all around. 2v1 situation. Dropped down to 65 HP. Even with a full jug and some splashes, he's still outnumbered.
And now we will learn which version of Peterbot are we gonna see in this competition today.
He's already in 17th place after that first game. Not where anybody thought one of the uncontested teams in this game would end up landing. But no, Sif and Izzy, they're going to let the dust settle. They're gonna let Peterbot possibly get away as a solo.
But how do you give Peterbot this much grace? You have him isolated as a solo. You are strong with your duo, and yet they just don't feel like the juice is worth the squeeze because they recognize Darm and Deemish already on the move.
And we always talk in EU about how there seems to be a lack of respect between people, but even here, Izzy and Nosif respecting Peterbot. They know what he can do when you give him enough time and space.
back on over to Battlewood. Kind of saw the ending portions of this fight in game one. Venom and Curve were sent back to the lobby early. Akira and Karama, they used that as a confidence boost to propel themselves for the rest of the game. And I don't think Venom and Curve will get lurked on and make that same mistake too many times.
We heard it live from Benno himself just the other day, though. Most of what he intends to do in a finals lobby, he hasn't brought to light yet. Could this be another one of those methods? Only time will tell. But for right now, Curve, Benno, they've had so many of their plans kind of ruined just having to constantly engage with these teams south of the map.
A team who doesn't need to do much as far as adaptation goes. They've been successful all season long, playing their game how they want to play it. And with Scrolls, 32 points, 52 point solo clutch, I should say. In that first game, it will give them the much needed boost and momentum they need to continue. Hopefully, as a duo, Jacob, but if needed, we know they can do it alone.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, is a lot of players will probably find themselves in a situation where things didn't necessarily go their way, and it's really about how you answer the call, cold and rapid. This time around, unlike last time, Taco, they get the zone pulled on over, which means they have more time to work with.
You would think so, but another duo that I wouldn't be surprised to see make their way on over towards this Fort Fields direction, Chino and Pablo. How has that triple contest at Sandy Strip actually broken out? And that's why we see Cold in this Surge Tower, honestly on the lookout, because he's fully aware of the fact that the dust hasn't settled yet over by Sandy. He can see Chino's Surge base in the distance.
And the great thing is they won't have to move for much of this game. The zone continues to pull to the east. They are prime position to continue and have another great endgame.
Yeah, and I think everybody's kind of feeling the pressure of that game number one. Storm Surge really dictated how teams were able to play. If you're below that damage threshold, you almost had to be a magnet to a fridge and push yourself against the first team that you saw. And so now, with one game already under their belt, you're seeing teams kind of play a little bit more passive. 85 alive here in Zone 3. That means it's going to be dangerous when it comes to Surge.
And you see Swizzy and Pixie, a duo who many will be hoping to hear plenty from today. Just a moment ago, it looked like they were trying to set up a little lurk play. But this is a team who understands how to play within the congestion. We've seen them do it all throughout the season. Look who's back fighting. A bit of a rematch between Focus, Thomas, Kurama, Akira potentially. Focus, Thomas, though, they'll be happy with how their game started, not desperate for damage in the same way Akira and Kurama might be.
Not in the slightest, but they're more than happy to still pay Kurama and Akira a visit just because of the fact that we saw Thomas not happy with the fact that their early rotates in game one, a little bit spoiled by the fact that they were challenged and held over at Riptide. So now Akira, Kurama, ball's in your court. But now they're knowing that Thomas is in front of them. They still have to play catch-up.
This is a tough situation to be for this guys. Not only do you have to catch up when it comes to damage and surge, you're gonna have to figure out how to get yourself back up to cap mats. They are far off the pathway to having a successful game right now, with Zone continuing to fall far from them. It's an uphill climb.
This is a battle I didn't expect to see this early. First and second place, respectively. Shark and Tini going against Darm and Demas. They're taking the fight towards the north side of the map. See damage, shield being taken off, HP. The longer you stay in the zone, the more likely you are to just get one shot knocked. And I think they realize that. Tini making sure to grab the splashes, 12 overall. They just need to get in the same box, and health won't necessarily be a worry. Meanwhile, Shark is still putting down pressure. He's trying not to let Darm and Demas do the same thing. He doesn't want to get them healthy enough to fight back, and I think Tini knows it as well. That's why he's putting pressure on both of those walls, trying to break in, and finally getting that elimination onto Darm.
It's exactly what they've been trying to stall out for, but we'll even get a chance to review here, see how exactly Darm was even in that position to begin with, and Demas just fully caught off guard. Tini lurking around the rock. He is notorious for these types of plays. He frequently finds those opportunities amongst other teams' loop paths to cut them off and find them when they're in a moment of slippage.
And last time we saw these boys here, though, Peterbot and Poyo, it was in a bit of a pickle. Peterbot stuck by himself, further out from where he is now. Poyo was down, but it's good to see that Poyo is back in the game, fresh off with a reboot. And because they are uncontested at Squibbly, there's a lot of time for them to get the loot and the loadout that they need for the rest of the game.
Time. It's not something Akira and Kurama have much of right now. Veno seemingly realizing that and looking to pull away, not give these guys what they want, and that is a fight. Veno and Curve need to make good of this game. We saw just how quickly things can turn for you when you are potentially fighting people off spawn. You have to make every second count.
And Veno's always been one known for liking to play through the storm into later zones. The only thing that might threaten them here in this matchup, if they don't run into QNDX and Phantom, is storm sickness itself. Can make things a little bit more complicated later on, but scenic views elsewhere. Chap, Flixie, very content right now, postured on a hill over by Builders Barracks, and they'll be the cutoff point for so many of those teams trying to make an entrance through the West.
Yeah, for Flixie and Chap, honestly, their journey to get here. They were going towards the new Sanctuary uncontested throughout the course of the tournament. They won, Romero started to contest them. And not only that, kind of beat them off the spawn, forced them out of the POI. But Chap and Flixie, they went ahead and made the proper adjustments in order to qualify here for Sunday.
Yeah, they started off the game super aggressively. After winning their off-spawn fight, they ran straight over towards Werex and Kuduro, and they took Werex down. We'll see if that aggression continues throughout the day.
It's a tough spot right now, though, for Reason and Noah Riley. It is never a great sight when you're having to depend on these forms of mobility, but still, even entering a little bit after the fact, the main thing is just going to be trying to avoid Chino's line of sight, and that's already been scouted out. Reason trying to hug this cliff face as closely as possible, but Noah Riley, he'll be here trying to stop some face. He's first up, gets an opening shot, but it's just not enough. There's still 3 below on Surge.
At least it's a start, but that one is going to set them back just a little bit. Hobby going ahead and firing back, letting them know you will not pass, or at least not safely. They're trying to continue to move in, but it's getting rougher and rougher. Sandy Strip, this part of the zone is so stacked that it's going to be hard, even if you get the eliminations to stay alive, but they're being persistent. They know they don't have the heals if Storm Surge activates, but Noah Riley goes down. 2v1 situation, and Reason will follow him back to the lobby.
Tried to do his best to hold things out, but it was a grim situation to begin with. Still, Ju looking to turn the tides here. Kinuo eliminated, and now Badil and Ju have a little bit of an opening here. It'll likely be intentions of white lining straight from Fort Fields inwards, but more importantly still, as the partial zones begin to develop, Ju and Badil, they are stacked right now with the loadout.
Yeah, and they're in a great position to enter the zone without much resistance. Ju has been on fire so far this weekend, and that streak will continue. Gets one, gets the other, and he's feeling it right now. Badil was bigging him up, and rightfully so.
Sometimes you just gotta believe in yourself, believe in your duo. Chino, Pablo taking that rotation away from Sandy Strip, but leaves them overly exposed. Even though they're almost 300 above the damage threshold, they now become Bobby sprayed, focused out. Chino taking a little bit more damage, but they're able to breathe here in this moment. Still 256 above.
But look at what's surrounding them. Swizzy, Pixie, Victor V, Kanata, Malapuka, and Vico. There is nowhere safe currently. Every single edit that's made, you have to be quick with your shots because the damage application that you might receive in return, it could just be your demise.
Yeah, they had to invest 6 metal boxes just to make sure they didn't get lobby sprayed there. So a tough position to be in, but one that they will survive. Mumsy won't be surviving this though. Too much to deal with here in game number 2.
Sometimes being below that damage threshold just could be so daunting. You really have no answer, especially if you don't have heals to keep it going. 47 above though for Acorn and Bolts. Not necessarily a strange position to see him in, especially where the zone has been going, but they need to be careful. Right next door, Peterbot and Poyo, and they are below the damage threshold. That means anybody can get it at this point in time because they need an elimination.
Still not enough damage to where one tag wouldn't make the difference, though. That's the best part. Question is, how aggressive do they want to take it? How confident are they feeling in their fighting right now to overcome?
I mean, we know these two can turn it to 100 at needs be. And so if things really do start to get dire, I would not expect them to get too passive. Only 5 shots in the shotgun barrel for Pollo. But he only needs 1. We know that, boy.
And right now, it just kind of looks like a solid strategy. They're close to the zone. They're trying to out-heal it. They're hoping, praying even more teams have to rotate on by, and there goes that first find. Diminished. He's going to go down. Even if they don't get elimination, they got at least 1 tag, but they're still below 13-2. It's not looking good so far, but they're so patient. They realize they cannot get desperate in a situation like this, because all it takes is 1 moment of weakness to cost you everything.
It's just the repercussions of that first engagement. They tried to exchange big blows, but they ended up losing a good chunk of their surge along the way. And when you find yourself net even, it makes every single moment matter even more so, because you're just constantly teeter-tottering between the two, above and below.
Yeah, look, they're opting to try and out-heal just to keep themselves in the game longer, to maybe extend that window of opportunity for a refresh. And you're seeing Peterbot activating right now. It's bolts he has his eyes set on, but they won't give it up too easy. You see now the desperation has kicked in, Jacob. They want to get in and fast.
Yeah, they realize we can't continue to out-heal this. We'll have nothing left over. Storm Surge hits. Peterbot goes down. Pollo trying to stay alive. He strikes bolts down. Still below the damage threshold, though. Active Surge. He finds himself above by cleaning up that elimination. Miracles do exist.
We told you he only needs 1.
And they found it, and now he's got plenty more to work with, but as a solo, it's going to be all the more complicated. Still, you know Acorn can't possibly be happy about that. It looked like they were going to get out scot-free. Instead, it cost them so much along the way.
Back-to-back games right now where Pollo's gonna have to play this game out as a solo. He played it phenomenally in that last one, but he needs a repeat performance, which might not last too long. Sharkantini waiting in the waters to strike, but he escapes with certainty. But how much distance can he create himself from one of the most dangerous teams in the lobby?
This might be one of the worst case scenarios though for Pollo, but his saving grace here is that Sharkantini, they're prioritizing the positioning. They don't need to waste their time on someone who's clearly just way too tattered to actually do something back. Pico Malabuca though, this could be a great opportunity for them to strike first as Victor B left by his lonesome, 349 below. He might just be delaying the inevitable here if he doesn't find a pop-off in an instant.
Victor B looking to try and be our next young star to make a pop at this stage. He'll have to wait till game 3 though. Too much pressure from the lobby. And Ju, we bigged him up earlier this game, but can he back it up with just 9 builds remaining and a very, very steep surge situation?
One of the problems that Ju and Badil have encountered along with other teams that are struggling with surge is that these rotates, you're so much more exposed. There's not much to hide behind from the territory just surrounding Sandy Strip. And with that in mind, teams, they're forced to expend almost all of their materials. They're trying to make these tunnels to find those clear paths, but everyone is just on the lookout, constantly trying to find an opportunity here. And Ju making the approach now. It could be Cold next.
Chance is going to go down, Cold and Rapid immediately steamroll that one elimination. They backtrack, trying to get seconds, but it's Tyler who actually steals that one away. You can see the entire lobby coming online here. Even high ground, you got Belusi, you got Zangi, Javi, Aminis trying to make a claim for it. Even Agers and Ritual, they saw what went down in game 1, and they want to be a part of the mix.
But this is a sight right now. We're seeing Scroll and Sky paired together. And now, 426 above, the world is their oyster. They're ready to make a move. They've got the mobility off the overdrive grenade. What's next?
Trying to move forward, using the gauntlets to try to move past, but you see Chino, Pablo, they go down. Belusi and Zangi, they go ahead and exclusively be one of the only teams up above. It's Pico and Malabuca take down Karama, and this is one of the most dangerous parts of the game if you're not ready. But high ground has to be careful. Agers and Ritual, they're towards the backside of zone. They could pop off at any moment with just one shockwave.
Zangi and Belusi, they have a tough task on their hand holding on to this one. They have to be eagle-eyed as Vico and Malabuca look to potentially make a play in the back. They will just move towards the front side, maybe just waiting for that next zone, that next opportunity. They certainly have the resources to deal with it, and the chop will come out.
But all the while on the lower tier, Shark and Teeny are starting to really find some momentum here. Fico, Malabuka from secondary height, making sure to continue tarping directly below where Velusi and Zangi are at. But they're on the move here and now, straight up towards that front side of zone.
They have so many materials, but it's Alex and Reckless that actually look up and try to contest the high ground. They at least get the knock onto Zangi. Velusi has to give it up with only a few materials left, and being a solo, it's his only hope to try to get more points.
Oceana came to play today. Alex and Reckless are just causing so much noise here up top, but they're forced to drop. The chop is good to go. Ritual and Agers now with a surprise come up here on height.
Jacob called them out. They were waiting in the wings, waiting for that opportunity. And as soon as they sensed some weakness, they went up and took it. But now it's about delivering and closing this game out, as there are still so many duels left in this one, trying to fight for the win.
You got Thomas trying to move forward, reunite with Focus, which is a necessity because he has 0 builds left. Even with 7 eliminations, they're falling short in terms of materials in the end game, and eventually they're getting closer and closer to Sky and Scroll. But it's Shark who goes down. Sky and Scroll will not be denied.
And they're just taking everything from everyone, but Scroll yet again left as a solo, beaming Ritual up on height, but now he's made his presence known, forced to drop, but he has the builds. He's ready to make a move.
Ritual Agers, though, they denied any team from coming up once. They're going to try to look to do it again. 5 eliminations from Agers. Spoke too soon. 6 eliminations for Agers by himself. But down below, you have to be careful. Vico and Malabuka, they are the ones that are running the low.
They're so content. They're just chilling with their pizza. Everyone else is having to duke it out. But these two, they're ready to try and bring down Ritual and Agers. Vico loses Malabuka, though. They might have 7 eliminations, but can Vico get some more?
Yeah, with Malabuka going down, that leaves Agers and Ritual, the only duo left in this game, but you have to watch out. Scroll, dangerous. Vico, we know he can clutch up, but up above, they're pressuring both of the solo players, forcing Sky and Scroll together. Agers drops down. He gets the elimination. 2v1 situation. Agers and Ritual seal the deal by taking down Vico.
All they needed was just to get the ball rolling. They make it out of Latte landing, and they immediately convert it into a victory royale here in Game 2. They've got to be feeling so good about it.
Your layer is never too safe if Ritual and Agers are in that end game. Frankie, what do they have to say about that one?
Guys, that end game was sheer perfection. What do you think was the reason you were able to get to such a great end game?
I just think we're the best duo, and we were triple con the first game and the second one, so it's the first game we got to play.
And now you know how to get off spawn. Ritual, it was interesting seeing you manage to take height cleanly. When we spoke the other day, you said you were more comfortable mid to low ground. Why did height feel right today?
Sometimes you got to get outside your comfort zone, and I think that's what we did, and it was the easiest game ever.
So the comfort zone is now height?
It's everything now.
It is everything now. So, you had a problem game 1, triple contested, game 2, flawless. What's game 3 gonna look like now you have a target on your back?
We know what to do now. We weren't expecting the triple con because we were practicing against Reed the whole time, so we're ready.
All right then. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Agers and Ritual! We'll take a short break when we come back. Game 3.
I got hit. I'm popping a med bit. Wait, short. I got 6 builds. No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100. 100. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Putting my NA favoritism mask on for just a moment. What's up? NA on top of game number 2. That's right. Ah! Okay, took it off there. Unbiased Zeke back.
I come back.
Crazy stuff. Wait for one back on. Ages and yes! Ages and Ritual get up here. Okay, back off. Anyway, sorry about that. Sorry you had to see that. Congratulations to the duo showing up when it matters, right? Finding that momentum, finding what was crazy too, the high ground of all things. And I love hearing from Richie himself, like, hey, it is now. High ground is right now.
Zeke, I don't need a mask. I feel like the slightest increase in how big my smile is after an NA team wins a game should be telling enough. I mean, incredible game from the boys here. And we were kind of watching this one fizzle out. And it's like, you know, we kind of tune into them. They're on the high ground. They're chilling. Agers, man, ends the game. What was it? 8 eliminations. Ritual over there with 0 as well. Obviously, we know Ritual is good at making those IGL calls. That's what he's known for. Yeah. But Agers having a performance like this, man, incredible to see.
Really, really nice to see these guys clutching up, claiming that high ground as well. The way they took height was absolutely perfect. Took it at the right time as well. Something we've sort of spoken about throughout this weekend is the time that you take height is super important. If you take it too early, like we saw with teams like Alex and Reckless, took it a little bit too early, had it taken off of them. But there's a point in these end games where if you have it at the right time, you can ride it out to the end. And especially if you're a team as good as those guys, they are capable of doing it. Triple contested off spawn as well. Like they mentioned in that interview by Nalu and Rainy was the sort of surprise con from the East. Really, really great job from those guys.
Yeah, that's not what you would want to hear, right, on LAN. Yeah. Oh, we're triple contested. Apparently, Agents Ritual, they do not care. We have a listen in from that last game. Let's check it out.
Good.
I got blasted.
Coming over.
I'm good.
Where?
I'm med bombing.
Yeah, watch this back wall. It's weak.
Okay,
I'm holding it, but
be awareness for me. I'm grabbing slices.
I'm just holding walls.
Give me some hearts.
Yeah, delete those. I'm 5-0-1.
I'm good mats. I'm good mats.
Yeah,
hold.
holding.
You hold. Hold.
Got it. Dead.
150.
Holding.
Hold.
Can't get it.
Second.
Wait, I pizza box. You wanna play all height? You wanna go height now?
I'm down. Yeah, throw it.
Throwing this.
Right.
Jumping in, spraying. Spraying second height.
Yeah, spray. Break.
Zone. Med bomb. Look at it.
Yeah, I'm staring.
He's going up. I'm in. Dead. Come on.
Baby.
Come on.
That's what I like to see. What's really interesting too, of course, they had the high ground, but then in that like kind of pivotal moment, they're like, let's just drop low ground. They're expecting us up there. Let's just take the fight to them, catch them off guard, blindside them, ends in a victory royale.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. Love to kind of tune into the listen-ins because something that we can't really pick up when we're just watching them heads up is like, what are all the things that these teams are aware of? You kind of heard that he was calling out head missed end zone. They could, overdrive up with that. So they were fully aware of that. With that game right there, after a rough game, number 1, Agers and Rituals find themselves flying up the leaderboard, 30 spots to join the top 5. We needed an NA team up there, but yeah, they're going to be 4th place after that one, 105 points.
Yeah, really, really great performances, guys. I'm looking at first place right now. The new first place on the leaderboard. Teeny and Sharp. We got to bring it back to EU, all right? That's what I'm here.
That's right.
These guys started the game really interestingly. They actually lurked on Dharma Dimash, our ex-first place team, and took them out of spawn. Really bold play at the beginning of this tournament. They've only just had 1 game prior to that. So it's like we are playing for the win already. We are trying to take this by force, and that is what they then continue to do for the rest of this endgame. Exciting stuff, Vivian.
We're only 2 games in, but it starts to feel scary when Mini Miner kind of makes the point, hey, listen, Shark and Teeny game number 1. You guys got to make the most out of that. They did. It comes over to Wonky Land. They have a great game. This was nowhere near Wonky Land, man, right? They had to rotate across the map, but they still did very, very well. And that's when it starts to get scary for me, when I start to take a look at how good some of these teams just are at playing Fortnite. And not to mention this change in strategy as well, like you mentioned, early in the game. So they look prepared.
I wasn't prepared to see this many teams up in that leaderboard as dominant as EU, we got our one up there, right? But so many high-profile duos as well. Vico and Malabuka themselves. We saw Ages Ritual climb to 30, but Vico and Malabuka climbing 11 spots. Remember, we kind of talked about their first game, maybe a little bit slower. They said second game, let's kick it into high gear.
Yeah, there's a few really nice things they did in this end game. They were shaping up to take height at one point in that game. They were looking for it later on in this end game, and they were thinking, right, do we go for it? Do we not? And there was a moment where they decided, okay, let's not. Let's play out our materials. Malabuka, Vico picking up a lot of those refreshes, and it was around this sort of moment where they thought, yeah, let's just play out the mid ground, play out the low ground layers as well, and it was right here. Vico decided, yeah, let's just try and play out as much as I possibly can, going back into the storm. And then, of course, when Aegis and Ritual came down, they took out Scroll. So he managed to clutch up that second place. And something that I just noticed about Vico, right? A lot of players, when they're walking off for that break, we actually walk by them when we get to the desk. They're very chill, very, very calm. Vico's a lot of fans, of course, chanting his name. He was fired up. He was feeling good, and I hope he carries that into the next game.
All right, well, you know what? I'm actually getting word the next game is ready. So, casters, let's kick it back over to you.
Already 2 games down, 6 more to go. This is looking a little bit more like a marathon instead of a straight foot race.
You would think so, but with the way that Shark and Teeny are playing, they're looking to eliminate anybody that's coming close. Darm Deemish, targeted intentionally. They were in that first place position, but an early departure now means Shark and Teeny might look to take over here in Game 3.
We're still in the beginning stretch of the entire tournament. And where you are now on the leaderboard isn't too impactful. There's 6 more games left to pick up those points, eliminations, victory royales, and close the gap. We're looking at who is the best in the world as of now and top 15 for the Global Championship.
And we're already seeing one more of these hotly contested off-spawn battles. And it's up to Hero now to try and make sure some of the mistakes of previous games are not repeated. Epic, Well, and Pump did not come to muck about at all. They are ready to win this fight.
Focus and Hero down below. It's a little bit of a mismatch, but they're going to still take the fight to Epic Well. Drops him down to just a little bit of HP. Pump finishes that elimination, and they go back to back. They each get their own, and they hold their ground yet again off spawn.
Thought we were watching a zero builds competition for a moment there. No one had any materials to work with. They were both just so quick to the jump. They knew that they had to try and find those eliminations as fast as possible.
All right, next on our off-spawn tally, Tinker and Resigns versus Chap and Flixie. They don't want that smoke this time around. They want to get the chance to actually play their game. And this might have been the best possible decision they could have made. Big early damage done onto Chap and Flixie, and they have no answers. They landed way further towards the east.
But it would have felt so much better if they'd actually been able to connect and find at least one knock. That gives you the opportunity to actually push and pressure, because now you're dealing with 2 duos that don't have a lot to work with, and Leo and Romero were still around.
Let's see what that OC duo can do in this game. For Reet and Cooper, they started last game with a fight up against the Asian duo of Nalu and Rainy. This time around, Ritual has gone down after winning that previous game. And so things here at Lalte still haven't been figured out as far as what the dynamic of the day is going to be. It is still a messy situation, Taco.
For Reed and Cooper, it's just anything you can do, I can do better. They have a point to prove up against the likes of Rituals and Agers. And I know you guys might have seen things getting a little heated on socials, but here in the lobby is the best chance to come out on top.
Every single time Noah, Riley, and Razan just kind of pop up on the screen, I just hear the arena erupt. I've never seen so much energy outside of last year's Global Championship, really kind of giving it their all to their favorite teams. Is something that you love to see. And for Noah and Razan, they're just doing a good job here, not necessarily putting it all into just one contested fight. They're saying, hey, we might not get the best loot off spawn, but this is something we can gather as the game goes on.
And already in Game 3, major off-spawn switch-ups, Rainy and Nalu, the Asian team who had their struggles landing in the northeast of the map, trying to take fights in Latte that just weren't working, have now decided to land at Riptides, and I'm not sure if Focus and Thomas are quite aware of just exactly where they are.
But at the same time, they didn't exactly have anything great to work with. They have to be so precise with when they pounce if they want to net any kind of eliminations here. Momsy, Skyjump, they've had so much difficulty just trying to find their footing in these first 3 games, and it's looking like things might go from bad to worse here if Momsy isn't careful.
Yeah, this is a tight situation because they're fighting a 2v2, but then you got Shark and Teeny, or at least one of the two, over from Wonky Land, disrupting this fight, third parting, causing a little bit of a distraction, landing some of those shots on a Skyjump and Momsy. And if they didn't get tagged up, that would have been a huge green light to go.
And I understand the aggression from Skyjump and Mumsy. They really struggled with Surge in that last game, but you have to pick your fights wisely. You don't want to put yourself in an even worse situation as the games continue.
And traditionally, Skyjump and Momsy have been the team that just actually gets a third-party profit whenever they're challenging others on the map, but those opportunities just not presenting themselves here today. Other teams kind of fluctuating with their rotational paths, and another one that's been impacted from the start because of that early split. Tinka resigns. Tap, Flixie, they still have to figure out who's going to actually come out from this position.
Yeah, and because they split that drop, you kind of saw it in a moment. One of them is out of medium ammo. That's going to be Flixie. He's no longer going to be able to put pressure from up above. He does have the Chaos Reloader shotgun, so he can fight back, but that go ahead and controls, or at least changes a little bit of what they're able to do here. They can no longer continue to fight safely, so they have to disengage and find a little bit of more resource.
King and Tails surprised the world yesterday with their qualification into this final with a big win. Started off the day ruining the party for the NA Central champions Venno and Curve, and now looking to make waves here again in game 3. Oh dear, what do we have here? Vidil and Ju. Ju taking Reason out. Friendly fire going on.
It's like in those moments, you can just tell the crowd's not really sure whether to be happy or sad, but ultimately, only one can survive at the end of it all. And for Vidil and Ju, they've managed to come out on top, but will it be short-lived? Because Kanata, Victor V, creeping around the corner, checking to see whether or not they can get into a better position to find the opening tags.
And for a team from NA West, where they typically stayed at Sandy Strip, in order to get a lot of their Storm Surge on that region, they were uncontested. So a huge difference maker coming into the weekend, having 2 other teams land there. Games 1, Games 2 didn't go their way, and now they're forced to flip the script, trying to get a lurk play. They probably heard the noise in the distance, and they're trying to go.
Not only that, but Kanata and Victor V, they are so exposed. If any other teams just happen to get a little bit of leverage, a little bit of height, they'd have the chance to see that these two are out in the open right now because they don't want to make any sound. They can't really afford to toss out a build. They want to ensure that Ju and Vidil are completely caught off guard.
Vidil and Ju, though, from the way they're playing, seems like there's some sort of inkling something is being cooked up here. And I hope they persistently stay on top of it, and they will. The jig is up. Kanata and Victor V will look to dip as they realize there is no free opportunities here.
Curve and Venno, game 1. Didn't necessarily expect to get lurked on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. Ever since then, I feel like they've been put on notice, Taco.
A lot of their tactics have definitely revolved around their fighting potential. Both of these players are able to deliver some big blows and some big clutches, but at the same time, you can't factor out the competition, and it's scaling up with every single match that goes by because everyone's looking for the perfect adaptation.
Lurk after lurk here. Thomas HD and Focus trying to do the same things. LB Works and Bot, they're the ones up above on the mountain, but the Bush just hiding their exact location. So Thomas and Focus, they're gonna have to take what little information they currently have here and try to figure out how they're gonna run away with it in this play. Kind of moving from the bottom up. There's a huge height advantage, natural terrain, so they can see it. But they might have spotted out Bot, just kind of run off to the side. This could be a chance for them to try to take a 2v1.
Yeah, they've got to know that there's a solo in the bush now. But he's also aware of the potential of someone to come. If they can find the right timing, this will be a great 2v1 opportunity. They might also just patiently wait for bot to return. No, they'll jump into the bush. They want that damage. They want that fight. They saw bot leave the hill and decided it was their time to strike.
Yeah, at least bot came back, trying to draw back a little bit of that pressure. They did land some damage, though, so that's the confidence building for Thomas and Focus. Good shots connecting yet again, but the distracting third party bringing everything to a halt in this moment. Thomas, Focus, they immediately box up on top, realizing we're in the zone. You still got to come to us. And now they have a moment here where there's a little bit of an advantage here in terms of positioning.
Their prey just barely managed to escape. Thomas was trying to find that full box in, but it just didn't net itself in his favor. And now, because of the shots ringing through from Battlewood Boulevard, it's just going to be another delay, another slow down. And they've had a rather solid start when they've made it out of Riptides, but it's evident that they are on the hunt for some very aggressive plays.
This was my fear. With new Sanctuary, if Resigns and Chap couldn't figure things out between themselves, would things start to get messy deep into the storm? And that is what we're seeing take place here. They can't close it out. He's able to escape, but he will continue to hunt.
Yeah, and it puts you just in a tough situation. Whether you win these fights or lose these fights, they're so drawn out. You're trading damage. Even if you get the eliminations, Taco, you're not necessarily going to be above that damage threshold. And with the zone pulling far away, it's going to be hard to get it back.
They've just spent so much time fighting and dealing with each other that they've left both of themselves in just worse positions, because even for Resigns, even if he makes it for the reboot opportunity, Chap Flixie, they're also still left in a world of hurt because so many other teams are going to look to try and hold them captive inside the storm, not giving them the proper opportunity to rotate through the edge of zone.
Last time we see Curve and Venom kind of lurked in a different situation, trying to play safe. But as we tune in now, empty item slot, but they're going okay. On the other side, though, may not be necessarily the same. Malibuka dropped down to just a sliver of HP. Vico, though, able to save the day, pick up that knock, get the elimination, and is now giving Malibuka valuable time to heal up before they have to make their journey to zone.
Hey, go Vico, go after all, and this is exactly what the young superstar needs to be doing. Malibuka on the ropes, and just like that, Vico able to turn it around.
I mean, if these guys are going to come out fighting and Malibuka is going to come out swinging, it takes the pressure for Vico to deliver. But when he has to, he'll hit shots just like that. Darman Dimash, a second chance in this lobby. They started the day on top. Their second place competition took them out in game number 2. And here in game number 3, they'll look to recapture that first place position.
Just pulling it back to where things actually ended up here for Chap and Flixie, and Tyler just caught lacking, had no idea that there's still a team sitting around New Sanctuary.
Yeah, Chase is already down, though. Minut's going to be able to certainly clean up that elimination. Siphon can allow him to survive just a little bit longer inside of the zone before he has to pop any HP, and I like what Hobby's doing here. Instead of fighting a 1v1, giving him a chance to possibly win, he just converges back onto a Minish. They get into the same box and realize, hey, there's a huge strength in numbers. We're up on the Storm Surge. We didn't take much damage. Let's just take this moment as a win.
Practically 5-5-5-2 on their next entrance for that rotate, so we'll see what happens next. But Peterbot Boyo, quiet start. A different strategy. It's very foreign to see these two not with a whole slew of eliminations already built up in their counter, but they have clearly devised a plan and a strategy that revolves very heavily around playing inside of the storm.
Zone pulls far, and they're waiting. You can see Pete is in the base waiting for players to rotate past, but unfortunately for Pete, those players aren't going to come in, so there is a good chance we see another game where these guys are down and out of luck when it comes to Surge, desperate to try and jump into somebody's box. Canada and Victor V, we saw their desperation earlier when they were trying to make plays happen. Now the situation has worsened. They have to make something happen right now.
This is the only decision they can make, but it's going to be one they're going to regret. Canada goes down. Matt and Cole were able to get that elimination, and these guys have been the unsung heroes. They qualify out of NA. They make some big plays. They make it from the upper bracket, and now they're shining here in game 3. First elimination, sometimes that's going to be the hardest, but Victor V finds him so down in the depths when it comes to damage. Almost 400 overall. That's almost 2 full eliminations worth of damage, and that's where it gets tough, because even if you're able to take down Cole, you're at a disadvantage, 2v1, and this one's gonna be tough.
Victor V can't even afford to stall. The Surge is just going to start ticking away at his HP, and for Matt and Cole, they've already gotten exactly what they were after. Sure, Vic's able to pick up the splashes, but what else could he do with it?
They need to be careful on Victor V's side and on the other side with POL and Poyo lurking in the zone behind them. Veno and Curve, what do they have for Resign and Tinker? A great little lurk play. We've seen Veno do that many times over the years, and he did that as well in the NA finals, and Tinker and Resigns clearly weren't prepared for it.
We've seen how things fared for one half of that stalled out engagement over by New Sanctuary. Flixie Chap trying to see if they can change their fate though. Opening starts, seems like it begins with Liam.
Yeah, 35 below the damage threshold. Looked like Liam was going for the reboot. He gets denied. But you notice they went from barely below the damage threshold, getting that elimination, to barely above. So for Chap and Flixie, when it comes to Storm Surge, they're not safe just yet. Even Agers now winning that game, going and kind of trying to ride that momentum. It gets cut short, 151, and it's active Surge.
Just ever since the start, when you're not able to fully survive that off-spawn contention, you're going to be left trying to play for the leftovers. And for Agers and Ritual, it's very obvious that this zone pool has not done them any favors either. They've had to go cross-country, but Agers looking to get fraggy with it. Won't get the shots to connect though. Cringe and Twy instead come out on top.
It was always going to be a difficult game with how things started off for them, even after that impressive win they got, but this duo is not out of it just yet. We will be hearing more from them over the course of this day. But for now, they'll leave it to the rest of the lobby to cook up for us. Fadil and Drew looking to do just that. Drew already starting the game with one of them onto Reason, and they will look to quickly improve on their standings. Just 30 points so far, but plenty more to grab in this one.
Yeah, almost 400 above the damage threshold, so they are looking good. No necessity to peek. Curve and Veno, same thing. 5 elims, 900 plus damage. Gets cut short a little bit as they kind of break through the builds, but you see in Veno and Curve, persistence here. They see a pile of loot, but instead of just running in, getting greedy, they're playing very, very calculated.
This might be where they fare best though. They want to be in the thick of it because that's where they'll get the best opportunities to shine. Catching players off guard, trying to work their way through those lower layers undetected by the teams that are already boxed up a little bit higher up on height. And speaking of which, Shark Teeny already trying to get that little bit of leverage because they need to find a solution to being underneath the search threshold.
You know how this one goes. 130, 153. Storm Surge begins to activate. Every 7 seconds, Teeny and Shark will be stricken with 25 damage shield or HP, and it does not turn off until there's 40 or less people in the game. Right now, their strategy looks to be to out-heal it, but now Shark is out of heals. Now he's put on a timer that will not last forever.
But look who's avoided almost everything along the way. Acorn and Bolts. Teeny has fallen though. No opportunities to bring this one back. His body being carried away there by Jew and Badil. Shark looking to see if he could try to scramble, pick up the pieces, but as a solo with no HP, what more can he really do?
He doesn't look like he has the answers to that question, Taco. With just 1 HP remaining, Shark and Teeny will leave their first place spot up for grabs.
So many of our Titans go down earth, and you're kind of seeing how Teeny was able to go down. But Dio and Ju just caught him lacking, edit the wall, and get that elimination. Even during all that chaos, we saw Cold and Rapid went down as well. Veno's gonna get knocked. Curve trying to be a hero. One knock's already there, trying to get the second onto Sky, but he gets denied that opportunity. Rightfully so. He goes right back into the box, trying to get the revive onto Veno with his own pushing him in. He can't be the hero he needs, but there's still a knock right in front. one. Curve trying to save the Siphon for the last moment.
Curve needs it to kick in now or never, but he can't afford to see if he can find another shot. Eventually, though, he might be saved just in the nick of time, but when you've got two titans of the lobby, two major champions going head-to-head, now's the time to see who's really on top.
And Curve might not have been able to save his teammate, but Sky certainly could. Scroll back in the game and back with a chance to make things happen. Curve with just 17 HP needs to tiptoe his way around and he will be caught out. And so it's up to him now to get things done. On the front side of the zone, Shadow and Virgo positioning. Pixie looking to do the same, Malabuka, Vico. We've seen how strong they've been so far today. Will this be their opportunity to take first place?
They're trying to get that whole side of the zone, but they get cut short, cut off, kind of tagged up all at the same time. Vico's going to go down. A lot of pressure has just been put on Malabuka's shoulders. 132 points. They're so close to the top of the leaderboard, they can taste it as he tries to steal another one away, but that one's going to go to Momsy. The flank comes in. He doesn't hear it. Swizzy and Pixie take him down.
Swizzy and Pixie are primed and ready. They are just looking back, spraying down every single one of these teams. All of the players that are just a little bit too late to the punch. And now Pixie, Swizzy, with the damage having been done, they're ready to see whether or not they can make their move towards frontside.
If these guys can rise to the occasion today, it would be exactly the type of story you expect out of Swizzy and Pixie. Peterbot playing the Storm now as all this madness ensues. To end the deal, they are looking to take this game for their own. They don't care who's in this lobby. They want the high ground and they will keep it for now. But that is just for now. They have to continue to hold it and apply the pressure below.
They're feeling like they're on cloud 9 right now. The entire arena cheering them on, but they draw their attention to Shadow and Virgo, that second height team. Anybody in that position could use a shockwave and disrupt everything they have going on.
You can tell though from the way they're playing it, they don't have the materials, and so the chop will come through. It's Cammy, it's Hari. We've seen them do that so many times before, and so it'll be up to Vidil now to clutch up.
But this is a spot that Vidil's been in so many times already, and now here today, Vidil trying to see if he can strike through, but his shields are so low, he's fully cracked. The movement is crazy, but he's left tumbling down the hill, trying to see if he can get out of sight. Pablo is falling, Kindling right next to him, but Vidil, he's not gonna be able to get the shots. He wants to try and make it through, but all of these pre-existing builds just forcing him to make the effort. Still, Vidil moving forward, fires it down, and Vidil brings him down.
How does he keep finding a way? He keeps on doing it. Vidil, this is ridiculous. What a game from him. Scroll will finally put an end to it, but Cammy and Hari, after chopping height, will look to finally make a play for it for themselves. Shadow and Virgo hold on, but not for long. They get wiped clean, and Scroll down below has a tough Polish duo up, trying to take this game.
In fact, they're the only duo actually up in this game. Scroll, solo, Pixie, solo. Scroll's being the focus right now from up above, trying to expand, but he's running out of material, and he's running out of material fast. Hari, Cammy, they realize he's building out a Wook. That's a sign of weakness, and they want to take over. They can't let this opportunity slip from their fingers from one team to the next. Pixie gains their attention. Scroll goes up!
But Scroll finds nothing. He realizes Cammy's in a metal box, and then there's Pixie all alone on the ground. Scroll with the siphon just in the nick of time. But Scroll, he's still got to keep going forward. Hari never gets a chance to see it coming, but it doesn't matter because Cammy had his back.
They are one of the most dangerous teams coming into this event. Contested, uncontested, that is not a problem from them. When it comes to big moments, when it comes to big events, Cammy is one for certain that shows up when it matters most.
Cammy, Hari, stand up. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Hari! What an intense final moment, but you were in it together. How were the communications as you tried to take Solo Scroll down?
I mean, it was the perfect game. We just chopped height like 3 times, killed like 4 people because of that, and it was an easy game.
That's what everyone is saying so far, but everyone online has been looking at the lobby list and saying this might be the most stacked FNCS LAN ever. Do you agree, Hari?
Yeah, it's so stacked.
So when you look at the lobby list, who do you think is your biggest competition right now?
Darm and Dimash.
Darm and Dimash, and is that because you're sat right next to them and they're also your friends from Poland?
Yeah.
And so if it could be you or them, I'm guessing it's got to be you who wins this now.
Of course.
So, Cammy, you know what it's like to be under pressure. You know what it's like to be on day 2 and in contention for the top. But do you have to change things up so you don't get snaked out there?
I mean, we can't, so like we just need to focus on that. Need to focus on winning off spawns and try to get some more good games.
Well, we're going to take a short break while these guys focus up. Please, Düsseldorf, give it up for Cammy and Harry!
I got here. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No, back up.
Wait, if you're mid, wait.
100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fan, welcome back to the summit once again. We get another victory royale out of game 3, and if I could put my EU bias mask on for one, say, yeah, my boy, EU. That's right, Tokata. Oh, Tokata.
I heard you repping NA, what, 1 match ago? Literally last match? You think you can just switch up that quickly, Zeke?
Yes, I can. Oh, sorry, I left the EU bias mask on there for a second. Listen, I'm going to be biased on whoever wins. I just want everybody to have a great time. Shout outs to Cammy and Shari, rather. What an incredible game. Packed with eliminations, packed with high ground, packed with pushing other duos who are trying to take high from them out of the way.
Classic Cammy high take right here. Looking back, chopping it on out, sneaking in the backside of this zone as well. All of that LAN experience that Cammy has paying dividends for him right now. The scroll high take was almost crazy, but they held him off to Carter. And what they did really well here was they took high at, again, the right time at the right way.
I love seeing this from
from Cammy and Hari, now bumped up that leaderboard. But if I think to specifically how this duo plays, you can go back to the 2022 Invitational where Cammy and Seti ended up winning. Issue is they weren't known for playing very well mechanically, for getting those eliminations, but now Cammy paired up with Hari. I'm seeing much more confidence. I'm seeing them pushing. I'm seeing them play for height, get those eliminations, and you know, it's working incredibly well.
I don't know if you saw what I saw. Sky and Scroll have suddenly broken into the 200-point threshold. Oh, wow. Finding that second place against, obviously, a solo situation against Cammy and Shari, rather. Wow. This team continues to do it. I don't know how they do it, but Scroll, if we're gonna put Scroll in solo clutch situations, I'm down. I'm down.
Look, I'm down to put either of them in solo clutch situations. Scroll, game 1, got 52 points as a solo, once again clutching it out. But the best part is, Sky is just as capable at solo clutching. In the EU Major Finals, he had the 3rd most solo clutch points. They can play together as a duo. They can play as solos. They were the most consistent team on EU going into those finals. Sky and Scroll have everything to take home this competition.
What a shot that was, though. Unreal. There was a moment just before that as well where Sky was down and Scroll waited. He almost used Sky's down body as bait. For the player that was coming up to take them out and continue that through. So that combination of not only mechanical ability, not only calmness in those endgame situations, but just the brain, the thoughts, thinking, how can I make the most out of this endgame in our current situation? There's a reason why these guys are favorites going into this weekend, and it's looking very, very good for the Sky and Scroll lovers out there.
What's crazy, too, using the body as bait, that was actually against Vidil, right? Vidil running through as a solo. We could hear the crowd going crazy. Even Vidil coming in and finding these eliminations, against such high-profile duos like Sky and Scroll is crazy.
Yeah, and it's what Vidil's been doing all season long. He's had this sort of like solo clutching prowess, this sort of second wind, if you like, when it comes to solo clutching, because seemingly in every single tournament that he's playing in, he's having these amazing solo clutches. And on a stage like this, in this sort of format, getting those extra few placement points, getting those extra eliminations to Carter is going to be super valuable for him.
100%. They're bumping themselves up the leaderboards. Remember, Vidil back in 2024, he was the best performing duo, German duo alongside Reason, now paired up with Ju. They have been looking incredibly strong on home turf. I'm excited to see if they can continue that momentum forward in the later matches today.
Teeny Sharks, 2nd place, but Chino and Pablo Wingo up 4 places. Mini Minor, this 2nd place. I mean, honestly, Sky and Scroll aren't that far away, but they are trying to make a statement, right? They're like, hey, you're doing good. We're going to stay very close by, though.
Yeah, it's where Chino Pablo operate. This is exactly where you want to have them. These endgame situations, hip to hip. If you looked at the drop map going into today, you'd almost write them off. That sort of triple contestation and standing strip. But when they make this endgame situation, when they're in these low to mid ground layers, they are just almost so in sync together. They're playing off each other so well. And this is something that we spoke about to them in an interview. They were sort of saying, yeah, if we make these endgames, Takata, we're going to have a lot of fun. And that is exactly what they're doing.
What I find interesting about Pablo and Chino is if you looked at their expectations from 2024, which was duos going into 2025, they were low. They weren't making the major finals. They didn't make global championships. But then they were one of the best trios in 2025. So going into this year, their expectations have been significantly high, and they have not disappointed, performing at the top at the EU Major Finals, and now once again topping the charts on an international stage here at the Major Summit. They are meeting those expectations currently, but we still got more games to play out.
I'd love to go back to the standings really quickly, right? I want to see that 2nd page. So keep in mind, we know right now 98 points is where Acorn and Bolts sit, but just below, look at this. Cammy, Shari up 32 places, a single game difference. And look, just right behind, Focus, Thomas, HD, Akira, Kurama, so many names. Guys, this competition is still very much alive. Obviously, we've had a few games, but it'll just take a single game to change everything.
Oh, absolutely. And when Shari and Cammy actually switched up their drop spot towards more of the northeast side of where they're originally landing, I had a few questions. I was like, is this actually going to be the right move? Is this going to be the play that they want to make, particularly with all that contestation going on around them? And the first two games, yeah, it wasn't great, really. They weren't able to show us what we know they can do. do, particularly Cammy, known as the land goat. This is the area in which he is known to operate very well. And for those guys, moving up in the standings after that one game is absolutely crucial. But in an 8-game format, Takasper, it becomes very difficult because you have to continue then to do that throughout the day.
Yeah, Cammy on EU has been a player that's kind of been known to stay ahead and adapt incredibly quickly when there's a new season, when there's new strats, new metas. Cammy is going to be on top of that. I was also looking, Thomas, HD, and Focus close by. They were actually surprise contested in the last match. Now, they ended up having the upper hand. They came out on top there, but there have been a lot of last-minute switch-ups, so I'm definitely starting to feel that pressure.
Absolutely, man. And I'd love to tip my hat to Shadow and Virgo. I'm sure Vivid, wherever you are, is probably making some noise. Currently our best performing NA team. They kind of showed up for a bit of that last game, and then Cammy and Shari said, get out. But still, I love seeing this duel, right? They had that crazy call yesterday. Hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and win this next game, and then went on to do so. So I'm excited to see what else they can bring, right? Like, just look down to the second to fourth. The points are still pretty dang close. I feel like once we get into that 8th game, man, it's going to be really, really close.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, Shadow Virgo, you mentioned it right there, Zeke, 4th place for these guys. It's so tight in and around that area, so it's going to be absolutely vital for them to actually continue to develop and have performances like they have been having. We saw it right here. I think it was Virgo that was up on top of high, actually got chopped on down and then took a lot of that fall damage. So this is where their game started to crumble. But it's something that I spoke about yesterday in the lower bracket. If you can just take high, ride it out for a good amount of time, you're still going to get some really nice placement points. And in an 8-game format, it's going to be absolutely vital to keep those games coming in, because if you can stay consistent, it's going to do you well to good.
If anyone's going to take height, it's going to be Virgo and his Shadow. I mean, if we look back at the player lounge, Virgo was winning every single realistic creative match. I mean, mechanically, he has what it takes. But then you look at the predictions, you look at all the co-streamers, you ask online, and they're putting, you know, NA's somewhat last hope per se, Acorn Rituals, you got Cold Rapid. They don't have Shadow and Virgo up there at the top, so I love to see them currently in 4th place, showing what they're truly capable of.
Dude, and I gotta say, Swizzy, I see you, all right, global champion. I see you sneaking your way just outside that top 5. Pixie right there as well. We are really starting to heat up, right? So many duos are starting to come online. I think they're all thinking the same thing. That trophy, we have to fight for this title. And also, Minnie, we can't forget as well, top 15 auto quals to global championships later on, but this is a global champion, right? He's trying to prove, hey, I won that for a reason.
Yeah, and this is a team that have sort of played with their backs against the walls for a lot of this year and a lot of this season. And, you know, it's kind of surprising coming out of that global championship where Swizzy ended up winning and Pixie, of course, came second. So I think this kind of like one-day format actually hinders them a little bit, because this is a team that are really good at looking back at what they did wrong and then going ahead and improving based on what everyone else is doing. They'll have that halftime break to go ahead and do that, so expect big things from them in the second half as well, but a really solid start from them there in 6th.
Yeah, I don't think anything can stop Swizzy. I mean, tragic end to 2024, came right back in 25, becoming a global champion. Got here a day before his tournament, no sleep, but was unable to make it through. And then in the first match at that lower bracket, all it took was 1 game. They took home the win, qualified themselves to today. And, you know, now hopefully Pixie, Swizzy, they're feeling more well-rested. They're more locked in, ready to go. And I mean, seeing them bumping themselves up this leaderboard, I'm excited to see if that continues.
I think it's really funny too, because like if you think about it, game number 1, or day number 1 rather, you got to play 6 games and be the top 25. So he's like, okay, do I play 6 games and then top 25, or do I just drop down in the lower bracket, win game 1, and then go back to sleep? Great story. I don't obviously know if that's true, but in my head canon, that's absolutely what happened. Vidil as well in that last game, ultimately shut down by Sky and Scroll, right? Kind of being used as bait there, but by himself, I mean, dude, he looks so good right now, Mini Minor. Obviously, eventually kind of had to play this out as a solo, but he looks good.
Early height take, the crowd went crazy. Everyone was hyped. They saw them on height. They saw the stars aligning for Dew and Vidil. And this was the moment where it all came crumbling down. But remember, Vidil here going up against arguably the best team in the world, especially in this domain in the low ground situation. Only on 4 HP, absolutely cooking. And this is what I talked about earlier. Scroll, that thinking ahead, 200 IQ play, waiting for Vidil to go ahead and find that finish. I think he did get the points for it though, so that's a really nice solo clutch from him.
Yeah, I mean, being on home turf, having the crowd cheering your name, roaring for your success, I'm sure it definitely plays a big part, but Vidil is one of those EU legends. He's been around for a very long time. He knows what it takes to compete both online and at international competitions. Paired up with the Jew. I'm excited to see them close out today.
Oh, Vidil do it as well. Where's the finger guns? Go on.
There we go, there we go.
Was he about to dab?
He was about to dab. It's
Good, thinking about
way
it.
back many years ago. But you saw him there for a minute, locked in, right? He's like, hey, the job's not done. I have to keep pushing on forward. But friends, I'm getting the call right now. Casters are ready. The next game is ready. So Casters, over to you.
You know, I like the way Zeke just said that. Job's not done. And for Sky and Scroll, they might have about a 70-point lead, but it's exactly that. 5 games left, job's not done.
Yeah, but when it's Sky and Scroll and you start looking at the point differential that's already taking place, all I can think about right now, Levin, is what happened in Major 1 Grand Finals. But first up, let's see what actually takes place here in Game 4.
Game 4, the last game before halftime. And if you guys are no strangers to Fortnite competitive, where you're at on the leaderboard means so much. If you're going after first, you might have to have a big game here. If you're settling for that top 15, you just need to remain consistent. Thomas, focused. They know they got lurked on at the start of that last game, and they're just being a little bit more aware.
No surprises this time around, or for now at least. We have to see what takes place elsewhere. Looks like these guys might get a game uncontested. Epic Well and Pump.
Ooh.
And it looks like the Middle Eastern duo has decided, well, they don't get landed on, but they do get shot out of the sky, and there will be more shooting out of the sky here as these two duos run it back.
That's just the nature of the game when it comes to these drop spots. Sometimes you have to glide in, and Flixie's just trying to go for the chest, gets the Thunder Burst, but not the elimination. 2v1, Tinka and Resign to strength in numbers, and that was a little bit of a mismatch. Chap went underneath. He left his teammate alone by himself, and sometimes that's the only second you need.
Sometimes you just have to give up the sacrifice, though. Flixie fully understanding that they just weren't going to be able to pull this one back. It's better to just have Chap try and play things through. He can look for the reboot later on, but for Hero and Bacchus, they've got to be feeling great about the fact that they might actually get to experience a game. They've been dealing with Epic Whale and Pump, and we can go back to see where things really started to take off for them. Surprise conning Virgo. That's a bad news Bears moment, but Hero not finished with it.
Hero getting both of those eliminations, and honestly, sometimes it takes one switch up of a drop spot to get things rolling in your favor. And already we'll see how they rise up the leaderboards after this one. Triple contested still over towards Sandy's trip. It's Chino and Pablo that find themselves in a close quarters combat situation here. Victor V and Kanata on the west side of Sandy. So right now, it's gonna be Fakun by himself, just having to clutch up or just stay alive until he can get his teammate back.
This is a dispute that has been taking place since Friday. Pablo and Chino have non-stop been looking to bring down Fukun and Minifio. They nearly succeeded in yesterday's competition, but it just wasn't enough. This time, though, they've settled everything once and for all. So game 4, they'll just have to deal with Victor B and Kanata at Sandy.
And that is a balance that I think they are willing to live with, one that I think they can find success with. And so if there's anybody that can give Sky and Scroll a run for their money at the top of the leaderboard, we know it is Pablo and Chino.
We also know what Thomas is made of, especially when it comes to international tournaments. 92 points so far. Not necessarily the start that they have wanted, but still plenty of time to kind of pick up the pace. Kazi trying to disengage underneath, focus on the chase, shot after shot connecting until we finally get that first knock. The elimination is there, and while on the other side, Focus cleans up one. Thomas now trying to stall out this fight, waiting for his teammate to come back, using their numbers to their advantage, and just firing off on all cylinders. Damo by himself, but not for long, as he gets sent back to the lobby with Kazi.
It's just obvious that that Oshi duo was running on fumes here. Unfortunately for them, Thomas and Focus do take full advantage of them being pushed so early, but Poyo, Peterbot, this is unfamiliar territory now.
NA fans, look away. This is not what you want to be watching. Pollo, who's been the more reliable, it feels like today, as far as staying alive in the duo, goes down at the hands of the Frenchies, and so that leaves Pete to fend for himself and keep this duo fighting in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's something when you kind of look at the stats of Peterbot and Pollo on day one, you know, kind of leading in damage right there with eliminations, but where they placed on the leaderboard is not where you would think a team like Peterbot and Pollo would place. So it's not necessarily the actual fights and mechanics, it's the overall game plan.
So far a tournament to forget for them, but still plenty more to play. Chat has been able to keep himself in the game with a nice little lurk onto King.
That's exactly why Plixie knew he could trust his duo when he left off on a solo adventure here. Yapko and Panzer, though, profiting from what's taking place over by Latte, and they've got Cooper directly in their sights.
Yep, they were able to kind of angle out Reap by himself, and now they land a big shot onto Cooper. 2v1, they're continuously trying to push in. Cooper's time is definitely limited here, the way Yapko and Panzer have been playing. They need the points. They have to try to catch up and move up that leaderboard if they want at least top 15, but Cooper's keeping them on the chase up until now, where Cooper finally falls. And just like Taco said there, that decision to split with Ages of Ritual not working out.
And we have seen Yapko and Panzer are not afraid to fight anybody in this quadrant of the map. If they spot a weakness, they will strike and they will hit hard.
It really feels like they've been playing a lookout to see who's going to be the duo that gets pushed further north from Latte landing off the initial off-spawn contention. And every single time, whether that's been Ritual and Agers or whether that's been Reet and Cooper, you'll see Yapko and Panzer throwing their names into the mix.
As the dust settles, Reason and Noah, we've seen kind of two sides of this coin. Moments where they like to get aggressive, try to find eliminations. And then moments where they play passive, just like this, lurking. We know these teleporters, a lot of teams like to traverse through, avoid all the chaos that goes above and on the island, but sometimes it ends up being one of those plays where you run into nobody throughout the course of hiding down there.
It looked more like they were set up, banking on someone actually taking that ascender directly down to them, obviously hoping that they could get the advantage off the right side peaks, but Cringe and Twy, they'll be the closest to it. Whether or not they actually take the bait, though, that's a story left to be settled.
For Shark and Teamy, a game where they will have to prove to everybody watching that they are really here to play. We've seen them win, but after last game's surge disappointments, the question does become, when this team faces a challenge on this stage, can they rise to overcome it?
But what really makes things so exciting is that we've seen EU challenge Sky and Scroll before. You can never count yourself as safe, even when the match looks promising, because so many teams like Swizzy and Pixie all just kind of nestling in to these tucked away positions, utilizing every bit of terrain to their advantage.
And I think in the case of Swizzy and Pixie, they've almost been counted out by many, many people watching, and understandably when you look at how the year has gone, but that is too much talent to count out. Speaking of talent, Big Cold on the screen, picking Iyomzo up, and 4 Fields is not the spot you want to be fighting these two. This is their comfort zone.
It's also the opposite side of the map from where we would have anticipated Iyomzo and Josh to even be at. So clearly a little bit of a mix-up already taking place.
Yeah, and just unfortunate enough, you kind of saw the no knock. It was straight elimination. Josh probably out of the game already as we tune into Peterbot. Nalu and Rainy, just like Josh and Iyomzo for that matter, just kind of landing where they want each and every game, trying to go ahead and lurk and catch a team off guard while they're going for their loop path. But Peterbot's been a solo for so long in this situation. There's been too many teams inside Squibbly and outside as well, so there's really been no chance for him to get that reboot.
But part of the problem for Peterbot is that taking that aggressive fight, that early motion up against Skyjump and Mumsy, and it not netting anything for them, it just left Squibbly up for grabs. And the moment that teams see real estate, they're going to start moving in. That's exactly what Rainy and Nalu have done. So Peterbot, he'll have his work cut out for him in terms of getting the reboot for Pollo in the first place and making it out of Squibbly Shores.
Okay, Aegis of Ritual making their rotation on over. Typically, you kind of see them use the long launch pad towards the backside of Latte Landing, but Yapko and Panzer actually ended up using it. I'm not sure Age of Ritual know they're there, and I'm not sure Yapko and Panzer are even going to try to dive down on them. Both of these teams need to get into the zone before they're eaten alive and damage being taken.
Far too far and away. It's the render distance that's just working to their advantage. They are gliding overhead. Agers and Ritual, there's not really a whole lot they can do about it either. They know they just got to keep moving forward into the next zone.
Uh-oh. Pump, don't see Epic Well anywhere in sight. And this is a situation that might make you a little nervous if you're Epic Well and Pump. You've been performing decently well throughout the course of the day. Almost in contention of one of those global championship spots. But then you run into Vico and Malabuka, and in the distance, there's a shark in the water. Him and Teeny lurking like we know they can. They go ahead and let at least one of those teams escape. So I'm wondering, do they know Pump is here, or are they just trying to eye that duo of Vico, Malabuka? They're returning back. They want to fight. They know this is a chance that it could be Shark and Teeny.
This is a 2v2 we all want to see, and it's one that will be interfered with. Pump takes Malabuka down, and that just helps Shark and Teeny, and it gives him a bit more breathing room to stay in this game as well.
Not only that, but Pump absolutely stacked right now. The problem is he is just a solo. And for Shark and Teeny, there's always a bigger fish, and they're willing to make sure that they take out Pump entirely. The ultimate refresh, it's not even one that is a necessity, but they'll steal it anyway. All of that loot that once belonged to Malabuka now straight in Shark and Teeny's inventory.
2 is better than 1, especially when it's Shark and Teeny.
Yeah, but these fights right now just continuing all around the map. Cold and Rapid looking to get aggressive. Probably just going ahead and being okay with just getting damaged. Shield gone from Boko, shield gone from Cringe. Some shots did connect, but instead of getting greedy for Cold and Rapid, the game plan for them is simple. They don't need big game eliminations. They're just trying to get Surge, climb up that leaderboard, and then move into the zone. They don't want to get caught in all the chaos. They don't want to get caught below the damage threshold and control over their game, take it away.
They might not have a choice though. Based off where we last saw Chino and Pablo, they might be able to get some decent tags into Cold and Rapid along the way. But Darm and Deemish, what had been a very promising start of the day, cut a little bit short because of losing some of that momentum off of early eliminations in Game 2. Shark Teeny trying to do what they can to shut down some of their EU comrades, but Deemish and Darm never count these guys out. They'll take their time farming it up before they get involved.
We're already seeing a couple mythics in play as well. Thomas, the Iron Pump, you saw the Chaos Reloader there. There's Ju and Vidil from their drop spot. Kind of see them instantly edging towards the zone. 418 above. Even without elimination here, you can see they're being consistent when it comes to that damage. And everybody on the outskirts of the map slowly but surely making their way in. And they have to be quick because right now it is going to be a 1 tick, is going to move into a 2 after this, and then a 5. So positioning has to be perfect.
But there's so much else taking place. Peterbot with the comeback. This is exactly what he needed. A single opportunity. Everybody's better than Peterbot until it's time to be better than Peterbot. And QNDX, it looks like he might just find out.
And this could be the moment right here, not just for the eliminations in the case of Peterbot, but if he can get Poyo back, they at least have some loot. But again, I said the 5th zone, it moves to a 2-tick. Peterbot can no longer stay over towards Humble Hills. He has to move down towards Riptides, closer and closer towards the zone. But this could be his golden opportunity, just like that one there. QNDX gets caught off guard. Peterbot pounces and gets the elimination. But it wasn't easy. It does turn into a 2v1, and Phantom takes the sacrifice.
This is the Peterbot we want to see. Sniffing out opportunities to take advantage of players and striking hard. Can he get Poyo back in the game? If not, can he give us an all-timer Peterbot clutch?
Humble Hills right now getting more and more traffic running through. Ari down below. Don't see Cammy anywhere. Nalu and Rainy, they have no choice but to play aggressive here. 147 below the damage threshold, but that first shot is going to slow him down. Demon's coming in. It's going to make it that much harder, but Nalu hits a haymaker on one side, but another one breaks into the box. Now they're scrambling. Back to the lobby they go. Darman Demas, a strength in numbers is real.
You hit hard, we hit harder. Darman Demas cannot be toppled right now.
best part of it all. I don't even know if they realized that Ari was still there, but Chap, Flixie, this is what they needed. They bind Poyo off of the reboot, and Peterbot might just go with it. Fortunately, Flixie's down yet again, but Chap has closed it just enough to revive his duo.
Now they get an opportunity here. They are getting chunked out by the zone, but look at the extra heals they were able to get. A mending machine not too far by. That was a huge success for Chap and Flixie in this game, and this is literally what we saw yesterday. Slow start to the day, but slowly but surely ramping up.
Doesn't matter though, everything that just took place for Darm and Demish has steadily fizzled away in moments. It seems so promising. You get the refresh, you get the abilities, but they're just so below on Surge. Just took too much damage in the exchange overall from Rainy and Nalu, and it's apparently left its mark.
This is going to be a tough rotation to make. Max Pool, it's not going to be any easier for some of the teams in the zone. But for Darm now, as he makes his journey in, still plenty to do. Curve won't be able to stomach it. Darm might for now, and he does have a pathway to rotate in. What happened to Veno though? I mean, it's rare to see Curve all alone in situations like that. Oh, that's what happened. Panda happened.
You know, you probably wish me look away right there.
I really do.
Tough. Shockwave into the front of the zone truly costs him everything, but sometimes you have no other option. But it doesn't matter how much damage, how many eliminations Darm has been able to get so far. He's still 246 below the damage threshold.
Who was really going to be Polish's last standing figure, and it's Darm in the end of it.
Hari said to Frankie, hey, it's going to be us that come out on top. Darm making him eat his words. Darm and Demish, their game continues, and it's all in the hands of Darm.
You hear the crowd getting wild already in the feed. Vidil taking down Cold, Pablo, Chino just trying to move their way forward. Dropping a cup for the extra loot that they do have that they don't need to take with them. You can see their material kind of running low here. With 2 eliminations, 440 above the damage threshold. The main thing that is going to take their focus is just rotating from point A to point B, and it's just got so drastic. That is a max pull.
But at the same time, it's one that Chino and Pablo, they're avoiding all of the attention with a nice wrap around the dead side. They know that there's a couple teams trailing just ahead of them, but at the same time, Vidil, Ju, looking to get active inside the congestion.
The crowd is lighting up with Vidil and Ju on their screens. They want to see more Vidil magic. And with them being so comfortably above Surge, this is looking and shaping up to be another magical performance.
I just can't believe that I'm watching Darm cut across the screen right now. How is he still alive? As a solo, he is doing everything in his power to fight back in this lobby and try to remain in contention for some serious placement points. Shark is weak, just ahead, but he doesn't have the opportunity to open up.
And this is a chance right here. Scroll once again by himself, 131 below the damage threshold. With the gap that they've been able to get in this tournament so far, the entirety of the lobby is looking at them, hoping they go down. But Scroll obviously making plays already from 140 plus down to 87. He doesn't look like he's getting nervous too either. They're immediately getting focused, forced to back up, 171. He just needs to find this, and that's going to be step one. But it's more than one team. It's more than one player. They're all focusing in his direction.
The entire lobby is staring him down, and he won't be able to withstand it. But Darm still going. 6 more points have just been collected. And Darm, even with the Surge ticking away at his lifeline here, he's still waiting to see if he can strike first and come out on top. If he finds a singular refresh, that would be everything, because only 3 more players need to go down for the Surge to disappear.
Yep, he has multiple med kits. Plenty of time because he didn't get that max pull, but 305, that's a daunting number to look at. So that's why he's just hoping, crossing his fingers, 3 people to go down. Maybe Vico, Malabuka could get one, Kurama. moving across. Lucy's going to get dropped. Romero's going to get knocked as well. Plenty of eliminations need to be cleaned up here, but a flank comes in. Teeny surprise. Shark and him try to converge back into that same box, but they still have to rotate forward.
But look at how much space they have. They've claimed so much of the lower layers, and they're looking to continue building it out. But next, they want to take over the front side.
Down to bare bones. With just 25 HP, he has to make some sort of play happen. If anybody can do it right now, it's got to be him. Shark now has lost Teeny, and we know he has his eyes set on any of these weakness. Dom goes down, and Shark now takes over as the solo we will watch, trying to make something happen.
He has to show why he's kind of looked at as one of the best individual player in EU as of now, but if you look up, you see it in the clouds. It's Vico, it's Malabuka. We know what they could do on high ground, and it doesn't look like any team as of now is looking up.
It's very often that you'll see them starting to really heat up as the lobbies continue to drag on, but for Skrull, as a solo, just trying to hide from underneath. But Focus is spotted out immediately. Thomas and Focus were trying to surprise contest on the high ground, but they'll be sniffed out immediately. Still, Focus and Thomas manage to make their way up, but they don't have the materials to hold this.
Vico, all alone. We've seen him here before. He'll take one with him. He's leaving with something. But the lobby will continue. Thomas and Focus looking to announce themselves now to the world as they sit up on height.
I love this play out of them. They want to catch up, but they don't want to wait until it's already over. Swizzy Pixie, same thing could be said for them. 108 points and counting. 2 eliminations. They have Tails, they have Slurp, they have everything that they need, but Skrull is still outlasting everyone into the top 14. If he can go a little bit further, he'll get half of the placement points.
He is a major problem for the rest of the lobby. And how can he be stopped? Shark doing his best impression now to try and catch up. Every single one of these solos making desperation plays. Focus will fall off of height, and that leaves Thomas now alone to deal with the damage. With just 1 build remaining, he has a mountain to climb here, Taco.
And the new generation, they're trying to take over. Skrull still going underneath, a little bit out of sight, out of mind, but it's only a brief moment. Akira, Kurama, they're the ones that take over frontside low. Skrull, he has to connect. He needs to bring down this next player, but it's Resigned, picked off by Pixie instead. And Skrull knows his moments are limited. He's trying to see if he can capitalize. Instead, Akira and Kurama finding the limbs.
We're into the top 9, half of the placement points, top 8, another one's gonna go down. Bolts gets that elimination. Kurama and Akira, they're trying to dominate that layer, but Skrull is still scrambling around. He is the X Factor, big shot on the Tyler, but unfortunately he goes down.
It's the fact of the matter though, the damage has been done. If it's not me, it won't be you either. So Akira, Kurama, will you find your moment, or will Bolts and Acorn take it all away?
Acorn up above, looking down, applying the pressure, giving Bolts the space to get involved if need be. They need to hold on as the rest of the lobby scurries around below. They will take Darkos down. Minori left, fending for scraps, holding on for dear life. It looks like Acorn and Bolts want the dub here.
He is striking them down one by one by one. Acorn and Bolts are in the driver's seat. Minori down below, just a sliver of HP, and it's not gonna last long. Acorn and Bolts and A's home are on top.
And all it took was just that singular moment of these two holding down height. Everyone else just in absolute shambles underneath. 2 separate lines of fire, nowhere left to run. So of course the victory royale is all theirs.
Guys, you just got a victory royale in game 4, but it feels like you're just chilling. It feels like you just played a practice game, Bolt, from that reaction.
Nah, it wasn't like a practice game, but you know, we took height in the end and we were beaming a lot of people with our AR, so it felt like a really smooth game.
Acorn, as IGL, what's going through your mind when you're looking up? You're seeing the chaos unfold. What are you saying to Bolts in that moment? How do you get the timing right?
It was actually him that made the height call. I was just waiting for him to look at it. You know, we were trying to chop it, and then he made the decision, trusted him, and we won the game.
Is that a situation that happens a lot? Bolts, you say, you know what, I've got the instinct here, let me fly.
I would say it's 50-50. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's Acorn, but in the end, we got the win.
Now, the two of you now on form. on fire, but this is a stacked lobby. Do you think consistency is something you can achieve?
Of course, always got to be consistent. You know, it's a mental game. We're doing bad. We won the game. Now we're back in it to win it.
The mentality is clearly strong and getting stronger with these two. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking about all the action so far. Congratulations, Incredible!
I got here. I'm popping a med bit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. I'm gonna put my NA bias mask back on. NA back on top, baby! That's right, you thought I left NA. Of course not. Me and Vivi were in the back. We were high-fiving, we were jumping for joy. I never left. I would never leave you, NA. Sorry about that. I don't know how that got back on my face there. Unbiased Zeke back. Crazy stuff out of Acorn and Bolt.
I'm not going to let you get past that. I've never seen someone switch up so fast so many times. What, EU, NA? I mean, to be fair, it is going back and forth in terms of who's winning these matches, but let's take a look at some of these highlights of Acorn and Bolt's. Mini Miner, I know you're a fan of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great team, and a team that we've actually finally seen come alive here in these endgames, finally getting that big win that we know that they can do, and absolutely huge for this team. They were coined as NA's last hope coming into this weekend, and we've seen already that there are other NA teams that are capable. The way they took height here, classic Acorn and Bolt's gameplay, really nicely done right there as well. And we spoke about it earlier on, about these zones. They were very, very good when they got favorable zones in upper upper bracket. This one, not a favorable zone. This is a very south zone, so they're still performing now. They figured it all out and playing up from height to Carter. It's a great game.
Yeah, this is big news. I mean, in terms of expectations, this is one of the duos that has the highest expectations on NA to come out on top. I'm almost surprised that it's taken so long to see them get a match like this, but I'm sure after this, they are going to bump themselves incredibly high up that leaderboard, and it's also, you know, a bit of that confidence boost that they might have needed.
I don't know if Acorn could have more confidence. He came out with confidence at the top of the show, right? We had that moment to interview with him. He just said, hey, I'm ready, be ready. It's great to see, obviously, and 8 eliminations as well. Massive out of the duo. Now, let's take a look at the standings. Sky and Thrall, they continue the dominance. This is why so many fans, players, us, were like, yeah, I think these guys are probably a big contender to go ahead and walk away with the win. Obviously, Teeny and Shark right behind, but more on that in a moment because Sky and Skrull, again, we put Skrull in a solo clutch situation, and he delivers.
He always delivers in these solo clutch situations. It seems like today has been the day of these big solo clutches, and he needed to make it happen, of course. There was a lot of teams that were up there on the standings that, of course, were down to a solo player. We saw it with Shark also clutching up as a solo. So, I mean, when it comes to Acorn and Bolts, the fact they won that game, really good for them. But for Skrull, if he can keep on making these solo clutches happen, if this can still keep happening for them, they're looking really, really strong. Where's the chink in their armor? I don't see it at all.
I mean, it's working. I know Sky is just as capable to make these solo clutches happen, but for now, Skrull has been looking unstoppable. When I think back at EU in general, you know, the knowledge of the top previously has been a bit gatekept, but Sky and Skrull, coming from not being these, you know, tied-in players earlier on in EU competitive to now not only building the chemistry, building the knowledge, building the consistency, they have skyrocketed themselves as one of the most consistent duos, not just on EU, but in the world. So I like to see the solo clutches, but I want to see a duo win from them. I want to see both of them, you know, pop off in one of these end games.
I like that, skyrocketed.
Yeah, pun intended.
Pun intended, right? But even in that game, like, I was looking back at sort of their early game situation. They kind of went back to that strategy that we know they like to do. Sky up in that surge tower, up in that base, looking for a lot of those tags around their POI because, of course, that zone did start to pull down to the south. And instead of Skrull just looking for all of that loot and re-farming, he was also looking for tags inside of Battlewood Boulevard. So little tiny adjustments to the strategy that's worked so well for them. And in this end game, of course, they made it there, and we know what happens when they do.
Yeah, something that we even heard Venno say, not only was it looking like he was going to steal our job with that analyst test he did on the Telestrator, but he was bringing up that Sky and Skrull throughout, you know, the divisional cups, throughout the heats, through even the major finals, they kind of had the same strategy in terms of off spawn, getting surge, and even who they're tagging in early to mid game. Now, the question was, are they going to kind of get contested? Are people going to try and counter that strategy? It didn't happen in the EU major finals, is what Venno was saying, and it almost happened game 1 actually today when one of them got picked. I forget who it was, but they quickly came back from that. Haven't had too many issues at all, and they've been overcoming these hurdles as the day has been going on. So it hasn't been super easy for them, but they've still done an amazing job of keeping themselves at the top of that leaderboard.
It looks good, right? It looks good. It looks crazy. Obviously, this being the halfway point, again, I'm just going to keep saying it, job's not done, right? We still have things that we need to do. Wanted to highlight here, of course, Akira Karama had a bit of a moment from them in this last game. So 8th place, up 5 places, right? So again, it's just going to take one game to try and rise up the standings, you know, as we start to kind of hit that halfway point though, boys. I'm sure these players are all kind of starting to think the same thing. If I'm up in that top 10, okay, we just got to stay the course. Maybe we could play for first, but we're playing for those 15th fall spots. If we're outside of that many, we're thinking, dude, we have 4 games, which thankfully is 1 extra game.
Yes.
But still, we need to make something happen.
Yeah, and this is something that's really unique to this sort of like LAN format. We're not used to seeing this. It's usually like win, and that's like the main thing that you're playing for. But here, you're playing for that top 15. And for Akira and Karama, it's really nice to see them actually performing at this level on this stage, because they're a team that have so much potential. They've been showing it in moments, little individual games, little instances where, yes, individual tournaments, they've been incredible. But just overall, we haven't seen that massive dominating performance from them. So for them, that can kind of play into their favor favor this weekend, and today I should say, because they can just play their end games as they have been. They don't need to set the world on fire. They don't need to try and necessarily win the entire thing, which of course they will try and do. And you're not going to not want to win it, but it gets to a point where you think, right, let's just try and solidify that top 15. And they're a really, really good team at doing that, consistently making those end games.
Yeah, I'm liking how it's looking for them. I mean, this is the in-person event that we've had with the most controller players, and there's only 3 duos that are both controller players playing together. One of them is Akira and Kararma, and hey, putting themselves in top 10 so far. I know the French fans, M8 fans, are incredibly happy to see their performance, especially in that last game, getting closer and closer to the top end of that leaderboard.
Absolutely, bro. Now, of course, it being the halfway point, we've let the players kind of take a deep breath, head back on over. They have a little bit of a break here. They'll be looking to readjust, look at things, whatever they need to do, right? Because with 4 games left to go, we'll have to keep this fight going. Now, Thomas HD as well, for that moment, saw him on height, and dude, my eyes lit up. I was like, yes, Thomas. You know, not sure what led up to Focus being eliminated. Thomas having then to kind of solo clutch a little bit, but look at this, man. Just seeing him on high ground, it took me all the way back.
Yeah, I think they got chopped out there, was it Focus, and they went down to fall damage in the end. But Thomas HD clutching up a few extra points right here. I feel like we haven't really seen them too much, although they're on decent points. It hasn't been like an amazing performance from them. Very similar to what we saw when it came down to Major 1 in EU. They were sort of in and around those end games, performing well, but they never had that massive game performance that we expect and that we can come to expect from Thomas and Focus, because I mean, the names, both of them, have been performing so well.
When's it going to happen, Thomas? When's it going to I know you have what it takes. I mean, 2024 Global Championship, Thomas HD got 2nd place, adding, you know, to the 4 second places he has in FNCS Major Finals, the 4 third places he has, 11 top 5s. I mean, Thomas has been around. He's one of 2 players playing today that qualified both to the 2019 World Cup and also this Summit Major LAN, duoed up with Focus, who is kind of that new up-and-coming EU talent. Actually, you know, Tarping even gets the shotgun at their POI. I'm liking what I'm seeing from this duo. They started off a little rough earlier on this season, but they've been looking incredibly strong recently. So one big game is all I'm hoping for from this duo.
That's right. Dude, that's what we can't forget, right? Is like, it's just going to take one really great game to kind of turn all of this around. Wanted to take a moment here to highlight, this has been a fantastic weekend of Fortnite. Camera, can you get this over here? Look at this. This whole little section here has been our co-streamer booth. So if you've been following along with them, they've had a fantastic time. So many showing. What? Ozzy, is that you? Ozzy, Ozzy, come up here. Ozzy, come up here. Ozzy, yo, Bucky, you want to come? You want to come up here? You want to come here, Bucky? Yeah, just him, just you. Come, Ozzy, come here. We got to get him up here. You know, you've heard from us. You've been able to hear our thoughts. Why don't we get Ozzy Antics up here? Fan favorite. He's so cool, so handsome, so tall. Come on. Don't be shy, Ozzy. Don't be shy. Everyone's here to see just you. No one's here to see anybody else, just you. For those of you who don't know, this is Ozzy Antics. I don't know why you wouldn't know, but maybe you don't know, and that's okay. This is Ozzy Antics. Ozzy, what have you made of the first half of the competition so far?
It's been good. I mean, I was talking to my chat about this. I think this is the most stacked lobby in the history of Fortnite, and I think we're seeing that. Like, anyone can take it. I was trying to do predictions last night. There's about 10 teams, I think, that could win this, and no one should be surprised. We've never seen that before.
Yeah, I mean, we saw you doing some predictions on stream earlier on. I want to know how are those sort of shaping up now, halfway through the tournament.
Well, they're looking okay. I had Sky and Scroll up there. Yeah. That was good. I had Shark and Teeny up there. I had them both getting top 3. So I'm feeling good.
Nice.
My Pete Poyo prediction, basically, everyone had faith in for NA. I had Cold and Rapid winning it.
Yeah.
I had Pete and Poyo getting top 5. So I basically shouldn't have had any faith in NA, apparently.
What would you think is the biggest surprise that you've seen today in the finals?
Biggest surprise I've seen so far in the finals today. I mean, Curve and Veno getting contested. Ooh. I did not see that coming. That was crazy. And I mean, they're handling it pretty well. Outside of that, I think Shadow and Virgo were looking incredible. Again, they're kind of always a dark horse when everyone talks about them, until they also got contested.
Yeah, that's tough, right? Going back to Curve and Veno, right? How do you think, how would you even imagine you have a plan, you come in and then 15 minutes before you're like, hey, guess what?
I honestly thought it was like the usual bait and switch we see. Like, you guys know, you've competed in the past. You hit the little, I need 2 for off spawn. I'm surprised contest. And if people don't do it, I thought Veno was doing that. I was so sure. And I was like, he's just saying that because he's on the microphone. He's in the player room. No one will contest him. and then I saw his contest. I mean, it's hard, and you got to feel for Curve as well.
Yeah.
This is his first ever LAN. He just won FNCS, doing incredible, but I think they can bring it back. We know Veno's a day 2 player. Doesn't have a day 2, but he did just have the break. He got the second half. He can prepare now. That's my hope.
I mean, it's been really impressive, right? A lot of these sort of newer comer players too. Lance, Curve, of course, Shark. We saw having a great performance so far today. Solo clutching as well. You would have watched a lot of these up-and-coming Fortnite players, up-and-coming talents. How proud are you of these sort of players that are just new to the stage here?
I mean, Sky and Scroll has been like the duo that I've been like. They're like my duo. I've been gassing them up for so long now. I actually predicted them slightly lower because I was worried about Veno. Outside of that, we all watched the EU Grands. Like, they looked incredible. But honestly, I'm super proud. And even Shark as well. I think the thing I'm most proud of Shark is I've seen him in the player room, got to hang out with him. Lovely kid. He's so humble as well. Like, he's had so much expectation coming into this, and he hasn't got an ego about it. He's just stayed humble, respectful. Even I was trying to be like, you know, you versus Clicks, like, how you feeling about that? He didn't qual, didn't want to smack talk. He was just like, I've got a job to do.
Yeah. That's good. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Last question for you, obviously, before we start to let you go. What has your chat been saying? I've been saying, what are you hearing? What you hearing?
I mean, they're having a good time. They're enjoying it a lot. I had a little like teaser announcement. I don't know if I'm allowed to like tease the announcement I teased on stream. They're still trying to guess what that is. We got a little like something coming up. They've been loving it. Honestly, they love the show. My chat, I think, also very just locked in on competitive. This is, again, the best lobby we've seen in such a long time. It's sad we don't have faces like Clicks and Savage here, but you get to see the best go at it in a one-day format. They're as hyped as I am. Let's be real.
Bro, well, thank you so much. Before we let you go, obviously, you've got your stream going on right now. You've got Bucky. You had Savage. You're up there as well. Fortnite fan, if you want another perspective, this is where to go. Anything you'd love to say to the fans out there? Anything you want to say?
I mean, fans, thank you so much for giving me the dream job. As always, it's incredible. I get to call this a career. I traveled all the way from Australia for this. I wouldn't do anything else. But also, I want to give a shout out to the other co-streamers. They've all been phenomenal this week. We've had so many people together. Boob's been killing it. Fax has been killing it. Leo and Ma, like the collaborative effort from all the content creators to bring the most out of this LAN has been amazing. So please check them out as well. It's been incredible.
Ozzy, thank you so much, bro. We are so excited that you were.
Thank you.
Know this guy in forever.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it.
For sure. Take that. Yeah, go ahead and drop it right there. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it.
He's got a string to go. Yeah, he's got to go back.
Ozzy Antics, everybody. Thank you again to Ozzy. Frankie is apparently standing by. Let's go check in with her and see how things are going.
Thank you so much. I had to ask Sky and Scroll what it's been like for them so far. They're currently #1 on the leaderboard. But Sky, game 1 started with you having to reboot Scroll. Talk me through what happened.
I mean, Scroll got camped on in a bush. It was a bad mistake. We should have been prepared, and yeah, it won't happen again. Went on to reboot, and then I died to storm sickness, but Scroll clutched up the game.
And this is the thing, you guys have pivoted so well because after that first game, we haven't seen that happen again. But what we have seen, Scroll, is you continuing to clutch, notably a 2nd place finish. You were on your own for multiple zones. How are you able to focus and have such awareness of everything around you when you're on your own?
I mean, every time I'm in the in-game, I'm just full locked in, and I just enjoy playing on stage.
You enjoy just having to go full throttle and save yourself for your teammates, Sky. When you are on your own, though, are the two of you still communicating? How does that work?
Can you say again?
When you're on your own, is Sky giving you any input?
Yeah, he's giving me all the input I need.
Yeah. And so for you now, we've got this halftime reset. How do you reset?
We have some resets that always Poppy introduced us to, and we're gonna look through the games and kind of trying to expect what the other people around us are going to do for the last 4, and yeah, just prepare.
And I did notice you on stage between games. You had your eyes closed, you were having that zen moment, and I think I should let you have another one of those now, so let's head back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Love to see Sky and Scroll there. You know, it's tough. The competition is tough. It's not like Sky was just like, hey, Scroll, take over. Go ahead and go wild. It's like, hey, man, something's happening. Other duels are making moves, and Scroll is put in this situation. But when you can have a teammate like Scroll, who it's like, hey, everything's fine. I believe in you. Just go. And he does is sick.
Yeah, this is a duo that have played together for so long. You have to have that trust in your teammate, and that's something that they built up so often. When their teammate is solo clutching like that, it makes it so much easier when you just know you can trust him. If there's a team up here that, you know, I mean, okay, let's just enjoy this. 136 points as a solo to cast.
So we could actually add Pixie, add BOT, and that would still be less points than how much Scroll has solo clutched today. I mean, we knew both Sky and Scroll were capable of this, but doing it on an international stage. Ozzy said it himself, the most stacked lobby we've probably ever seen in Fortnite competitive. I mean, words can't even describe how impressive that is.
Yeah, and I really liked it in that interview right there. Actually, Sky's first answer to Frankie's question. In the, of course, their first game, he went down, he had that bush, they got lurked on, they got keyed. His approach to it, his reaction can very easily be like, oh, we got really unlucky, that wasn't our game. Like, you know, they can get really angry about it. But the way that he conducts himself, the way that this duo have been so good at, is just actually learning from those mistakes. And I think that's a key element to the fact that they have stuck together for so long, because so often in Fortnite, you think, oh, something didn't go well, switch out the duo, we'll try again next time, and just kind of brush over the mistake and not learn from it. Whereas this duo, the fact that Sky right there, you saw a little insight into his mindset, it's like, yeah, okay, they took us out there, we didn't do enough homework, we didn't make it count. It's not going to happen again. And that's the way that their mindset carries them through, and that's why they've been able to stay together so long and find all of their success.
Beautifully done. Let's take a look at those standings. I got to look at them, man. This is like, we have to continue to dissect as much as we can, especially when we have just a moment to breathe. Acorn and Bolts obviously jumping up the 7 places. We did talk about them before, getting themselves the Victory Royale. But look just below, boys. Pixie and Swizzy up 2 more places. He's creeping in there, right? Yeah, it's not 268 points, but we're staying pretty dang close. If Sky and Scroll were to make a mistake of any kind, you could see someone like a Swizzy and Pixie jumping up.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. I think the best way to describe this duo as sort of a sleeping giant in the phrase of EU, because these guys haven't been putting up necessarily the amazing performances that we know that they can do. But when they get on that stage, when they get in this environment, when they're getting into this latter half of competition, they can go away and VOD review. This is when they come alive and they feel alive to Carter. They're looking at too in the lobby.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there's a lot of talk on, you know, Swizzy being the only global champion out of the 3 to be here at the Summit land, or, you know, gotta hype up Pixie as well. He was also at that global championship. He also performed at a top level. And with 4 more matches to go, I'm excited to see if they can continue climbing.
That's right, man. I'm excited to see this interview. Frankie is standing by with Swizzy Pixie right now.
Thank you so much. Swizzy, you were just saying to me, you don't feel like it's going amazingly, but you're 4th on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing incredibly well, but you feel like you're just getting warmed up.
I mean, we could we're getting the best loot, so I'm not really think we're doing good. I think we can do better. Yeah.
And is 4 games enough to do that? If you think of those 4 games like a day 2, like back in Major 1?
Yeah.
Because we saw what you did in Major 1, right? You remember?
Of course I remember, yeah.
You flew up the leaderboard, you hit W and you went up, because right now we're not seeing that many eliminations from you. And Pixie, you're an elimination king. So is that the plan for the last 4 games?
Maybe we will do our best. Yeah, we're gonna look over some of our mistakes that we didn't get kills, and then...
Well, you are uncontested though, Pixie. Do you think that's almost an issue for you?
I mean, I think it's fine both ways.
So where are you going to get those eliminations from? Who are you hunting down, boys?
Just on anyone who we can.
You're just going to go through a stroll, for a stroll through the map, Pixie, and just anyone you find, they're out of the lobby.
Yeah.
Yes! I love to hear it. 4 more games to go. As I said, boys, it's day 2. Let's head back to the desk.
Look, I believe, right? Swizzy and Pixie, you know what I'm saying? Again, we've already discussed the length. It only takes 1 really good game. Now, something, you know what, I'm going to say Levin. I'm going to steal it from Levin.
All right.
Swizzy and Pixie, they tend to heat up better on the second day. We don't really have second day, and obviously contextually, quite a bit of pressure on the duo. But we do have the 4 games. So what do we need from them to go ahead and bounce back?
More of the same, really. I mean, we saw it from Pixie, from Swizzy in that interview right there. He was like, yeah, we're getting really good loot. We're in a good position on the leaderboard. So he was like, yep, we're in 4th. But there's still got so much to give. There's still so much left in the tank, it feels like, with this duo. And that's been the way that the narrative has been for them throughout this entire season. They're so good. They have so much skill. They have so much on paper capabilities. But when it comes down to in the game, they're just falling short slightly. Luckily for them, because they're so good, falling short is still in that top 15.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you do get top 15, you qualify yourself to the global championships. You heard when Swizzy was talking, he said, you know, we're not doing good enough because, you know, a player like Swizzy, a player like Pixie, they want to get first place. They want to win this Summit LAN, but it's not just the $250,000 you get for first place. It's not only that beautiful trophy with a crown you can detach and put on, it's also that golden ticket to the global championship if you get top 15 on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I almost wonder how many duos, you know, because again, I think another layer we maybe don't talk about a lot is the experience, right? Being able to show up in this environment and get a taste of globals, right? The pressure at globals is going to be double, triple as intense, right? So kind of being able to come in and just say, like, we may not even need to strike for first. Let's just make sure we secure a spot and continue to earn the experience. When we show up there, it won't be as hot under these lights.
Yeah, it's like getting that experience, getting those reps in earlier on in the season, earlier on in the year. It's like this is something that they're not necessarily used to. And for Swizzy and Pixie in particular, they sort of go against the grain, if you like, with how EU went this entire major. It was sort of like a lot of the newcomer players coming on through, whereas these guys are sort of just veteran players that have been at that top level, combining up and performing well here on LAN. So if they can qualify through into that top 15, expecting big things from the globals as well.
That's what I love so much about this Major 1 Summit LAN. I mean, we're at the start of the year. We're just getting started. We finished Major 1. We still have a whole year of Fortnite competitive ahead of us. Global championships at the end of the year. Even a solo competition hidden in there. So it is going to be a lot of fun.
I don't know nothing about that. Don't ask me. But what I do know is we asked the players about GC and what they have to look forward to. Check this out.
Everyone wants to qualify for the Global. It's the Fortnite event of the years, like every time.
It's very important to get top 15 because you secure your LAN spot for the end of the year.
Be perfect. Already having the spot secured takes a little bit of pressure off from Major 2 and Major 3.
Performing well is gonna change everything. You'll have an easier way of being uncontested, so it's like a snowball effect throughout the whole year.
I like the 8 game format. It gives people less of a chance to hold review in between the tournament.
Even if you're 30th place, if you drop like a 10 elimination win, I mean, it's so good because anyone could qual. It's really just play your game and see who ends on top.
The biggest goal is still top 15, I'm not gonna lie.
At the end of the day, that's what we're playing for, all of us. Just you do it or you don't.
I know we'll easily qualify for the GC. I think it's not gonna be that hard for us.
Triumph could be one of those first teams for multiple wins here. Bahari and Cammy, they have 4 eliminations.
I think some teams might hide strats in upper bracket or lower bracket to save them for the finals.
In 6 games, you don't have that time to adapt, but for 8, so many things can change.
I'm underestimated as a Middle East pro, so this LAN for me is very important. Hope I can show everyone NATO.
The global spot is so important. It could change the whole year. The atmosphere here, there's so much hype.
It's all I've dreamed of, to win Grands, win Globals.
I'm 100% sure we're qualifying for the global championship.
It's like once in a lifetime thing. We're the best duo by far.
I'm confident to quarterfinals.
I'm very good under the pressure.
I just want to perform well and hope this is the one.
Pretty cool stuff, and you know what else is cool? The stadium is yelling out for some of their favorite players as they are starting to return back onto the stage. They're finding their seats and will shortly be boarding the battle bus once again as we continue to pick up the competition. But in case you miss it, don't forget, Friday we did make an announcement, some changes to the 2026 FNCS. In case you missed it, I just want to bring this up. We have a beautiful graphic for you guys. Don't forget, we are going to Antwerp, Belgium. That's right, September 26th and 27th. Pre-registration for those tickets is available. We see here as well, Major 2, some new dates. Last chance has been changed, so we got August 3rd through 14th there, and then, as Stokado was kind of teasing, FNCS Solo, question mark, don't know what that is? Don't worry about it. We'll talk about that more later down the road. Don't even worry about that. And of course, in case you haven't read the blog, there's also this other thing, some changes to rank, like Unreal Legend rank and the Acts of Unreal. This brand new rank, if you want to hop in and show how good you are at the game, this is how you do it. Unreal Legends. And look at this beautiful, I'm talking beautiful Acts of Unreal. I will never have one, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. But dang, this looks clean.
You're not a top 500 player?
Oh, are you not?
No. No, I'm not top 500,000.
Oh, goodness me. Well, yeah, you won't be getting it. That's
I'm okay
right.
with
So it
that.
looks good, though. It does look very good. And I'm very excited for these changes. Nice, of course, new roadmap for the year as well. Global Championships, Antwerp, Belgium. Super hype for that. Of course, solo as well. That's going to be super duper hype. That's where a lot of the players that are on this stage are going to be really hyped about as well, because that is where a lot of that new talent can come through in that sort of format, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of players, a lot of you watching today are going to not only see how hype this international event has been, but also with this roadmap in mind, not only can you start grinding for Unreal Legends, start grinding for the Axe, but also grinding for the next upcoming competitions. We've still got another LAN at the end of the year. We've got more majors to play out, a lot more fun competitions.
I'm also looking forward to, of course, the power rankings, in case you didn't check that out. It's a way for competitive players. It's basically the resume, right? Launches on the 5th. Go check it out. The blog has a ton of information for you. Okay, now we're getting ready. We got to lock back into this competition. All right, let's bring up these standings. Let's start talking about teams who are on the bubble. So remember, we want to hit top 15 if we want to qualify through to GC. Right now, Lixie holding down that 15th spot with Chap, but it's only 108 points. Certainly by the end of the next 4 games, that's not enough. We need to continue pushing. We need to try and get as many points as we can. But even someone like Cold and Rapid dropping down the 6 places, right? While someone like Golden and Ozone jump up the 7 places. It's like, guys, this is super volatile right now.
Yeah, well, the benefit of it being an 8-game format is that we're at the halfway point here. We still have 4 more games to go, so that leaderboard is going to shift massively as well. There was a little fist bump to my left here about this leaderboard. Takata, what were you actually fist bumping about?
You know, I saw a Spanish duo maybe up there in the top 15. No bias here. Okay, no bias. But they did win a game yesterday, so who knows what will happen. Speaking about winning games, all the wins today have been EU and NA Central teams. We've had in a LAN competition before a Brazil team win, but there hasn't been a win from Middle East, from Asia. There has not been a lot, even from OCE. Yeah. So I'm hoping that one of these next games, we got 4 more games, one of you duos have got to lock in and make it happen.
Yeah, and I think a team that could do that, it's Alex and Reckless. They are just walking by me right now, so whether they'll notice what I'm saying, I'm not just saying it because they're there, but they, he didn't actually notice, so he can't even get it. But no, I genuinely think they're playing incredibly well today, you know, showing up on the big stage. They have what it takes to win games. We've seen them on hype. We've seen them in these end games. They're making big plays to go for it. And I'm right with you, Takata. I really want to see one of these smaller region teams picking up a victory royale, because what a moment that would be for not only everyone in this arena, but everyone back home as well. They'll all be cheering them on.
Yeah, I know. I completely agree with you. That would absolutely be sick, but on screen, we got Sky and Scroll, right? How do we get a victory out when they stand in our way, when they are the ones who say, they're basically the bouncer, right? And I can prove it to you. Check out this session summary. Most eliminations, damage dealt, Scroll, solo clutch points, Scroll. I mean, yes, I'd love to see. It would be so hype, but man, Sky and Scroll are currently dominating.
I love it. I mean, to add on to what you were saying earlier, Minnie, is how they reacted to when Frankie was speaking to them. They had some issues in game 1. They got picked off by being surprised when they went into a bush, but like Venno was saying when he was breaking down kind of the strats of North Boulevard, they haven't really been countered much in major finals, in heats, in Div Cups. They're finally getting countered, but the best thing is, doesn't even matter. They're moving forward through these counters. They're adapting in real time, and they've just had a little halftime session to VOD review, study, lock back in, and by the way it's looking, I mean, they're looking to hold on to that #1 spot.
And the funny thing about Scroll is that he was, well, his name is Scroll because he used to use scroll wheel binds for his builds.
Oh.
And it was always a bit of a meme. It's like Scroll doesn't build because it's so difficult for him to scroll through all the builds. He was a top tier player when he was on those scroll wheel bind for actually scrolling through his builds. He switched off of that as of quite recently. It just makes me wonder, what if he made that switch sooner, right? Like, what if he actually made that switch sooner? We are seeing prime Scroll gameplay this weekend already. Unbelievable stuff. And them together as a duo, not just Scroll, Sky by his side as well. Having someone that you played with for so long, just allowing you to have the freedom to do what you do best. It's great to see.
Speaking about sooner, I mean, I love to see young talent like Shark and Teeny play as well as they are. I mean, favorites coming in to today. I was wondering, is the pressure going to get to them? The practice matches before this event even started, it was not going their way. I don't think they even won a single off spawn, but they quickly locked in when it mattered the most. I mean, Shark is a player that just in 2026, he has more earnings than 24 and 25 combined. How quickly he's been able to jump to the top alongside Teeny. I think the first time they even took Storm Surge damage throughout this whole tournament was Game 3 today. So they're playing incredibly well, currently in second place, looking to see if they can push 2 to first.
Crazy stuff, man. So many of these duos, their sudden rise to stardom, right? Like, how will that impact them? And if we can walk away with, even someone like Shark and Teeny suddenly showing up, getting themselves a win, that's going to be a crazy boost out to the confidence. Something Vivid brought up the day one in upper bracket was the fact that this is kind of the first time we've ever had a competition where we've gone from a season into a LAN environment on the same season, right? So it's interesting that Sky and Scroll and even Shark and Teeny are being so dominant. We're kind of already seen some of their strategies, and it just doesn't matter, right? They're just like, hey, we're Shark, we're Teeny, we're Sky, we're Scroll, we're still at the top of the leaderboard. Hopefully we've developed some kind of plans to try and get in their way, but I'm getting word the games are ready. Fortnite fam, let's jump back into the competition with our casters.
Hopefully you guys at home took that moment to get some snacks and refresh yourself, because this action has been out of this world, and you got to go ahead and Scroll props. I know they were doing it on the desk, but he has been playing insane.
I mean, you have to remember, after the EU Grands, the community crowned Sky as the MVP for his solo clutching. Scroll is showing him up right now with just how impressive he has been. Will it continue in the back half of the games? Let's wait and find out.
Understand it now, okay? Scroll was a solo series champion for a reason, but the fact of the matter is he is just looking like a different beast entirely in today's lobbies. But who's going to be the team to step up and try to shut them down?
The scariest thing about Sky and Scroll is with how good Scroll is currently playing, we all know Sky can do the same thing too. So the second he, takes a beat, maybe he decides after the halftime break, I'm gonna chill a bit. You can never be too safe, Jacob, when either of these two are up in this lobby.
Can they remain consistent throughout 8 games, though? But back on over to the fight, we know what happened time and time again. Flixie, he's able to get the first drop. There goes the knock. Third party's coming in out of nowhere. Chap and Flixie get eliminated.
And it's right there, a shot to the heart for Chap and Flixie, because the drop was flawless. They had beat Resigns and Tinka full out, but Werix and Kiruo, they've got a whole new strategy cooking, and it's worked against Chap and Flixie entirely. Another German favorite fallen here as Reason will meet his demise.
A very, very tough situation to be in early. But after that break between Game 4 and the one you're at now, they had plenty of time to rework their strategy.
But it's just so crazy to think. Everyone knew. Everyone's been strategizing. Everyone's been planning for the countermeasures. But the fact of the matter is, when it's so on the fly, when it's happening in the same day, it's so much more difficult to be able to actually meet every single one of those expectations. You're just constantly guessing and checking.
Lucy, Zangi, you see how they're getting those eliminations. Gatera probably didn't see this one coming. They soar from above. It doesn't even look like he was playing there in that moment. Not sure what happened, but he's going to be the first one to fall in a 2v1 situation against Lucy and Zangi. That one's going to be an easy wipe.
Back over to Latte. It was incredibly messy in the first 4 games of the day. After people have had a moment to chill in halftime, it looks a bit more quiet here in game number 5. And hopefully for NA fans, that works in favor of Ritual Ages and Reet and Cooper and gives them the best chance of rising in the standings.
After a certain point, You just have to chalk it up to where is the line going to be drawn in the sand. And for Agers and Ritual, they realize that they're going to need a little bit more if they want to try and overcome for top 15.
And how many times have we seen Pablo and Chino do this? Liam didn't see it coming. Give that guy a map. Pablo and Chino are on their way, and it looks like Shark and Teamy are looking to replicate that as well.
Yeah, they heard the noise that was going down over here. Skyjump and Momsy had just finished a fight. And that's been a thing about Shark and Teeny. They've been playing well, but they have some struggles when it comes to Storm Surge. So you're seeing them and a few other teams to start this game already switching things up to try to fix what wasn't working.
There's a lot of VOD footage out there on Momsy and Skyjump hanging out in the forest. So for somebody like Teeny, it is not shocking to think that they would have come up with the formula to try and take those two out.
Speaking of formulas, hopefully Pete and Poyo have been cooking something up. Two of their biggest names. We saw at the last Duo LAN just how impressive they were. And though we are far removed from that, we know they still have the ability with this type of loot in hand, both of them with gold shotguns. If they do have to force a fight, Jacob, you've got to think it's in their favor.
Yeah, right now you can kind of see that they were able to loot up very, very quickly. They got those legendary fishing spots, the Midas floppers, so getting a strong loadout was going to be easy, but Venno falls again. Teus and King BR, they've been on a roll on this side of the map, and now Curve with his back up against the wall once more. Curve, the young superstar on NA Central, getting a chance of a lifetime playing with Venno. They won the NA FNCS, but this weekend, particularly Championship Sunday, I gotta wonder where it all went wrong.
Look, the Brazilian fans might be outnumbered here in Germany, but we just heard them getting plenty rowdy for what just took place on our screens. But now it's all about Peterbot and Poyo. Can they overcome? They're looking to see if they can strike first elimination here at Humble Hills.
Putting pressure down. That's exactly what they do best. But you see how they're approaching this fight differently, Levin? They're not just bulldozing into the box. They made one too many mistakes at the first half of the day. So even them are taking a different approach to the game.
Yeah, I'd even argue they don't look as comfortable right now, trying to find the opening. Nosif and Izzy, though, not giving them that room, not giving them any sort of opportunity. No mistakes made, and so Pete and Poyo do the right thing. They back off. And they're just going to have to try run it back another time with another duo. These guys will not be an easy fish.
It makes sense. You don't want to keep trying to force blocks where they won't fit, and you don't want to overextend your welcome. Pete, Poyo, better off faring, trying to maybe switch up, maybe push further into the forest direction, even a little bit north of where Squibbly is at. See if Skyjump and Mumsy could be victimized there.
Well, be careful if you go over there, though. That's where Shark and Teeny lurk around. And they are not a team you want to fight if you're not at your 100% best. Swizzy, Pixie, they've started to heat up this weekend, and Twy is feeling the effects of that. Can this duo be the surprise team that pushes Sky and Scroll, maybe one of the other duos up there, till the very end?
There is just so many duos, though. You look at 268 points on a leaderboard at the halfway mark, and if you are not in that 100-point threshold range, it's very difficult to start thinking about realistically overtaking them. Instead, it shifts. Focus is top 15, and for Pixie and Swizzy, they're still within that striking range, so it makes total sense that they're looking for every opportunity to rack up elimination points because the placements are soon to follow.
And that's the one thing we know for sure, especially for a team like Swizzy and Pixie. When they turn it on, they can pick up those eliminations when it matters, but they're being very, very precise about how they want to approach the situation. They know Sides and Scary are holding down that vending machine, so instead of fighting it, they're just going to take their damage and leave. Karama, Akira, rotating through. Again, and not a lot of our teams that kind of would usually stick towards the south side of the map are kind of making quick and early rotations, trying to get into the zone. With the way these Storm Surge changes this year, you're seeing how it affects the gameplay and the differences from Globals until now.
This has sort of been the name of the game, though, for Akira and Karama all day. They've just kind of been testing the waters, gauging whether or not some of these surprise opportunities actually pan out in their favor. But for all these other duos, ones like Vico and Malabuka, we know what they are capable of. We're just waiting for that highlight showing.
The toughest thing, and you can ask Pablo and Chino about this, the toughest thing about being in a battle against Sky and Scroll is they don't slow down, they don't misstep. To overcome them, you're gonna have quite the game. Vico and Malabuka are capable of it, but they still have plenty of other top competitors in between them and that first place slot. It's gonna have to be a ramp up in momentum.
Focus and Hero, they were the ones kind of lurking over on this side of the map. You see why. Drained out of all of their extra heals. You got to think Tiggs and Daddy Kush in the same spot. No extra HP, down to the gold. So they're going to go ahead and try to take control of this vending machine. Yapko and Panzer are on top of that hill as well, not too far out. So 3 teams around Painted Palms, all still having to rotate in. Neither one of them wanting to give up an inch because they know their opposition could take a mile.
But you still have to remember, this is Yapko and Panzer's home base. Bacchus and Hero, they were originally contesting Epic Whale and Pump. We all saw that was not bearing in their favor, not even the slightest, so they wanted to shift the plan. They're trying to find new opportunities, but that's thrown so many issues, not just for Yapko and Panzer, who now have a lot of their coverage left to try and reclaim, but Vico Malabuka, they're now taking more surge tags from Epic Whale and Pump, who are feeling a little bit more bold, being uncontested.
QAdex and Phantom just trying to rotate through the south side of Battlewood Boulevard, but this is where you can see a little bit of the difficulties. They're still taking damage all along the way.
Yeah, seeing these guys landing south of Battlewood definitely was always going to be a difficult day to be had. Even with Benno Curve fighting King and Tails, it was always going to be rough. Shadow and Virgo right now doing everything in their power to keep NA still in this battle for first.
Overhead shots kind of just indicating everyone's really inside, the calm before the storm. Deemish, Darm, holding out. They've had so many instances of just getting cut short in the early game when they've been trying to prioritize being able to build up some form of a buffer zone. Now it's all about just getting the recovery points online. But Darm, Deemish, you have to remember, all season, all chapter long really, since Tip Top Terrace was removed, they haven't really had a true drop spot to call home. So here today, it was anticipated that they'd have to shift things up constantly.
Over towards Sandy Strip. We typically see this as a mode of rotation. We're staying in the zone. They're trying to use it to heal up just a little bit so they don't have to dig deep into the pockets and pull out the pizza or the chug jug. Looking back, spotted out Chino and Pablo. Neither one of them wanted to take a shot. They want to stay and keep their position relatively unknown, because as you rotate out of Sandy Strip, you have a far distance to go, and you don't want to be tagged up all along the way and lose your Storm Surge damage.
Why bother drawing attention to yourself if it's not necessary? Chino and Pablo are another one of those duos that, sure, it might be a 90-ish point disparity between themselves and Sky and Skrull, but we've seen what they are capable of. They know how to deliver a huge point conversion match.
And unlike some of the other teams like Curve on our screens here, who are having to deal with all these mix-ups and shake-ups in their game plan and their strategy, Pablo Chino able to play their game. That gives them the best possible shot. Nosif and Izzy, we've seen some of the struggles they have had in the mid-game, running into titans of different regions in their pursuit of staying in it. Sky, Skrull, low on Surge for Volko, and so that's going to cause a bit of desperation. He's going to try and force the issue.
For Pringent Volko, it's a necessity for them to fight this fight. There's not too many targets around the actual spot where they're at now. They're 115 below. They're not taking damage from Storm Surge yet, but they will if they don't get what they need. Nice shot by Volko. That's going to get them 23 above the damage threshold. Pulling Sky and Skrull down that leaderboard along with them, but he answers the call again. Skrull will not be denied in this tournament. Picks up the Elim. Siphon keeping him healthy, which is huge.
Just when you thought Cringe and Volko maybe had the upper hand on the Danes, Skrull reminding everyone why today he is the best player in the world.
Skrull is just undeniable right now. His presence felt in every single moment. any opportunity that Cringe and Volko might have had completely disappearing right in front of their eyes. The Sky Scroll now with another freebie refresh. It wasn't even a necessity. They are 5-5-5 heading towards the next zone, and they have the luxury of taking their sweet time. A dead side approach is likely in the works.
And just like that, Sky and Scroll back to playing out their regular game, the one we have seen them do all season long. Rico, Malabuka, in typical fashion, things looking a bit messy here, but they thrive in the chaos. Yapko Panzer, a duo that they are very familiar with. Well, they won't want to be fighting against these guys just now, so quick little loot up.
Not even a necessity to have to fight that when you see they're above the damage threshold and over 400. You're seeing how they got so far above the damage threshold. Shockwave from above. The surprise attack. They didn't see it coming.
They just fully punished Bacchus and Hero for facing the wrong direction. They were boxed up. They had that Flowberry Misgrenade going. You know the visual obscurity is going to be a problem. You've got to make sure that you are keeping at least one member looking the other way.
They set the screen on themselves, and Rico Malabuka jumped on the opportunity. That is what great playmakers do, and that's exactly what Malabuka and Rico have been in the EU for years, showing it on the stage now.
It's one of the best teams, as it seems, controlling their serves. They haven't been ticked once the entire tournament, which is impressive, which goes to show that they're constantly staying above that damage threshold, planning each rotation perfectly, so not only they can go ahead and accumulate those numbers, but not take damage back themselves.
I can't help but notice the direction that this zone is pulling. This is Vika Malabuka's backyard, but also a duo like Chino and Pablo. They have made a great approach far north of everyone else. They'll have the highest point of elevation. They've just got to make sure they keep their heads on a swivel. They don't want to get caught out by any teams looking to sneak up behind them.
Not the spot you want to be in if you're Vidil and Ju below the damage threshold. And the thing is, Lewan Romero, they don't hear that Vidil and Ju are below that damage threshold until their shields crack. But they know aggression when they see them. Vidil know it. They're just trying to climb on top of the Frigid Fortress building. They're not necessarily trying to take a risky 50-50 fight. They're just trying to elevate themselves so they could shoot off into the distance.
But off into the distance, it was Chino and Pablo. The way that they had made their approach into Frigid Fortress's peak elevation is the primary reason why Vidil and Ju are having to expend practically all of their hard material now. Pablo, Chino, they recognize the fact this is likely a team that's rather weak. They have to spend opportunities to heal, so they won't be able to light us up, and they get a free rotate to front side.
And you talked about wanting to build up to not take a risk. It might have been riskier to do just that. Their biggest opportunity to get damage, Pablo and Chino flew by, and they were not ready to get any tags whatsoever. Now you're seeing just how hard it is for them to find any sort of damage. Everybody boxed up, nobody in a rush to move out of their box. Except for them, and they go down.
Sometimes you're just left with no other options when you're that below the damage threshold. But for Acorn and Bolts, they get the zone not too far off where they landed. It gets even closer as it's going over towards the northwest, not too far away from wherever he's at now. And they also get the pull. So for Acorn and Bolts, the main thing on their mind is not going down or making any bad peaks.
One reoccurring trend throughout today, though, is that whoever won the last lobby has had a rather difficult time in the very next. But for Acorn and Bolts, they are looking to escape that narrative. Sharktini, on the other hand, they've got a whole different slew of problems here. 212 below. Shark having to use everything just to try and out-heal some of these Surge takes. 14 players that still need to go down. They'll have to force the issue.
Yeah, there's even another team spraying on that box, looking behind. They know where they got to go. They know where the zone's going to lead. Swizzy, Pixie, they're going to open that one up and land even more damage onto Teeny, making his life that much harder in this situation. 232. It's now or never. Reed Cooper on the other side. Shark takes a big shot. Storm Surge still taking him down. 20 HP. Only a couple of seconds before he is struck it out of the lobby completely. Shark's going to fall. Now Teeny with his back up against the wall. A necessary sacrifice. As Shark goes down, he lands a shot and he gets up above the damage threshold.
Most people might be scared to see TD in this kind of solo position, but you have to remember, TD's been throwing out his own punches, even at 5 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, in that secondary lobby, so he's been popping off.
And I mean, you can look at all the little things that they could have done differently in that moment to keep Shark potentially in the game, but the mistakes were made way before this point in the game, and it's just up for Teamy now to just keep himself ticking for that much longer. Eventually, he will crack, and that is the end of that for our second place team in this game. And so an opportunity for Sky and Skrull to continue to improve their lead. But what do Chino and Pablo have to say about that?
Wow. A flashback right now. Peterbot and Pollo literally flying under the radar. They have that one elimination, 280 damage above, and they are starting to heat up. Sayas is going to go down. Ages of Ritual taking a lot of the focus, but they're constantly changing targets. They don't want to let anybody breathe. That's at the back of the zone. Now Pump is feeling the pain. No eliminations yet, but for Peterbot and Pollo, they handled their surge.
There's one spot you never want to see. It's Pete ahead of the rest of the lobby because he just goes into target practice mode. A lot of damage applied, but they still need refreshes. They need to make it to the bodies because they need to build up more materials, a better loadout. Swizzy, on the other hand, he's already got it. He is set and perched on the high ground. Pixie directly next to him. Who's going to be the first, though, to bring an elimination in?
If you know anything about these two players, this is where they like to be. We have seen them on this stage and in EU make waves from above, but this is not over when you have Acorn and Bolts looking to try and make the back-to-back happen. Still so many strong players, so many strong duos left alive in this one. It is not an easy high hold for Swizzy Pixie.
But this is the best chance. Agers and Ritual, they are pouncing on the leading challengers here today. And that elimination onto Skrull. Sky, what are you left to do?
Yeah, you foreshadowed it yourself. He was the one doing a decent amount of the solo clutches. Now with no build, can't take a singular tick of the zone. He's gonna fall. An opportunity has just opened up for the rest of the lobby. But Swizzy and Pixie, they're trying to control it all.
Agers is out of here. Pixie knows that Peterbot's right behind him, and Swizzy has fallen. Pollo's taking him out. The Mythic Reloader, could it be the difference maker? Peterbot's waiting to see who dares challenge him next.
It was only a matter of time until Peterbot and Pollo reminded the world why they are so feared in NA. This is time to make their game happen. Eco Matabuka down below, still gonna make it happen. If they can keep it up, they might just take height off of them.
I wouldn't call it way too soon, though, because we've seen so many teams get overthrown in these moments here. One shockwave is all it takes. Pixie lands a monster of a shot onto Momsy, pushing him back, making him go and retreat back to Sky Jump, but it's not enough. Another attack from down below. Vico gets elimination of his own. They're 5th of the game, but they're outside. They need to find the shockwave in. They need to make it inside the zone because they have very, very little extra HP.
But the thing that they did have was full control of front side. They have escaped all of the congestion. They were able to utilize every single one of their white heals, and now they are ahead. Looking back, preventing anyone from challenging the vicinity. This territory belongs exclusively to them. Front side is completely out of reach, but Pete and Pollo, they're more concerned about the high ground.
Squeezing teams down below, and that just plays right into Vico and Matabuka's hands. They're looking for a refresh, and Vico will hit the shot, won't go for the loot. They want to keep a hold of the front side alone.
But they are dropping down. Ree and Cooper, they've overthrown Peterbot and Pollo on the high ground. The tables have turned, even for Vico and Matabuka. One of them's down. Vico's now forced to clutch up, but high ground continues to fight it out. Ree and Cooper will not be denied. 2v1 situation on height, but they lose it all. Pollo is answering back with elimination of his own, but it only starts with a knock.
Cooper's been here before, but he won't get to stay here in the lobby. Pollo bringing it back. Darm, Deemish just underneath. Pollo, how far can you truly rise when the moment calls you most? When the lights are at their brightest, Deemish is fully cracked. A big 150 pump. Pollo just trying to see who's going to try and challenge him first. But Deemish, Darm, they're both just so weak. Pollo's got the chug jug. He's sitting back. Another shot into Darm. A first shot has been applied.
they had no mat, so I was just able to make them there.
It was a 2v1 situation. You were soloed for a considerable amount of time. We saw you on the high ground, on the low ground, figuring things out. It was not that chill, was it, Pete?
I mean, I'm playing with the best player in the world. I mean, I don't even know what I just watched. I mean, comeback starts now.
The comeback starts now. We just watched a Poyo masterclass. Pete, it's been an up and down day so far, as you said. The comeback starts now. Are we going to see Prime Peterbot?
Might have to come out soon.
He might have to come out soon. I think he needs to come out now. Poyo, you're on fire. We've seen you clutching. We've seen such peak performance from you in the first few games. Do you think now that that trophy is a possibility?
Yeah, I think that's the game that we needed to start the comeback, so I think we can win.
Okay, Pete, you're always confident, but Poyo even now is saying that you can win. Do you think it's going to be NA on top?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Peterbot, come on, I need more confidence from you. Is it NA on top?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's head to a break.
I got here. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, choke. Got 6 build? No, max up.
Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Fortnite fam! Fortnite fam, we are so back! We are so back! Peterbot and Poyo!
Bro, just take a chill pill, Zeke. Just relax. Wow, Peterbot and Poyo, as Pete said, they're back. They are back. Before that game, Fortnite competitive Twitter, they retweeted a tweet from Muzz, and he said, "Tell you what, Scroll is moving like 2024. Peterbot Actually, scratch that. Poyo is moving like 2024 Peterbot in this endgame. What a performance from these guys. They are back. We have not seen them really too much of this entire day so far. They took high. They had it taken off of them as well. There was a moment here where I thought they'd thrown the game when Peterbot tried to take high as a solo. It's this right here you can see in the middle of your screen. Trying to chop high, ends up chopping Reet and Cooper out, but of course, that 2v1 situation, I thought, no, they've thrown it. But oh no, no, no. Poyo as a solo, down on low ground. Unbelievable stuff. And then at the end of this game, I mean, this one actually, let's watch this shot again. I want to see it. 3, 2, 1, and boom!
Oh, an electric performance from Peterbot and Poyo. But Poyo has been looking lethal throughout the whole day. Not only did they win the match in a 1v2 finish, but Poyo picked up 8 eliminations alongside Peterbot's 4. I've talked a lot about expectations, specifically for this duo. I mean, they got second, first in 2024 and even won the 2024 Global Championship in 2025 as well. Second, first. I mean, the expectations for Peterbot and Poyo coming back into duos have been at an all-time high. They have not been meeting these expectations. You'd look at the placements and you'd say, they're great. They've been playing really well, but they haven't been firsts. They haven't been seconds. They haven't been winning, which is what we're so used to seeing with Peterbot and Poyo. And with that performance that we just witnessed right after halftime, I think we're into a very fun surprise here.
And a mask back on. Step off, Polo! Step off, my man! Put some respect on that name! Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, I don't know how it got on there. Well, it's crazy stuff. Peterbot and Poyo, what the heck? The solo clutch. Guess what? We have a listen in from that game. Let's take a listen.
Oh, dead. I go for it. I'm gonna go for it. Look at him. They're going up. Good. I'm the mat. I'm dead, probably. Dead. Nice. 3 builds. Build! Play chug! Nice! 1v1. He's gonna die. 0 builds. Nice. Let's go!
Disgusting! Oh, sorry about that. The mask was back on. I don't know why that keeps getting over here. Sorry about that. I'm gonna keep that over there. Again, congrats to the duo. How does this impact the standings, though? We have to take a look. What's important to note here, Sky and Scroll fell just inside placement, right? So they didn't get to earn as many points as we wanted. Look at this. Acorn, Bolts, and even Vico and Malabuka suddenly jump up into that top 3. And we do see their 10th place Poyo and, of course, Peterbot. But, man, Acorn and Bolts, they needed this game, right? They needed a point. They saw that in the feed. Sky scored down. Go, go, go!
Absolutely crucial that they had a good game here. You mentioned it's Sky and Scroll going down early in this game. Same with Shark and Teeny as well, another top team in that section of the leaderboard. They also went down, so they needed a good performance. Not the best game that we've seen from them, and not gonna, of course, shoot them up the leaderboard massively, but keeping them in that position on the leaderboard, Takata. And this is exactly what this team need to do. They need to keep these consistent end games coming in, consistent placements, favorable zone for them as well in the end, but they're playing well, they're cooking.
I'm starting to get nervous for EU here. I mean, we talked about it earlier. Shadow, Virgo, they were on top in terms of the NA teams, but we look back at predictions going into these finals. Acorn, Bolts, they were always on that high end of these predictions, and after a big game before halftime, now continuing forward with another solid match, they are creeping their way up to first.
Oh my gosh. Guys, I wanted to keep talking because so much happened in the last game, but I'm kidding, we're at games already. We're jumping right back into the action. Casters, take it away.
You know, before this tournament started, I was asked so many times, who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to take it all? You know what I said? I just want a close tournament. Peterbot and Poyo looking like they're going to deliver.
This is what it's really all about. Pete, Poyo, you know, they've kind of been waiting it out, feeling out the lobby, but they're sick of it. The comeback has to start now, but they're not the only ones, Levin. There are so many teams creeping their way up.
I don't blame them. They saw the party that's being had and they said, we want to get involved, we want to jump in. And if that's a sign of what's to come, this next game is about to be fire.
pivotal game 6. And normally we would be talking about this being the last game of the day. What do teams have to do here? But there's still 3 games left. And that's why I look at consistency. So even though Sky and Scroll may have fell early, they're still in a lead. They still have a cushion and they still have a game to spare.
And it's easy to try and fixate on that top 5, but there is still a lot of contention for top 15. Danikush, Tiggs, Reason, Noah Riley. Who's going to be the first one to fall?
Yeah, nice. The both of them are able to get the floor loop. Down goes Tiggs. A huge advantage here now in numbers. Siphon comes in. Reason is respectfully full health. Now Danikush tries to be the hero, but he ends up going down.
Doing it for the fans. They roar at the sight of that victory. And Reason and Noah will play this game out.
Reason, heating up. Maybe a little bit of practice in between the games of 4 and 5 on that 1v1 box fighting map makes a difference after all.
This is where Noah and Reason right now, they have a chance to start to build that confidence. We really haven't seen them in this position in a few games. Now they're able to win off spawn, right? And since they didn't have a lot of shields, they didn't lose a lot of HP. So in the overall Storm Surge battle, they had to have come out on top.
It's not often we get to see Chap and Flixie just farming things out. It's been so expected that they would have to try and duke it out for their spot south of New Sanctuary, but teams starting to realize, starting to understand, if we want any sort of momentum on the secondary half of today's lobbies, we're gonna have to survive it first, and Vico not gonna allow that for Cole.
I spoke to Vico in between that last game and he said, Levin, it's so hard at the top. Sky and Scroll don't give up. We're gonna have to make these next couple games count. And if this first fight is a sign of intent, then Sky and Scroll are gonna have to look closely over their shoulder. Vico and Malabuka are here to play for it all.
And you have to remember, Vico Malabuka, they've already done it once to Sky and Scroll. Granted, it took place in a Divisional Cup Finals, but the impact is still there. A lesson was learned. And for Chino Pablo, that might be teaching a really big one right here, right now, in a moment, to Jason Liam.
You gotta be careful. This is the same exact thing they did in that last game. They found it successful, and they're trying it again. Don't fix what isn't broken. Jason Liam, they have not got the memo, and they're separated as 2 different individuals. Luckily for Jace, though, he's gonna narrowly escape danger. He doesn't even know how close he just got to getting taken down by Chino and Pablo.
It's one of those instances where you can't help but hold your breath. You expect that Chino Pablo are still going to have the upper hand here. Liam, Jace, they're splitting the loot. They're feeling like they've gotten an ability to bring things together. And Pablo, Chino just staring them down. They know Jace is right behind. And Jace might be finished, but the patience, the reservation here, the trigger fingers not firing off.
That's just the little decisions that really carry on to the end game. Left instead of right, up instead of down. Jason Liam don't know, but they made the right call.
Yeah, I don't know if that patience was worth it from Pablo and Chino, unless they come back around and get something better from it. In this meta, you just got to take the damage, I feel. And yeah, that opportunity has completely slipped through the fingers. Now Liam and Jace are long gone. Still, I understand why they didn't pull the trigger. They felt like they had a big fish waiting for them. Well, they didn't take the bait. Scroll, Sky. I mean, what more can we say about these two? Plenty to say about this situation here. Ju left alone as a solo against Yapko and Panzer, who we have seen them in box fights like this today, and they have been relentless.
Yeah, in terms of just straight damage and controlling the top side of the map, they've done a wonderful job so far. They just need to be able to convert that into either high elimination games or playing into the top 10 consistently to close the day. But for Ju, he's just kind of waiting in the wings. He just has to have this moment here where he does nothing. But Taco, he's officially on the clock. There's no extra heals in his inventory, and he's now in the zone.
And even if he's able to scavenge some bandages, a med kit, it just might not matter. Yakko Panzer can hold him, but Curve getting braggy with it. I know that he's still got a long way to go before he makes his way towards the top, but every little bit helps at any stage.
Absolutely. Akira and Karama, a team we've seen much of in these mid-games. They have been an ever-present force still yet to be the protagonist of one of these end games. Looks like they're gonna run into Kindex and Phantom, who have something cooking up for them. Will these guys waltz into that building? I know they're hoping so.
This is part of the problem that kind of gets established over at Battlewood Boulevard when you have so many teams just setting up, posturing, preparing for the ultimate ambush. Akira Kurama, they're gonna be spotted out first and foremost by Benno, who's trying to stir a little bit of a fuss here, but Curb on the other side of things, he might just be too isolated.
This is playing out perfectly for Phantom and QNDX. They get the elimination. The work works out perfectly. Now they're able to kind of bolster their loadout a little bit more, and for Venno, you can definitely feel the pain.
There's just too many buildings. There's too many hiding holes, and that's part of the reason why Akira Kurama is taking advantage of some of the chaos, but it's not the big punch you'd expect, just a little bit to kind of lean off continuing that fight.
While this is going down the south side of Battlewood Boulevard, you got to think Sky and Score are getting the best of it, but Noah Riley trying to save the day. Razan is already down, but he's able to clean up one elimination rather quickly, kind of forcing the lone member there on the other side to try to make a decision. Do I push in or do I try to be the hero, get the reboot card, and come back to visit this situation later? Noah Riley does look like he's going to find success on that revive, so Panzer's time here has run out. No choice but to disengage.
But where does that leave them as far as this game is concerned? Recovery isn't impossible, but it is improbable, you'd say, for a team that has had their fair share of struggles today. Speaking of struggles, Drew on the other side, these are just not the two teams that this arena wants to see in this position right now.
You just can't forget, Drew's been here the entire time. While Yapko and Panzer were preoccupied trying to deal with the likes of Noah Riley and Razan, they encounter this whole new problem of Vidil now being brought back into the mix. Granted, there's still a lot of damage left to be undone here. Drew and Vidil have a far ways to go before they make it into zone. All of the teams that are ahead of them, all of the teams that could potentially be looking to run back this direction too for that reboot inside of the storm, it's just not going to be very easy to climb their way out.
Oh, sneak plays. We like to see them.
Wow. Oh my God, there, Lemon. He really thought he had it. The stair was in the way. And as soon as the stair came down, it was like a jump scare. A whole team jumping in the box, turning that one around rather quickly.
For a moment, I think we all thought that he had him, but darn Deemish, they understand. They cannot afford another lobby when the standings are this tightly knit. Going out before the placement points really have a chance to impact things would just be devastating, because all these other teams inside the top 6 specifically have more than enough opportunity to catch up and overtake.
Pixie and Squizzy over towards Squibbly Shores. Trying to make their move all the way over from Dark Dominion. Rather now instead of later with the rest of the lobby, which is going to make it hard to maintain your position on Surge. Ju probably spots out a reboot coming through, able to get a knock onto Yapko, but a whole nother duo comes to crash the party. And there's a 14 at the bottom that's moving closer and closer, but the one right here that he has to worry about is Cold and Rapid. They're trying to close in on the distance, and while they're focused on Ju, a revive is going to come out. Scary and Sayez as well. That was that 14 I was talking about. Shoot off into the distance and clean up that elimination onto Ju.
That frustration really starting to build up, because when you are at that 80 to 90 points range, it's hard not to overtake it, but Rapid Cold, don't get distracted now.
Yeah, we have to remember, for a team like Vidil and Drew, the prospect of falling and getting a top 15 to be able to solidify a spot for the Global Championship would be everything. These guys want more than that. And Yapko and Panzer, again, in one of these fights here in Storm, not somebody to play with, even if you're Cold and Rapid.
Fresh off of what looked like a revive situation down in the dirt. I'm not sure how they opened that one up on the cold. They took him down, and now they leave Rapid in a peculiar situation. He has enough gold. He can bypass this situation and try to get the reboot, but I'm not sure he wants to leave all that loot behind.
I just watched Yapko go from 15 builds to over 110. He got his loot llama. He doesn't need to stick around to see what happens next with Rapid. They know they need to get out of dodge and start actually making their way towards the zone. But Rapid, he's sick of it. You're gonna rule my game. I'll take yours down with me. Yapko has been knocked. The delay now for Panzer. Do I commit or do I back off? But Rapid's not gonna let it happen.
Rapid, who are you feeling like? I mean, if this is what you're gonna do, then we really want to see more of you right now. Panzer needs to be careful because Rapid is not messing about. Even with the free builds he has, you still fancy him here to find something. Panzer just has to regain control, use the mat advantage he has to keep the distance, keep the separation, and keep the angles in his favor.
And for Rapid, that was huge. Going into a 2v1 situation at that, and now he's trying to put pressure. Doesn't want to let the revive come out. A fake shockwave, and the elimination comes through either way. Rapid kind of even in that exchange, but you could see he wasn't able to get any of that loot. Only 6 builds left to his name, so wherever he goes for that reboot, Panzer will be there.
He was so prepared for the challenge, but he had 0 materials. He could not afford to just charge head on into where Panzer was directed, but the damage has still been done. Panzer will have to play this game as a solo for the time being, and making it to a reboot ban with so many other teams closing in is not going to be easy.
Great to see that Vico and Malibuca are back up. Earlier in the game, I did see in the feed that they were taken down, left as a solo, but right back at it. That's what happens sometimes when you have Frigid Fortress to yourself. The zone goes to the south. There's a lot of open space and opportunity, which is needed by Vico and Malibuca. They're the team that's right on the heels of Sky and Scroll, especially for them that are performing so well.
Talking about teams putting in big performances. What we just witnessed from Pollo in that last lobby, absolutely disgusting, but they're going to need even more still. They're really going to have to put the pedal to the metal. They are still trailing in terms of top 5 potential here, but with Pollo and Peterbot, if they can keep firing off on all cylinders, it might just be game over.
The trend we've seen with Pete and Pollo is that they like to heat up towards the back end of competitions. And usually we see that in 6-game tournaments, right? Where game 5 and 6, they have their pop-off moment. We got a couple more games after that. What happens when that continues and continues and the momentum builds? Are they still a potential threat at the top of this leaderboard? These two will try and make that not possible with just how consistent they are.
It's just so scary, though, if you're Scroll and Sky, because you are leading the pack. You are ahead in the standings, but you also have all of that additional pressure. They are our Major 1 champions for EU, but even after that accomplishment, it's another thing entirely to pursue it and receive it and take it over in a LAN environment.
Essentially, this game right here, about a 46 or so point difference as of now. Sky and Scroll still leading in first, but you have multiple teams, including Acorn and Bolts, hot on those heels. And for them, they're 183 above the damage threshold. Bolts and Acorn have been playing consistent. They have a win in the tournament so far today. It's just about making it really matter in the last half. And I think one of the biggest difference makers, especially for a team like Acorn and Bolts, is they don't necessarily go elimination crazy.
Could be the case. Sharkantini, though, certainly a team that can deliver those big-time performances. Heavy elimination, strong placements, but first, they're gonna need to see if they can take out Garmin and Deemish. Caught them a little bit off guard here. Gonna force out the build's spot of retreat, but Shark is just beaming anybody he can in the lobby. He needs all the damage he can get right now because they are currently still sitting just above that damage threshold. And as the players start to rift in overhead of Humble Hills, this could be even more complicated.
Still, shots are connecting. You can't overstay. It is going to go from 2 tick per second that you're inside of the zone to 5 ticks, so he immediately tries to beeline his way there. Rightfully so, because you look at where the zone pulls all the way across the map. Max pull for the majority of the lobby. We're headed on over to Battlewood.
Pretty big confidence decision, though, from Shark. He was hanging out in the storm so far away from his duo, Teeny, and yet they weren't punished for it. They kind of scouted out the fact that they had an opening for Shark to kind of stick around, look to try and punish some players. We're a little bit later than the rest of the lobby, but now Swizzy, Pixie, they're on pace to try and take over the top half of that leaderboard.
See with just how this zone is shaping up, all those early rotations will be crucial. This isn't the type of zone where you want to be running in late. It is so easy to get focused here as these players move in. Pixie, Swizzy, looking for a refresh, looking for any sign of weakness. They won't find it in Vico Malabuka. Those guys are looking good. Shark and Teeny, a tournament-defining game for these two.
Yeah, as soon as they made it inside of the zone on this side of the map, Teeny immediately took damage from Belusi and Zangi down below. But I like the approach. Instead of getting aggressive and trying to fight back, they're letting them move forward. We'll follow them in the rotation with these shockwaves because right now we don't need Surge. We just need to survive.
But that pizza box was the last of their resources. They don't really have a whole lot in the White Heels department. And for Sky, Scroll, the pressure is on. Kanata, Victor B, trying to see if they could challenge and take down their EU opposition here. But Scroll and Sky will have none of it. They are protecting their space, refusing to allow anyone to try and catch them off guard.
Like, this is the point in the game. You almost have to have Sky and Scroll go down because this is where they excel the most in the end game, whether they're together as a duo or playing as individuals. So as the day continues to go on, depending on where they're at in the leaderboard, I want to see somebody try to make a play.
This is exactly what we were talking about. It was always going to be a tough task for Ritual to rotate in, and those guys took the opportunity. Again, we see Sky looking to, again, get a bit more of an advantage as far as Surge is concerned, not looking as comfortable as we typically see them.
And part of this issue is just stemming from the fact that when they were based up in their hill position, all that action was taking place on the south side of Battlewood Boulevard. They didn't really have the best opportunities to establish any early surge because everyone was hiding out inside the buildings instead. So that's bleeding over into their problems right now. But Sharktini, they're creating so many issues in the lobby.
Shark he's trying to cook something up right now. He might be overcooking. Just got to take a moment to breathe and stay and follow Teeny. Vico, what are these guys cooking?
That was tough. A big elim there because that is not just an elimination. You saw they locked that player outside of the lobby. That means they're one step closer to placement, just like Peterbot and Pollo. They caught fire in that last game. And what a better time to catch fire in the second half of today's tournament. 91 above the damage threshold. Peterbot and Pollo are looking for more.
Will lightning strike twice is the question. Can we have another crazy performance that leads to a win for those two? There's plenty of people in this lobby who are going to get in the way of that. Vico and Malabuka poised to do just that from this position here. Great priority as far as being elevated into moving into that next zone. Sky and Scroll, this is just not where we want to see them, looking so uncomfortable, looking desperate for damage.
This is a nightmare of a scenario 11, 87 below the damage threshold. No extra heals. They're able to bump right up the top of that damage threshold, but they have to rotate again. They have no extra shields, but they're on the front side of the zone. They built themselves a little space. Shark and Teeny, aggression turns to bite them in the behind instead. They lose all of their shield, all of their momentum right there in that one moment.
But both still trying to keep it rolling here on the low ground. Vico, Malabuka, they've had the chance to heal, and that might have been the only breathing room they needed. Vico, Malabuka now gonna start to make their approach from the backside of zone. Who's going to be next? They're gonna continue to wrap around. They've got the white heals. They can afford to tank a couple of ticks of storm, but Bolt's coned up. Builds so limited. 80 left on the Chug Jug. He's gonna try and play his own life, buy a little bit more time. While Shark and Teeny, they've eliminated enough players, but can they get another? Because they're going to need the refresh.
Pollo is down, but that's okay. It's time for a flashback performance from Peterbot, but can he stop the freight train that is Teeny and Shark? Bolts is doing his best, but he's just ran out of builds, trying to hide the cone. He gets found out. He's seeking for more. Victor B gets struck down by lightning, but Bolts cannot pick up the elimination. Even Scroll, they're feeling that same pain, separated once again.
But now it's Sky's turn to pick up the ball and carry it forward. 5 overdrive grenades, but only 39 HP. Flowberry missed grenade. He knows there's a team that could potentially be trying to make a play for height. He's going to be able to siphon off some shield from it, but first and foremost, he has to figure out where can I go next, because bodies are just surrounding him everywhere and they're closing in.
And even with Vico and Malabuka's best efforts in this game, the longer Sky stays alive, the harder it is to catch up. He is doing everything he needs to right now.
Yeah, into the top 12. Half of the placement points come in at that top 10 marker, but again, he's aggressed. Shockwave's out of position once more, but he's quickly running out of builds. A lot of his resources going right down the drain, but an opportunity there onto Darm. Breaks into the wall. Oh my, a perfectly placed ramp is going to save the day and allow for Sky to not get the elimination, but he's still on the hunt for more.
No
Will he have cloud armor?
He's gonna keep hitting shots like that if they present themselves. And Sky now patiently waiting for that next opportunity to strike.
Sky trying to see just how far can he carry the torch forward, but look, from the land down under, way up above the rest of the lobby, Tinka and Resigns. They've just been silently building overhead, throttling everybody in these congested lower layers. And now, Flixie, Jap, how will they respond? They have to contend with everybody underneath them. They might need to take out Ozone, who's directly in front, but still Flixie trying to just keep pushing forward.
Him and Chap are not slowing down. Even Sky, he will not be denied. He's essentially the inevitable player in this game. And he does it again. He takes the crown away from King, puts it on his own head. Into the top 4 we go. This is a run like any other. Can Sky clutch up?
You force broken because this guy can too. And he's done just enough to continue to keep that lead. Flixie will try and move above, but it's going to be the Oshi duo trying to close out this game and get the first dub on land for OCE.
Surely they won't let it happen. Surely Flixie won't actually take them out. And sure enough, Resigns and Tinka bring this one home. Game number 6 is all theirs.
The thunder from down under. The boys from OCE do it. They're putting their entire region on their back. They don't want to just win here. They want to go to the global championship.
Resigns! This isn't your first rodeo, but it is OCE's first win at an FECS LAN. How does it feel?
Honestly, it feels amazing. This is the best feeling. This is the best feeling.
Tinka, you haven't always had the best results on LAN, but here you are proving that it can be done for Australia and everyone watching back home. You had the high ground, you had it clean. Did you know once you had established yourself that this was in the bag?
I think the main thing is just to play with confidence. You got to forget your OC and you just got to play like you do at home, and it works.
It worked. Was always the intention to go for high ground?
I mean, yeah, like on LAN, everyone's pretty scared, so like we just don't play scared. We just take height, don't die.
It's our good friend Queasy. He established that one a while ago and it's clearly working for you. But the key thing now is consistency. You haven't had the best game so far, but do you feel like this win is going to give you the confidence now to get off spawn and get to the finish line?
100%.
Well, boys, congratulations again. Making history for OCE. It's Tinka and Resigns. We're going to head to a break and maybe more history will be made.
I got hit with that one off. I'm popping in that bit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fam, today is truly a movie. Resigns and Tinka get themselves a victory royale, the first ever victory royale from OCE on LAN. I think what's so crazy about this is we're watching the game in the back, and for a moment everything's kind of going chaotic, and then we look up and we're like, Resigns and Tinka, okay, well, maybe they can hold it. I mean, there's so many of the names that we know will contest height. They're not here. They're gonna win. Wait, OCE's gonna get a win. Wait, OCE's gonna get a win.
An incredible effort from the guys, and as you can take a look right here, it's not like they kind of jumped up on the high ground last second, right? They were kind of holding this throughout the entirety of the end game. Kind of the meta within the meta here on LAN in game number 6, taking a little bit of a change, because as been watching through all of the games today, it's kind of been a mess up there on the high ground, but Resigns, they have kind of figured out a way to suppress the rest of the lobby, go ahead and continue themselves up on the high ground. They end this game as well with 9 eliminations. That's going to throw them so much further up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think going into that game, the cutoff was around 150 points-ish, and I believe they've surpassed that with that match. Now, obviously, we've got to see how the points continue to kind of change from all the other teams that also placed well, but they have a solid chance of getting top 15 now, and not only being the first OCE team to ever win a game on LAN, but also qualify themselves directly to the Global Championship.
Oh man, of course, massive shout outs to them. But as we look at this top 10, Sky and Scroll are at 352 points. What I like about this game is now we finally get to see a Sky solo clutch, right? We've seen a few Scroll side, but now Sky's like, hey guys, listen, I know that guy can clutch, but I want to make sure that you know that I can clutch too.
These guys give it a rest, man. Like, holy moly. We're trying to have a close race here towards the end of the competition. It's like, oh man, the duo looks like they're going to go down early. Yeah, the duo went down early. There's still one of them left, though, every single time. I think more than half, actually, I'm pretty sure more than half of their total point amount right now is 100% through solo clutch points. Like, it is incredible, the performance these guys are putting on right now.
I mean, this happened back in the EU Major Finals. I talked about it earlier on that Sky is just as capable to get these solo clutches. But I remember I was telling Vivid, right, when we were watching this match, I said, okay, Sky, he's got like 17 HP. You know, he can solo clutch, but it's going to be a little tough. He shut me right up in an instant when he just came through zone, elimination. I mean, I don't even know how many points he clutched in that match, but both players have been playing incredibly, and they deserve that #1 spot they're currently sitting at.
Dude, they can see it, right? They can see the light at the tunnel. They can see that trophy. They can see themselves wearing the little crown on the top of that trophy. They better wear when they stand up here. But now it's about holding on, right? Where like I'm going to continue to say, the job's not done. We still have 2 more games to go. Look right behind, though. Vico, Malabuka. We are seeing them come alive. This is the Vico we have seen in the past. It has won all kinds of stuff. Vico is online, and he sees one thing standing between him and that trophy, and it's Sky and Scroll.
A super, like, nuanced approach I feel like we're kind of seeing from Vico and Malabuka in the second half of the day right now is that they sort of go ahead and play around with the fact that, you know, they go up towards the high ground, they're up there for a little bit, and then they kind of just start to feel a little bit uncomfortable, so they drop all the way back down to the low ground continuously. And this is where they really start to make things happen. Every single time we kind of tune into them when they're up on the high ground down here, it's like low mats, but they continue to find the refreshes to keep their game going.
And they have low mats because they changed their playstyle from last season to this season. This season, they play incredibly confidently. They have some of the highest average eliminations. They even had it in the upper bracket qualifying through today in the EU Major Finals. They know how to get eliminations, but they also use a lot of mats. They run out of materials, but they are so confident in their ability to get refreshes that they just make it work.
And one thing that I love doing whenever we kind of see some of these players go down, obviously this was a great game from Vico and Malabuka, right? But the reaction there when they do finally go down, it didn't really seem like Malabuka was happy with that one at all. And to me, that feels like he knows that the chase is on between him and first place, and every single point matters. So anytime he goes down, it sort of feels like a failure because he's not catching up.
Look, there's a reason Vico Malabuka were the only duo to have not taken storm damage in this whole tournament. I'm impressed.
Dude, me too. I'm also impressed by Acorn and Bolts. Obviously, we've swapped places with Vico and Malabuka, but right now, This is NA's last hope, right, to walk away with a title for NA. But with 2 games left to go, I think now more than ever, we need to pick up that pace. We need to make something happen if we're targeting that #1 spot.
Yeah, after we kind of take a look at the leaderboard when this event finishes, if we do not see a team like Acorn and Bolts up in first place, I think we have to look towards game number 6 right there, because they were so close, right? They were sitting up there top 3. It seemed like all of the points were just, you know, they were in distance, striking distance. But they go down early in game number 6. They don't get a lot of points right there, right? It kind of feels like they faltered just a little bit. They had the momentum. It gets slowed down. They've got 2 games left to kind of catch up. Can they do it?
You said it yourself, a couple matches left. This is where you start feeling the pressure. This isn't a 2-day competition. This is the last chance that these players have to crown themselves FNCS Major 1 Summit champions. The top 3 are all titans, legends in Fortnite competitive. I don't know. It's gonna be close.
Dude, I don't know. I'm starting to think about that top 15. Let's scroll on over. Let's see. Oh, dude, Chap and Flixie jumped up 12 placement spots after that last game. I'm telling you, I'm gonna keep saying it. 1 game. 1 game can turn every single thing around. If the competition was over, right? Technically, it should be. That was game number 6, but we have 2 more here. 1 game can put a duo into that top 15.
Look, there's a reason Flixie was the best performing player in 2025 trios as a German, representing in his home turf right now. Everything is on the line. He's had a tough drop spot. He's had tough early games, but they've been making it work. They've been making it happen. And now with that bump in the leaderboard, Vivid, I'm excited to see how they close it out.
Guys, I want to keep talking. I do, but the game's are ready. I feel like we just got to jump back into the action. So, casters, over to you.
You know, with 2 games left, it almost feels like we have 2 tournaments in one. A battle for first place, the best in the world, and our top 15 are global championship spots.
It is gonna be a tight finish. That is one thing I can guarantee you. All over the leaderboard, we're seeing so many big names that we've expected things from fighting and converging all into this game number 7.
If there was ever a chance, if there was ever an opportunity to try and steal it away, Game 7 might just be your best bet. The drone shot, it's not coincidental. What's going to take place at Battlewood Boulevard?
This is where we've been waiting for quite some time. Sky and Scroll, and it seems as of now, business as usual, uncontested towards the north side of the map. So if we're expecting any surprises on first, it's going to come in the last game of the day.
Understandably, I think they could have went either way as far as looking to try and make the play to win the tournament. Around the map though, again, the desk hyped it up, and we will continue to as well. So many different teams pushing for top 15, a chance to qualify themselves for the Global Championship in Antwerp. No Riley and reason we've seen them win this off spawn in that previous game. Outside of that, it's not been the best of fortunes.
There's definitely a big point differential between these 2 teams that are clashing head-on as well. For Reason and O'Reilly, they're going to need a big come-up to try and cut the gap. But for Danikush and Tiggs, losing every off-spawn from this point forward would be devastating, because that's likely a global spot on the line.
Tune into this side of the map, Chap, Flixie, even though they didn't get that elimination, Tinka is down. Romero is the one that's going to get credit for that one, but either way, Resigns is going to be by himself, and Chap and Flixie are starting to go on the chase. They're closing the gap, 1 box away, but it does look like he's trying to fight back until eventually they're closing in and get that elimination from on top to on bottom.
Reminding us why they are 2 top fighters, the pinch from both sides. He had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide.
And it's crazy to think that at one point, even before leading into Globals, when they first found their spot cemented for this competition, a lot of the community was asking, when are they going to split? Chap and Flixie, we haven't really seen them shine the way that they both look to be as individuals, and yet here today, they are proving that sticking it out has paid off dividends.
Over here at Sandy Strip, more shenanigans. Will there be any damage dealt from it? Not for Chino in that instance.
Does look like they're going to take their time this time around. With one less team to worry about, they just saw them leave Sandy Strip. They got a little bit more space to work with, a little bit more loot to try to get this time around. It takes Danny Kush. We did see in the feed, they got an elimination onto one, but Reet and Cooper, they quickly crashed the party. This game, I feel like, is going to move at a swift pace. Everybody realizing what's at stake, but it may cause some mistakes in the game plan. Reet and Cooper taking probably way too much damage, they would hope, trying to third party this fight.
It's less about Danikush and Tiggs and more about where Vico and Malabuka are at. Vico taking every single advantage given to him from just overhead. Finding those damage applications off the surge tags is just going to keep applying steady pressure, steady control. Sharkantini, though, they're taking over.
Sharkantini started the day loud, but as the race for first place slowly slips them by, this game could be the one that pushes them back into contention. Peterbot, Hoyo, something left to be desired from their last game. They look to make amends here.
They have 2 chances to really make a run for the top side of that leaderboard. And right now, they go to lurk onto one. Realizes he's caught out by himself, but they're unable to capitalize. No real damage, no real knock. And it does look like Nosif is going to try to close the gap. Peterbot landing a couple of tags, sees him trying to run, and they instantly close the distance with a shockwave. Nosif again, causing a little bit of confusion, but he bumps into the tree until he eventually goes down. Peterbot and Poyo realize where they're at on the leaderboard, and if they want to take first, they're going to have to come online.
And Poyo and Peterbot are doing just that. They'll go ahead and start leaving the vicinity because they realize there's other games afoot.
We've seen them pick up one of Izzy or Nosif in these games and still go on to struggle later down the line. It's about piecing it all together as the game continues. If they have any shot of having a respectable finish for players of their caliber.
Things might get a little sticky here, though, at Riptides. Focus and Thomas waning on their material count, but Nalu just overhead. Creeping about, waiting to see if the opportunity presents itself. Will they strike? Sometimes it's best to remain out of sight, out of mind, and just look for the reboot opportunity.
Just kind of looking right now. Tom's focused. They have 2 eliminations. You saw kind of backtrack. Nalu had at least 1, so it almost seems like Thomas focus crashed the party that Nalu and Rainy were in. And so Nalu has no choice but to hide, disengage, and try to survive for now. Swizzy, Pixie, again, almost everybody in this lobby moving at such an accelerated pace. A lot of the teams were not even seeing remaining in their POI like usual.
And this is something that has taken Swizzy and Pixie some time to figure out, but all of that contention that took place over at Dark Dominion, helping them out so much later on down the road. Curve and Benno, they're ready to take out Kurama and Akira. Enough of the games. They're just going to win it all.
And look, it's not quite been the night that Benno and Curve would have been hoping for after they lit up NA. But there have been signs of greatness and plenty to learn from as this duo continues their journey. And who knows, maybe a back-to-back crazy pop-off gives them a chance of solidifying a spot in Globals. Chino, Pablo, we've seen these guys trying to make plays like this all day long. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. This time around, in the tunnel.
Yeah, underneath painted palms. The original teams that kind of land over at this side of the map have kind of been distracted for a good portion of this early game, but they do hear noise. Reet and Cooper up above, farming up the metal that they don't necessarily get access to over towards Latte Landing. But it's just a matter of, do they hear that chest? Are Reet and Cooper going to try to go underneath and try to get it all?
If Chino and Pablo are willing to wait it out, something tells me they have a pretty good idea that Reet and Cooper are eventually going to keep searching for additional loot, and playing from inside of the tunnel could be a big difference maker, but we'll have to wait and see whether that actually pans out in their favor. It's a big time commitment either way.
Last time we waited in game 6, it didn't quite pan out, so they'll be hoping for better fortune this time around. Oh, what do we have here? Vardial up against Panzer and Yapko again in the storm here at Painted Palms. And again, Yapko and Panther will come out on top.
Yeah, to start this game off, 15th place was 174 points. So they got at least a little bit of a goal line to try to achieve. Reek and Cooper as well, 148 points currently. A little below where they need to be, but that's why you can see they're lurking around trying to get the eliminations. At 4 points per elimination, if they could just find a couple here, have a good game, they'll at least put themselves within reach going into game 8.
But look, even if it's a one tick, they're not the only ones that have those same intentions. Pablo, Chino, they've just been steadily following along at a snail's pace. Only they'll have the opportunity to at least use a couple of bandages, put themselves in a slightly healthier HP position. Reet and Cooper, though, clock's ticking. Splashes are gonna have to come out. They're building against the direction that Yapko and Panther are facing, and they might be running straight into the clutches of Pablo and Chino.
So just one of those moments right here for Chino and Pablo. They've been all around the map lurking, and you see how early they left that sandy strip, and you saw their material count. They sacrificed loot, they sacrificed loadout, everything, because they realized one of the most important things in this entire tournament is Surge.
Look, some lessons to be learned here for Pablo and Chino as far as just investing that time and waiting for the payoff. And even they eventually will have a point in which they say, maybe we don't want to do this, but maybe they do. Reet not too far away, but no, they will continue to run back towards the safe zone with nothing to really show for it, and now negative damage to show for it.
Negative Surge, not a whole lot of material count. They've had to spend the brunt of this lobby essentially just waiting to see if any of their plans would even come to fruition. And with all of it being just a nothing burger at the end of it, there's just so much that they have to now try and recover.
While one team waits in the mud, another team sits from their perched up seat from above. These guys, honestly, you could capture this frame here and tell me it was from any game this season and I'd believe you. They love that spot and it does pay dividends for them.
Very scary zone to see as well if you are Vico, Malabuka, Acorn, or Bolts, because you know that not only are Sky and Scroll in a home base position, but they're also in very familiar turf. They know how to navigate these final moments from this side of the map, and if it continues drawing in their direction, that's going to make it all the more complicated for Vico and Malabuka to even have the slightest opportunity, because they need to eliminate Sky and Scroll or put them in a position where the lobby can take care of them. But when you have to make such a long trek across the map to even get close to them in the first place, those opportunities, you just start to think back, was the Battle Bush Challenge where we should have been?
You have to have the courage to make the tournament winning plays. It's something we see on a weekly basis, Jacob, as far as EU and NA competition goes. Teams are willing to make those plays. We've seen Vico and Malabuka make those types of plays against Sky and Scroll. It's a matter of stepping up when the lights are the brightest here on this stage.
Honestly, it was Vico I heard in between games just kind of yelling to, I don't even know who, saying we're doing this. He's trying his best. He realized one of the only ways is to get those eliminations. That's why each and every game you see them getting more and more aggressive. Lucy's Angie, same thing for them. They're roughly 64 points away from that top 15, and that means every elimination counts. But as he tries to shoot down, get damaged, it gets stolen away by Hari and Cammy, and they're instantly closing the distance. If not for the elimination itself, which you saw Belusi kind of cleaned up, it's for the loot that they feel that they earned.
For Cammy and Hari, they're really just trying to find a chance to step it up yet again. We've only really seen them once hit the highlight reel, and ever since, it's just been so difficult. But that is the caliber of lobby that they are contending with. Ritual Agers, very much in a similar boat. They're trying to do everything in their power to see how can we actually leapfrog our position on this leaderboard. But if you're going to make these kinds of drawn-out plays, you've got to hope that you're ahead of the rest of the lobby, and they're doing a great job at positioning themselves for every zone.
And that's the beauty of the summit, right? Of course, we get to crown a champion, but the implications for the rest of the year Imagine how valuable it would be for Ritual and Aegis, who we have seen the struggles they've had with their off-spawn situation. If going into the next major, they have a spot at Globals already. They need to keep this up to keep a top 15 global spot.
See Shark and team.
Oh dear.
Rotating through Sky, goes down. Peterbot and Pollo, they've done this year after year, whether it was duos or trios, they go after first. It's the best chance they got. And now we're scrolling down to 40 HP, forcing out the splashes. Look how close the zone is. Third parties are now interrupting this fight. Peterbot and Pollo know at a time, if they stay alive, it'll become mathematically impossible. So they have to slow down the point game here. It's now or never, because if Sky and Skrull continue to stay alive, this tournament will be over.
Peterbot and Pollo, they don't want to let Skrull have any sort of chance to slip away from them. They are chasing him down, hard body, but at the same time, the lobby, the interventions, but it's not going to save Skrull, not just yet. And look at the direction he's headed, straight into the likes of Shark and Teeny, and they might have heard all the commotion. They're right around the building face. All they need is to see whether or not Skrull is right behind them, but he's managed to escape. Every second counts, and now, just like that, Skrull sends out a shot. Teeny's alerted, Shark looking back, but Skrull's on the ropes. These are his last legs.
71 HP, and right now they're chasing him down, and that HP is not going to last long, especially if it activates, but Shark doesn't let it come to that. They are down in 39th place. We have a tournament on our hands.
Vico and Malabuka, this has to be the game to bring it to number 8 and give yourself the best shot at taking that trophy home.
But do they realize only 73 above? They know that they cannot afford to step the slightest bit out of line. Surge going to jump in a moment. 99% of Malabuka and Vico's points being earned with both players is ridiculous.
These are two players who we usually praise them for their individual solo prowess. That hasn't been what's been delivering the goods today. It's been their teamwork and their efforts together, and they need that here.
For a moment, we saw second and fourth about to clash. But you have to remember who's also in the mix. Acorn Bolts cutting it right down the middle in third.
This is so close, and even them, 522 above the damage threshold. Even though only 21 players need to go down before it's no longer a thing, they are so far above, they're not going to have to worry about it. So this here is a moment for them to just weaken the lobby, try to take them out one by one by one.
Swizzy and Pixie. Spotlight's on you right now. Can you break away from it, though? They'd rather play you through the shadows. They don't want the attention of the lobby, not when their material count is already so thin. But Pixie, Swizzy know that everything's working against them, and just like that, Saez is gonna strike. Pixie is down for the count, but Swizzy, in a moment of peril, manages to bring it forth. 100 builds now. He's got the potential to see how long he could cling on for life.
Both of our solo clutch players there in that situation. Even Ritual getting an elimination, but you can see when the dust settles, Swizzy got that elimination, but he's still 244 below. He realizes he cannot keep Pixie up in the game. They don't have enough heals to out-heal it.
And this is a big moment for every single one of those players in that top 5 or 6 area. This is your chance to close the gap and make game number 8 a final battle between all these different teams.
Swizzy, he's got the HP. Tyler, definitely in some threats, but Shark, Teeny, they're really starting to pick up the pace here. Werix and Kiruo are going to be some of the next in their line of sights. They've already got one piece of the puzzle. They don't even need to go after the next. They'd rather keep tabs on what the rest of the lobby is doing, but they're gonna have to get active. Epic Whale and Pomp, this is the last thing you want to see charging right at you, but for Shark and Teeny, their moment is now.
Really just trying to take over in this game. They had a few stumbles that they didn't expect, but with first place down, they're trying to close that gap. You can see they're neck and neck with Acorn and Bolt on that leaderboard. Even Shadow and Virgo looking back. Tyler is down. That's an elimination for Shadow. 4 more points, but they're not going to be able to get the loot.
Yeah, boss. What's he cooking up? Harry and Ari. Blink and you might miss it. They are sent right back to the lobby.
But look at where Shark and Teeny are positioned. They're doing a great job at elevating themselves, and they're not the only ones. Bolts, Acorn, also sitting idly by, waiting to see just how much effort they're going to have to put forward into this next rotation, because they might be able to conceal themselves on the move, but Peterbot and Pollo, they're after the big ones. They're trying to go fishing for some more eliminations. 4's just not gonna be enough. They want the comeback more than ever.
Yeah, they're not just playing for prize money. They're not just playing to qualify for the global championship. They are playing for first place. We saw that as they went on to Sky and Stroll, but with them going down, opens up an opportunity for Vico and Malibuca. They quickly transition from the backside of the zone all the way to the front, especially more so now because we're going uphill. But Peterbot and Pollo from low ground to into the clouds.
We've seen them climb bigger mountains before. A win here, and even more eliminations could be just enough to put them in contention.
They've got all of the pieces strewn together here. Pete just trying to see who else he can take out. So many players just so incredibly weak underneath them. If they can prevent anybody from challenging this layer on high, ultimate high ground will be their winning contention point. But Teeny still going directly underneath it all. A decent amount of builds to work with, trying to see if he can commit towards that front side of zone. But eventually he'll have to layer swap. Eventually he'll need to find a refresh. And it's the same instance that Swizzy's currently trying to deal with.
Much worse though, no builds and no time left. He goes down, but for Teeny, this is another chance, still tied at 285 points with Acorn and Bolts. They're still alive in this game, but they're staying back. They're staggering themselves. This is a clue, a chance for them to go for high ground. Vico and Malibuca, it's not ready for them yet. They're just continuing to take it one foot in front of another. They don't want to make any big leaps or boundaries just yet.
Ooh, and Vico's gonna land another one. Just a warning shot, won't get a chance to collect, but at least he's got his way forward. Cooper Reed also finding Acorn. This is a travesty now for one of our top 3 teams, because Acorn and Bolts, they'll have to watch and see what happens next. But look at Vico and Malibuca. The one thing that they're missing, they're finding the damage, but they don't have the Flowberry Mist Grenades to make it to height.
Another couple eliminations here. They're trying to close the gap, 326 points. They're still in second. But with top 10 here, a chance to win the game. All the opportunity in the world is theirs. King underneath just trying to escape. Vico, Malibuca not getting desperate just yet. Meanwhile, Reed and Cooper getting pressured from not only above, but below as well. Everybody can feel what's at stake with only 2 games left. But Vico, Malibuca, they steamroll King. They want to take first.
And that is exactly what they needed to do. The job is not finished. They have to continue to clear out the layers beneath them, while Pete and Pollo wait from above, waiting for their opportunity to strike down below.
And it's insanity to think that all this time, Teeny has just been haggling his way through these layers undisturbed. But Pete, he's ready to drop. He's ready to throw his name into the mix and really start the demolition derby underneath. Pollo still by his side. Just when you think that they're about to find some more eliminations, Vico realizes he's all by himself.
The pressure is mounting. He needs to hit this shot or get out of the box. Either one will do. Just stay alive, Vico.
Top 6 teams. 4 of them are stuck as solos here, but for Reed and Cooper, they have each other. Vico, we saw Malibuca go down. You see, with only 3 builds left, empty item slots, no extra heals. It's really all up to them. Peterbot and Pollo, their 6th elimination of the game, and it's on the next team in their path.
And that's the worst case scenario now for Vico and Malibuca. But check out Cooper, check out Reed. They've got Craze. Now it's all about them trying to take out some of these other Titans in the lobby. Another refresh for Reed onto Ozone, and now they just gotta look up.
Here comes the drop. Peterbot and Pollo, they want the back-to-back. Big shot on the Reed. Pollo will not go down, but but Peter Bot will, so he's stuck by himself yet again. Another 1v2, that feeling of deja vu. Can Pollo do it? Shockwaving up, looking to create distance, his chance to put down pressure, following the zone. He knows that Reed and Cooper are weak, but he doesn't want to play this too quickly, but he's letting Cooper heal down below. This is not what you want, but Pollo finally landing another shot on the Cooper, who shockwaves up. They're trying to attack from both sides. Pollo with everything here. It's all or nothing. He does it again. Another big shot. Pollo will not be denied. A 1v1. Pollo versus Reed. NA versus NA. Pollo has taken the crown away from Peter Bot, and he's placing it on his own hand.
This is what it looks like. You are looking at one of the greatest to ever play this game.
All roads lead to Pollo every single time. Just when you think that he won't be able to do it, he delivers yet again.
Peter Bot, what is it like playing with the best player in the world?
I mean, it feels great.
It is incredible to watch you. Pollo, you were so humble last time I spoke to you. You were like, they had no mats when you won the 2v1. You had no mats either in that situation. How did you do it this time?
I don't know. I mean, I don't even know.
It was the 1v2. It was versus Reed and Cooper. You're flying through the sky. We think maybe there's going to have to be a heal off. You're reloading in the air. You're an absolute rock star. But how do you stay calm in those situations when everything is going on?
I just knew they had nothing. Like when we first dropped down, they weren't really building or anything, so I knew they had nothing.
And you were able to keep it on clean on height this time, Pete. So you must have been feeling like, yeah, we've got this.
Yeah, 100%. We played height perfectly that game, and it was just a textbook win.
It was a textbook win. You were 9th going into this one, but now you can have your sights truly on the trophy. Qualification, surely, for Globals is yours. You just need top 15 for that. But what are we going to see from you two in Game 8?
I can't say. You'll see.
Look at that camera and tell me, are you switched on? He doesn't need to say anything. Stay with us, Düsseldorf, after this break. We crown a champion!
I got hit with that one off. I'm popping a med bit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No, maxed up. Wait, if you are med, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is cinema! Listen, production, give me a camera on Facts. Stand up right now. Can you hear me? Facts, give Peter Butt some love, baby. We're back, baby. We are back. Let's go. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry you guys had to see that NA bias mask off. Here we are, guys. Why does it always happen like this, Vivid? Why does it always happen like this? It's like, Peter Butt, like, he's one of the best players in the world. Oh, he's not doing that hot. Then he comes back, and it's like, when it matters, oh, just kidding. He's just showing up. 2 victory royales on the day in a finals lobby of the quality and caliber of this lobby, both coming down to solos from Poyo.
This is just the same story over and over and over again, it feels like. Over on NA regionally, and even globally speaking, so many times these guys start to get counted out as the games start to get deeper and deeper. And then somehow, some way, these guys just fly up the leaderboard. They find the momentum that they need. They find the energy from the crowd, the fans, from people like Fax, and they just ride with it, man. And it's all in the back of Poyo. How many 1v2s is this guy gonna pull off today?
Unbelievable. I feel like we've seen this before. Poyo has this meta, has this shotgun, this Chaos Reloader down to a T. The way that he's moving in these 1v2 situations is unbelievable. The timing that he seems to have on all of his loot and his inventory, knowing when to stay back in the storm, when to heal up, when the shotgun's reloaded in his inventory, and then when he can go for the next shot. He is so in tune with the game right now, and it's showing there in the end game.
His approach, by the way, Peter Butt and Poyo's approach, to that game seemingly was focused around the strats that Sky and Skrull have been known to kind of implement. Because remember, if we think back to the middle of that game, who did they push? Who did they eliminate? Sky and Skrull themselves. Of course, they only got one of those eliminations, but they did enough damage to effectively render them useless. If they're going to make a push for this win here at the Summit with 1 game left remaining, they've got to do that exact same thing again.
Oh my gosh, and I'm getting word production has a listen in from that game. Let's check it out.
Nice. He does. Shock him out, maybe. Nice. Good build. Shock up. Let's go! Oh my god, let's go! Let's go!
Oh my gosh, I love that Pete's just giving Poyo the moment to focus on in there, to make sure he needs what he has to have complete calm in that moment, to find and land the shot. What's crazy too, we saw this fight happen not that long ago, right? Poyo also eliminated Reed along the way to get his previous victory royale. Man, Mini Miner, we have 1 game left to go, and take a look at these standings up 6 placements. Peter Butt and Poyo, 306. At the top, Sky and Skrull, 352. Vico and Malabuka at 342. And honestly, even look 1 row down, Teeny Shark, 301. Boys, this is coming down to the final game.
It's always interesting going to the final game, isn't it? How does it always happen? It's always coming down to the wire, and for Sky and Skrull in that last game, unfortunately for them, they went down super early. Their first stumble in every single game we've seen them today, and it's so unfortunate for them. What it means for the rest of the lobby is that they can now push up on through. But for Sky and Skrull, this was the moment, this was the game where they could have solidified their win. They've taken it all the way down to the wire, Vivid, all the way down to the last game.
And this one's gotta feel bad, right? Because you caught it out earlier, Mini Miner. You were looking for the chink in the armor for this duo.
Yeah.
It doesn't even really look like they did anything for this game. I mean, we tuned in with them. It was like 140 builds available for them. They were 400 above the Storm Swords threshold. There was one problem. Pete and Poyo were in the lobby.
That's exactly right. In the background, Poyo is looking in right over.
Oh my gosh.
Are you guys catching that in production?
Yeah.
Are you guys catching? They are looking at him. They're like, could we see an invitational type situation? Could we see, look at him, Poyo still looking at Sky and Skrull. I cannot believe it, guys, with a single game left. We can't also forget Vico Malabuka. Remember, Vico Malabuka are firing on all cylinders right now. They've been trying to catch up to Sky and Skrull, and now Peter Butt and Poyo cleared the way. Now they're up front. They can make this happen.
10 points behind, I think it was there on the standings. They could actually do it right here. They made the most of the fact that Sky and Scroll went down early on in this game, and I was watching them a lot during this endgame. The way that they played this endgame, this huge refresh onto Kingaling right there. Even the understanding, they had a really nice 10-zone pullback, which really helped them out. They didn't need to go for too many crazy refreshes, too many crazy frags. They understood they could play that zone, play inside of those boxes that have already been built, and then ride out those placements, because for these guys right now, they don't need to do too much. 10 points behind, I think it was, as we'll have a look right now. Yeah, 10 points behind the leaders. Honestly, Vivid, they could do it.
They very well could. Vico and Malabuka have been so dynamic throughout the day. It feels like every single game, it feels like they're kind of playing different. Acorn and Bolts there in 5th place. If you kind of paid attention, 3rd place, Pete and Pollo, there we at 306 points. Acorn and Bolts in 5th place, we're on 295 points. So as it currently stands, only an 11-point difference between 3rd and 5th. As you can see right there, refocused in on the battle between 1st and 2nd as it seemingly stands. Vico is locking in.
And this is bigger than just this tournament. This is bigger than just this game. This is legacies on the line. Are the new kids on the block, Sky and Scroll, are they the real deal? Is it gonna be the older guard? Vico, Malabuka, players that have been here, that have done it in Peterbot and Pollo. This is where we find the answer to that question. Who will cement their legacy, or who will rekindle theirs that so many thought was lost?
Genuine chills just went up and down my arms as I'm taking a look at the POVs of these players right now. The vibe meter that Levin was kind of talking about, I feel like it's been so high throughout the course of this tournament for Vico and Malabuka. Right now, they seem so stern.
Yeah.
Has the pressure finally hit going into the last game?
That's exactly what I want to talk about. That's exactly what I want to talk about. We have 1 game left to go, 5 duos all in contention. You could even argue that top 6 as well. Half of these players have been in this type of situation before, right? Even look at someone like Shark and Teeny, right? Shark, this is his kind of first time being in this situation. This is the hardest and the most intense. The pressure is going to be on them.
Yep.
Look at Sky and Scroll, same thing, right? Vico, Malabuka, Pollo, Peterbot, they've been here before. They know what that last game looks like. This is a rare Vico we don't often see. The focus, the quiet Vico. Pollo, look at him. He doesn't look scared. He looks focused. He looks like he's in his element. He's clutched twice already. The pressure. This is it. All eyes are on this stage. All eyes on these 5 duos. That's the question, isn't it, Vivid? It's the pressure.
The pressure is what makes the difference every time. Every single one of these players that we've kind of interviewed throughout the weekend, they all try to seem like they're cool, calm, and collected. They try to make it sound like nothing really bothers them. But does anybody ever really believe those answers? I would have a very hard time myself believing it, especially when you take a look at some of the facial expressions that we are getting going into a game that feels like it's weighted so heavy.
This is the time, though, to turn those doubters into believers.
Okay, absolutely.
In the future, when we talk about the team that ends up going in to win this, we can say they have done it. They have been there. In some cases, in Vico Malabuka's case, they came so close. In Peterbot and Pollo's case, they've done it already. Let's see if we can do it again. How are things going to go down for Sky and Scroll as well? Newer players coming on through here. Can't wait.
Guys, Fortnite fam, this is it. The last game out of the FNCS Summit. We are looking to crown champions. The top 15 will move on to the Global Championships. 1 last game settles it all. Casters, over to you.
This is it, the final moment here on the Summit land, where 50 points separate our first place team and our entire top 5.
And you wouldn't think that the margins should be this slim with the way that we've seen so many of these teams having their respective highlight moments throughout the course of today's game. But it all comes down to this. Game 8, let's see it.
Everybody at home, everybody in this arena we're all asking ourselves the same question. Will Peterbot and Pollo do it again? Year after year, championship after championship, they are the ones known to do it all.
We have seen crazy plays happen in final games all year long. It's Fortnite heritage at this point. But this time around, it looks like everybody is going to do their best from their own spot. Damo and Kazi, are they going to play spoiler here? What's going on? Hold on a minute. Scroll and first.
He gets the AR. He gets tagged up though. And down. First place is out of the game early.
Kazi and Damo are public enemy number 1 of this lobby. They're not even gonna leave it for Vico Malabuca, Peterbot and Pollo to decide. They take the battles up and duke it out over at Llama's Landing. But Sky and Scroll, what a heartbreaking finish. The point disparity just not enough. This is the deciding sequence of events.
I don't think anybody in this building was expecting that to go down how it just did. And just like that, the door is wide open for any one of those teams in that top 5 to try and win the tournament.
I think everybody that is playing in this lobby now saw that in the feed and realized what's at stake. And for Peterbot and Pollo, in that last game, they didn't land on them. They went and hunted them down. Now, Taco, there's only one team in their path.
But you can't forget about who else is hot on their heels. Shark and Teeny. Only 5 points separating them between the next spot on the leaderboard. And with that in the back of their minds, sure, you can keep Vico and Malabuca, but if the fight takes too long, you might just be cooked for it.
Skull died. Sky said play. I'm fine. Be calm. Yeah, I know.
Stay calm, Malabuca, reminding Vico, the job is not finished. Stay calm, our chance to strike is now.
We're having all these conversations about Vico Malabuca, Shark Teeny, Peterbot Pollo. We can't leave Acorn and Bolts out of the mix. 295 points. I believe not too far behind them either. Swizzy and Pixie sitting around that 274 threshold. But Wonky Land fairly undisturbed for the time being. Teeny and Shark just going to surge base it out. But at this rate, the lobby is going to be picking up in pace rapidly because currently every single one of these teams you would anticipate, maybe they try to take out each other. Maybe the gloves just come off with Sky and Scroll being out of the lobby, but they don't want to risk what they feel like is their best shot at first.
I mean, as the game goes on, the room for shenanigans tightens. And honestly, it just becomes about putting your best foot forward and playing your best Fortnite here in game number 8. There is still so much to play for, not just that first place trophy, all across the lobby. Players desperately fighting for a spot in the top 15 to qualify for globals. And now everybody left in this one is playing for something here.
But why not me? That's got to be the theme running through Vico and Malabuca's minds right now, but they have to stay focused.
We saw Vico saying a prayer before the game began. It looked like his prayers were answered. He just has to finish his part of the deal now and deliver the goods.
10 points separate what Vico and Malabuca are at now. And first place on that leaderboard. And if they can get that, close out the game, they would be your Major 1 Summit champions. But they still have so much competition to watch out for. But again, Levin, you said it yourself, there's room for so much shenanigans. Shark is gonna go down. Teeny's by himself. Iyamzo and Josh are the ones hunting him down in Wonky Land.
They've had a rough go about the day, and they're looking to try and change their fate in the final hour here. A massive game is necessary for Zoe and Josh to bring this one back, but when they've taken out a priority fragger here at Wonkyland in his own backyard, Josh and Iamzo have the chance now to step it up.
And everybody's been bigging up these newer faces at the top of the EU mountain. But here in game number 8, nothing but struggles from our bright young stars. It's up to the experienced vets, the former champs, to try and show them how things are done.
Uh-oh. They know. They know. Right now, they already got that elimination onto Shark. They see a giant surge base at the top of Wonkyland. Typically, this is where you would see them, but they just can't find them.
They don't know, though. They have no idea that TD is still hidden, tucked away so discreetly inside of the safety of his surge base. But just one pinky toe out of line. That's all he's waiting for. The slightest opportunity. And if he can put down Zoe or Josh here in this moment, Darman Demish might just choose to strike. They're going to be drawn to any sort of immediate battle because even the polls are aware of the fact that every singular point matters, not just for the prize pool, but for securing your place at Globals in top 15.
Iamzo and Josh will leave. And like you said, Taco, no clue in the world that Teeny was still right beneath them. And that room might just be enough for him to keep Shark in this game and keep their chances alive.
Peterbot and Boyo up above. No fast moves coming at him this time around. And it's just, the gap is that close that they don't really have to worry about it. And a lot of extra heals for Peterbot and Boyo. A whole pizza shop underneath. And Peterbot is the one really taking the role right now, being on top of that surge power to take control of their Storm Surge.
It's the fact that Boyo had dropped everything in his loadout to just prioritize gathering as much resources as possible, taking them back to their surge base because they know, they likely saw it in the elimination feed too. Shark is gone. Sky and Scroll fully eliminated. So many top contenders now left in a very awkward position. And so their best bet might just be to play to their strengths. And Levin, earlier on in the last lobby, you called out the fact they're a team that tends to heat up as the game goes on. And right now, they're seemingly on fire. The only duo in this lobby to strike with 2 victory royales on the day.
Yeah, and they might just go for a third tackle. That's the type of form they're currently in. When you've got the greatest of all time, Peterbot, and he's not even the best player on his team right now. Boyo playing at unbelievable levels.
Great corner bolts, see the strategy. They kind of mix together the Fizz grenade, the shockwave, and that long launch pad towards the back, kind of moving out of render distance for most players as they quickly try to make their way in zone, and that's been a focal part of their game plan today.
The best part about it is that because of the fact that Shark is no longer in this lobby, Teeny will have to wait around. Wonky is just too distracted, cannibalizing itself from the teams that made their entry points after the fact. And darn Demish, they're willing to stick it out. The vending machine camp out might just come to an end here for Iamzo as he gets hunted out, fully ambushed.
Iamzo loves that vending machine. We saw him run to it so many times today, so many times in the lower bracket yesterday, and here he is punished in this final game.
That information right there is huge. Teeny knows Iamzo and Josh took down Shark. Now he knows Darman Demas just took down Iamzo and Josh, so he knows it's still not safe to move out of there just yet.
And that sort of delay to his overall game strategy for Shark and Teeny in comparison to a team like Vico and Malabuka, who have the luxury of just playing out their full Storm potential. They are not in any sort of rush. They just have to keep their wits about them, keep their bearings. Vico always drawn back, I think, to that moment when he used to play with Pink. The loot's free, but this time he's much more reserved. He's much more composed, and he knows it's all about staying side by side with Malabuka to bring this one home.
when you have a player as talented as Vico, but as emotional as he can be. There is no better pairing than Malabuka. Stone cold, never too high, never too low. And against an on-fire Peterbot and Pollo, that is the temperament you need.
Pete Pollo just non-stop scanning into the horizon. It's going to be so difficult for Prakash and Hero to even make their way over that hill face. They are looking to fully lock them out the edge of zone.
Teeny has rebooted Shark, and so the marathon continues. Things aren't as easy as far as the pathway to a potential victory for these two as it is for others, but it certainly is not over. Shark has been one of the best players in the world this year, earning more and more, experiencing more and more, but he needs to be at his very best here in game number 8.
It almost feels like we're gonna have a lot of our top teams kind of stacked and positioned at the north side of the map. We got Acorn and Bolts. Just saw Peterbot and Pollo. We know Shark and Teeny are towards the north, along with Vico and Malabuka. So no matter where this zone goes, to the north or the south, there's a chance all of our top 5 remaining teams could come to a clash.
Shocking factor. Teams that have been performing the best in the lobby here today, now currently sitting in some of the best positions for this next zone. Pixie and Swizzy continuously looking back. They know that their destiny is fully under their control for Global Championship, but what they want is another step upwards. They need that top 5, even better still, maybe even dreams of top 3.
And this is the type of team that if you're one of those players fighting for the victory right now, you don't want these guys kicking it in the lobby. They are going to be a big threat. We have seen that. We know P and Pollo like to play high. Shark and Teeny do too. Swizzy and Pixie are always going to be impactful in those fights. Still so much talent in this lobby that can play spoiler to any one of our top 4 teams.
Just got to keep in mind as well, we're so focused on first, rightfully so. That top 15 mark coming into this game is 214 points. Goes to show how stacked this leaderboard actually is on both ends of that spectrum.
And old grudges might be restored here depending on what happens next. Cooper, Reed, so close to where Ritual and Agers were just at. I know it's easy to kind of sort the difference before the day has started, but it's another affair entirely to kind of throw salt in the wounds and find yourself eliminated by the team that's been contesting you all weekend long. But first and foremost, Ritual Agers, they'll have to try and sort out what's directly in front of them because the lobby's closing in and their wiggle room is just so limited.
At points in today's competition, Shadow and Virgo look like the best representation NA was going to have. And while they've continued to fight and be a threat, this final game will be their biggest test. Will they stumble in the final hurdle? Will they continue to do what they have done and be a solid team in this lobby?
I like their thought process here. 104 below the damage threshold. Shockwaving through, could have instantly tried to fire off at anybody along that path, but they made it a focus. Get into the zone, get high ground, and that's going to be the best opportunity to get the damage that we need.
But the thing about Shadow and Virgo is they're not a duo that we often see struggling to maintain their surge threshold. So the fact that they find themselves in this position just underneath, UNDX gonna solve that problem for them. A little bit of pressure alleviated, only 11 below, just one more tag necessary. They don't want to have to expend any of their Blueberry Mist grenades so they can avoid it, but players are just refusing to budge. No one is giving an opening, and that goes back to the original point. It's difficult to find your marks.
15 to 68 to even finding elimination on the Minori. But Virgo takes a shot from above. All good things eventually come to an end, only spending a short moment on top of that Storm Surge. Now they quickly fall below. It's active as well. Every 7 seconds, 25 damage will get ticked to eventually taken out, not knocked altogether. Swizzy's feeling it as well. 193. Even worse though, Taco, because he's by himself.
And Swizzy's trying to do what he can to reserve those last couple of pizza slices, but the problem is the way that the lobby is folding into itself, it's just not going his direction. He doesn't have the openings he needs. He has to heal instead. Now chasing behind Jace, gets a big shot to open, but Jace is firing back. Swizzy got the knock, but he didn't get the finish, and he's out of here.
Look on board, Shark and Teeny. You almost would have never have guessed this team was almost an inch away from getting sent out of this lobby, but now they're back. 400 above the damage threshold. They have a little bit of high ground, and they've regained control of their own destiny.
It only makes sense for Game Mate to come down to a forest zone location. This is prime time territory for Shark and Teeny, and it also makes height all the more difficult to control. It's very obscured vision up amongst the treetops, and so for Malabuka and Vico, they're gonna stick to the low ground, but they're gonna wait for their moment to try and strike above.
But that'll be no problem for this duo. I mean, they've dominated the low ground at times today, comfortable on any layup, and that's what you need to be when you're fighting till the end.
Yeah, you gotta remember, it was Vico on day one that was leading the pack in terms of eliminations. 314 here. They're just taking it one step at a time. They realize with a leaderboard this stacked, all it takes is one misstep, one mistake to really cost you a chance at that first place. And even more so, there's over $1 million on the line in this tournament. Each and every placing, you almost lose thousands of dollars.
And for a duo like Peterbot and Pollo, mistakes are far and few in between. These last few lobbies, they have been going absolutely ballistic. And frontside control now seemingly about to belong exclusively to them. Virgo trying to see if he can make the wraparound, but the problem is he's 285 below. Even if he makes it towards a frontside position, he still has to look back. He still has to connect shots. And when you're a one-man operation, potentially clashing head-on with other duos, this could be the end of it all.
Oh no, a big shot again, falling further below the damage threshold. 18 HP. He needs more than a miracle here. He almost needs 3 eliminations worth of damage, and a lot of that is getting stolen away. Nearby, Peterbot and Pollo, 144 above the damage threshold for them. Pollo deserves all the flowers in the world with how he's been playing this weekend, really leading the team to the promised land.
Here we're looking at wraps right now for Virgo. One more tick unless he gets this shot in. Twy, though, gonna manage to just slip away, and Virgo won't be able to make it through. Twy and Cringe safe for the time being.
And even though we pull away from the treetops, you can see Shark and Teeny still want to play for height. They take Acorn down, and that is perfect for their standings. They take down the team, or one of the players of the team, just beneath them, and that leaves Volks in an awkward position. Will they continue to play for it, or will Hari look to get involved?
You're really seeing the live leaderboard right there, update in real time, not just elimination, but placement points as well. Peterbot and Pollo find their first one of the game. Slow and steady wins the race, but they got quite a large gap to overcome here.
And this is where it becomes very challenging for Vico and Malabuka to keep their composure. You're seeing that elimination feed light up. You're witnessing Pollo and Peterbot, Shark and Teeny make their surge up, and yet you still have to try and play to your own strengths. You don't want to lose any sort of kind of upcoming, and the swing is through. Vico and Malabuka, they've overtaken first.
This is a big moment for them because they cannot get lost. Taking first is not enough. They have to be able to hold it for the rest of this game, but another elimination from Vico has been found. First of the game for him, but he's diving deep into the zone to try to pick it up. Luckily for him, he does get the siphon.
The tournament is in their hands. There has never been a bigger moment in Vico's career, and this is his time to live up to that moment.
but he still has to deal with the likes of Pollo and Peterbot. He just has to play his own game. And from this frontside low position, everything seems achievable. Right now, they are leading the charge in the underground. So much space has been claimed. They keep continuously looking back. The pre-builds are established, but Peterbot's ready to fire off.
A battle for high ground. It's inevitable.
Versus the present. Pollo, once again, has to show why he has been the best player in this lobby all day long. Vico, with first place in his hands. Malabuka allowing him to lead the charge for a moment. This is the best case scenario for this duo.
This is it right here, though, because it's going to come at a point in time, Taco, where Vico and Malabuka just stay alive. It's going to be mathematically impossible.
And Malabuka Vico, though, they know exactly what it takes in these final moments. They're ready to bring it up. Malabuka goes big time. There's the knot. Vico with the finish and the siphon for HP. Vico, go! Vico, go! Every single part of the way.
They can do it. They are beginning to run away from it. And now 40-point gap. Winning the game for Peterbot and Pollo is not going to be enough because they are bulldozing their way through the competition. But Malabuka goes down. Vico left by himself. He just needs to stay alive long enough.
Vico, he's no stranger to a solo situation. And he'll look to hit even more shots and completely run away with the competition. Cammy is in his sights, but he just has to connect with the crucial shot. Running it in and out of the zone, it's Vico, it's Vico, it's for Vico!
It's it right there, though. Pollo's still alive as a solo. I'm not sure what the point gap actually is, if he needs all the eliminations, if he needs the victory royale, but if there's one person this weekend that proved he will not go down without a fight, it's this man here, proving that maybe chickens can't fly.
And all Pollo has to do is see if he can get the first bit of confirmation. Epic and Pop underneath. Pollo, can he do it a third time? But it's a matchup. Epic Whale and Pop holds it through. Pollo doesn't get the win.
They have done it. Vico and Malabuka, they stayed alive in that last game. They got eliminations. They immediately destroyed the rest of the lobby. This is their moment. This is their chance. Vico and Malabuka, you are the champions.
And just like that, history has been made. Vico and Malabuka are going to bring home the title of Summit Land Champions, securing their spot at the Global Championship 2. But that trophy, it belongs exclusively to Vico and Malabuka.
Go ahead, guys. Lift that trophy. You are champions!
Chanting your name, Vico. What an experience to finally win an FSPS LAN and to do it with a crowd that loves you.
I mean, what can I say, right? I promised my mom I was gonna win this year, and I mean...
And she's watching you right now. Is there anything you want to say to her?
I'm gonna say it in German. Mama, ich hab's geschafft. Ich bin der beste Spieler der Welt.
She's been at your side for so many years. We've watched you grow from a teenager into a champion. And Malabuka last year 8th at Globals. It wasn't enough for you, was it?
Yeah, well, I didn't stop at this. I got Vico as my teammate, and he just did everything. I couldn't have asked for a better teammate.
And the two of you, it's like your opposite. Vico, you can see this man, he's so hyped all the time, even when you don't win. You, cool, calm and collected, but has this man changed you?
he did change me. He did change me a lot because I really love to play with him. He just makes the game feel easier for me.
And seeing the two of you together, Vico, you can see that crowd. They want a word with you. I want this man to see this crowd and to give them a message, Vico. What would you like to say to them?
Danke für deinen Support, Düsseldorf. Ich hätte es niemals geschafft, dass ich das hier treffe! Let's go!
Vico loves this crowd, and we love you guys, Vico and Malavika. Please take your positions. Please, Düsseldorf, one more time. Your first ever FNCS Major 1 Summit champions. It's Vico and Malabuka.
Oh my gosh, Fortnite fam! They have done it! Vico Malabuka, come down here! Come down, bring that trophy, don't forget it, come on! I cannot believe it. Vico and Malabuka. Your champions, you can hear him celebrating. This way! This way! He's celebrating with a bar. I cannot believe it. The way Amar feels right now is the way we do as well. Crowd, make some more noise! Let them hear you! Your champions. Malabuka, Vico.
Sorry, this trophy's really heavy.
It's so heavy.
I know.
Did you want to take the crown off it? You know,
I was
just
trying
turn
to.
it. You just turn it.
I just turn it.
The little top here, the little bit right here. There you go. Now pull it off.
I'm so bad at this.
It's okay. You're probably shaking. Everything's
so
okay.
He's shaking.
I'm so shaking.
It's okay. Yesterday,
nice.
There we go. There it is. You can
to the real king, to the one and only GOAT. Düsseldorf. Let's get it one more time for Malabuka. You're the man. You're the greatest, bro.
Congratulations to you guys. You know, I think the best way I feel like I can summarize this moment is what Frankie actually said. We've watched you guys grow up. To see you guys be in this position, to show up in Germany, to fight through everything that you guys have fought through, to target, hey, there's this new thing, this summit, we're fighting with everything we had. Was there ever a moment in your mind you thought like, we can't do this? Or was it the whole time you just kept pushing those thoughts out and you thought, we just have to win?
I can't lie. After game true GOAT, I think the greatest player I've ever played duels with and in my entire career. You know, he got my mind back to it and said, it doesn't matter, there's still 4 games left. You know, Mally said one thing going into game 5. He said, it doesn't matter how the start goes, it's about how you end it. And we ended with a bang!
Malabuka, obviously, he's giving you such high praise. To hear your duel mate say that, to hear the way this crowd went crazy, to see Amar run up and give you guys a massive hug, how does that feel?
I'm just playing with the best fragger in the world, guys. I couldn't have asked for a better teammate, as I said before.
You're a glazer, bro.
Guys,
I'm not a glazer.
You gotta stop crying. I'm on the
emotional man.
Hey, no, that's fantastic. You know, we had this moment in the lobby yesterday. What's so funny to me, in the moment that you won, I recalled the conversation. You had said, man, I have looked for a teammate, and Malabuka is someone who essentially can match my freak, who can just be with me in those moments and lift me up. How does it feel now to know you made the right choice at Malabuka?
Honestly, I want to say thank you, Flixie, for dropping me on my head. thank you, Raz, for not wanting to coach because I just got the greatest upgrade I could ever ask for. I got the greatest fighting idea to ever touch this game.
Listen, man, you are screaming about emotions right now.
Dude.
And throughout the weekend, right? We've been tuning in with you guys. We've been watching. You guys were up there on the stage in the chairs. You guys were like dancing back and forth, singing. But we saw a pause to all of that like happiness and joy. And it was seemingly as if it paused going into game number 8. It was like all focus from both of you guys. So walk me through Malibuca first, the mindset going into game number 8.
Well, we knew that Sky was like close to us. I mean, above us obviously, had more points, but then 10-point difference is like not that big of a difference. So I just said like, let's play our game. Let's focus on someone else trying to grief us so we don't get griefed. And I guess it turned out great because, I mean, I don't know if we were getting griefed, but if we were, we did great by hiding and not letting anyone know that we're there. And I don't know what happened to Sky as well. I'll see it later, but yeah.
Though, shout out to Sky. I think shout out to everyone who played in this tournament, right?
Yeah.
I think this was probably the hardest LAN I've ever touched in my whole entire life. And I mean, we know I've won Red Bull before. This guy won Gamers 8 before, right? We've been in hard lobbies.
Yeah, this was really
not just only because I was a winning contender, but in general, I mean, I was playing with like 15 chests, 20 chests. These guys had like 70 chests. These guys are the best teams in the world. I myself think I was an underdog compared to them, right? And I mean, I just want to say shout out to Omar as well. I think the stuff this guy told me, how he got me back up from my slums, he's been with me my entire time. Amar, wirklich danke, Bro. Du bist wirklich, glaube ich, der beste Typ, den ich kennengelernt habe von Streamern.
Your guys' first FNCS LAN win. Of course, the trophy, the prize money, but also that qualification to the Global Championships later on this year. I want to hear from both of you. What can we expect now from you guys going into those Global Championships? Can you go back-to-back?
I mean, hopefully we can, right? I mean, there's a good phrase saying, you know, I forgot the phrase. God damn, it's embarrassing. You got, I think, man, the first time was so nice I had to do it twice, you know? I hope I can do it again because, man, I've always wanted to have an FNCS trophy in my room, you know? And I think everyone in this whole stadium is dreaming of having this.
Yeah.
And I just don't want to disappoint my fans because I know I have the potential to win again. And I mean, I think it's fair to say, I think we're the best team in the world.
You proved it. Malibuca, what can we expect for your Global?
We'll see, because it's like a long time before it, but we're not gonna stop just at winning this LAN, obviously. We're gonna focus on the majors first, like on the online LANs, and then we'll see what happens with Globals.
Guys, congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, you know, you had a moment there of just pure in the moment, but we'd love to kind of give you a second here to just address the fans. If there's anyone you want to thank, anything you want to say, we'd love to kind of give you that moment. You want to go first, Vigo? You want Malibuca to go?
You know what? This guy can go first because I have a lot to say on that.
Go ahead.
I want to shout out my brother, first of all, because he's like the guy why I started playing competitive Fortnite in the first place. I'm not sure if he's still on the arena.
He definitely is, bro.
Yeah, he's waving his hand there. And yeah, I just want to give him a huge shout out for helping me out throughout the years. Obviously to the family and just to the friends for helping me.
Well, I mean, where do I start, right? I could start with Amar, but I think I'm going to start with my mom. I mean, the only reason I'm ever here is because of my mom, you know? She's got me through the hardest times of my life, you know? She grew up with me as a solo parent, you know? And I mean, Mama, wirklich danke. Ich glaube, ohne dich wäre ich niemals hier. And I mean, my friends, my family, pretty much everyone who's been with me on this way, even all my teammates, you know, Pink, Razaru, my current coach, Thomas 5X, you know, everyone who's been with me on this jersey, you know, who's helped me grow as a character, but especially always Poppy, because that guy, I wouldn't be here without him, you know, I wouldn't be the guy I was without him. But yeah, I mean, I think that's it, you know, also shout out to all the casters, but especially shout out to my org Big, because I don't think without them I would have this gear, I wouldn't have this nice of a teammate, you know, they made it all possible. Danke für alles, Leute.
Thank you guys so much. There was also one big person who had a big smile on his face Levin 2K right there. The moment he saw it, locked in. Shout outs to him. Well, Vico, Malabuka, you guys pick this trophy up. Go get out of here. Go celebrate. Don't forget the crown. Make sure it doesn't come off.
Don't worry, I won't be forgetting this. Right?
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
You can leave the headsets down. Get out of here. Go celebrate, all right? Once again, your Summit champions, Vico and Malabuka! Unbelievable stuff, man. I'm telling you, Vico, seeing Vico that kind of emotion, obviously, Vico's a talker. He loves to be expressive and to be loud and to be funny and in your face, and to see him break down like that, man, I'm even thinking about it. All right, it's fine. Viv, I'm so happy for him.
I am so happy. Raising the trophy one more time. We're gonna struggle to get that trophy out of those guys' hands. They're gonna be holding on to that one for a very long time. If I have learned anything here today, we always put a lot of respect on the dedications that the players themselves, the time, the effort, the love that they put into a game that we also love. But it also requires a team. You could hear the list of names that both of those players attributed to the win. It really does require a gigantic team, a family, to make something like this happen.
Yeah, and you can see it very visibly with Vico. He is passion personified. You can see it in his expression. You can see it in the way that he carries himself. And I'd like to say that Malabuka is exactly the same in a very different way. He's been around the scene for so long, at the very top of his game. And huge props to him just to maintain, to continue being at that very top level, to not let those disappointments pull him down, to not let those land disappointments pull him down, and to pull through here in Dusseldorf and end up coming out on top. As they mentioned, not easy for them at all this entire weekend, not easy for them today. The hardest lobby they said they've ever played in, but they pulled through. They have done it. And honestly, for both of them as individuals, I've had the pleasure of talking to them so much at all these different lands, seeing them grow both in the game and outside. I couldn't be happier for them.
Yeah, man, again, I just keep thinking about that conversation, you know. Again, for context, you know, obviously we're hanging out with players, and there's a moment where Vico kind of pulls us aside. He comes up, starts talking to us, and we're just like, so what do you think, man? Like, Malabuka has a feel, and he's just like, yeah, dude, Malabuka, like, he just meets me where I am. He's the first player I've been able to play with that just, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. It doesn't matter how silly or loud. He tries to meet me there. He tries to just help me along, while some others may not vibe as well. But man, it's just such an incredible moment for the duo. Congratulations once again, your champions, Vico and Malabuka. Of course, we do have to remind ourselves, though, that the top 15 do move on to the Global Championships. Let's take a look at those standings and see how things ended up after game number 8. Pollo Peterbot managed to sneak their way into second place. After the start that they had, they really showed up big here.
An incredible feat by the duo. Shark and Teeny also putting up an incredible performance after all the adversity that they went through this week. And it's great to see them come out in third place. Sky and Scroll, the heartbreak that everybody felt in the arena, everybody watching at home when we watched them go down early on. Fourth place, still an incredible feat for them.
Yeah, my heart breaks for those guys. They've got a bright future ahead, but let's look at this bubble. 1 point separated Cammy and Hari from Flixie and Chap, who will be appearing at the Global Championships later on this year, Zeke.
It's tough. You even look further, Ager's Ritual, Cold and Rapid. I mean, so many big names just barely missed out. When they said this was one of the hardest lobbies they'd ever played, they were serious. Yeah. I mean, guys, this weekend has been incredible. Today has been incredible. Some of the most incredible Fortnite we've seen. Pollo solo clutching 2 VRs, OCE getting a win. Like, so many incredible things happen.
super amazed with how everybody played this weekend, from Friday to Saturday to obviously Championship Sunday, for everybody to kind of come into this LAN, right? Kind of switching up the format as well and everybody adapting. We talked about it earlier on in the day, how much actually changed just coming into Friday alone, going into Saturday, going into Sunday. And some of the teams that, of course, deserve to be there at the top, they still found their way up there. They overcame all of those tribulations. We got champions. We got global championship qualifiers.
So many great storylines. Of course, coming out on top was that experience of Malibuca and Vico. But huge props to players like Shark playing at their first LAN. For Sky and Scroll to be on top throughout this entire day today. The first time that they've got into a LAN like this, being those sort of favorites, the team that everyone's looking at. They held themselves so well. And like I said, my heart breaks for them there in that last game, but they can be so proud of their performance because here they have proved they are a top tier team and deserve to be regarded as that. Peterbot and Poyo as well. Wow. I mean, I think that might be an all-timer of a solo performance from Poyo. A lot of talk about Peterbot so much, but Poyo, man, you can walk out of here with your head held high because you did so much great work today. They are back.
That's right, man. Wow, Fortnite, Fortnite fam, what is there left to say? Well, first, I just wanted to shout out, remember, if you missed it, these are the announcements. We released a blog on social media, so if you want some more information, go check that out. We had some updates and some changes to the 2026 FNCS year. So obviously the brand new dates for the Global Championship, it has changed. We've changed the way that FNCS Major 2 is. We've changed Major 3 to a last chance. We also have shown off a solo competition. Still don't know what that is. Don't worry about it. You'll find out more of that later. Also, power rankings. And what else am I missing? The new rank changes, the Unreal Legends, and the Acts of Unreal from myself, from them, from the casters, from the crew, from the production crew, from the fans, from you at home, from all of our amazing friends who came from all over the world, co-streamers from wherever you were. Thank you all so much. Because of all of you, you make this possible. You guys made me go cry. I will never forget that in a good way. Fortnite fam, that is the conclusion of the FNCS Summit. We look forward to seeing you for Major 2, but until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.